Grande just revealed that she has tested positive for COVID, capping off a bumpy press run for Wicked for Good. She broke the news on her Instagram story with a screenshot from The Tonight Show and her appearance and captioned it moments before COVID. The timing follows her skipping interviews at the New York premiere in solidarity with Cynthia Erivo, who had lost her voice. And now Grande's pulling out of taped segments with Erivo on the Kelly Clarkson Show, leaving Erivo to appear solo. She's also missing several upcoming Q&As that were scheduled to support the premiere week. The tour had its share of chaos already, from Grande missing Brazil's premiere to a man leaping a barricade in Singapore. But Wicked for Good is finally in theaters today.
Yes.
A lot of excited people.
I am. I enjoyed the first one. I saw it 2 times. One thing I have to say, though, is Grande's always been slight, but she needs to eat a sandwich.
Yeah.
I mean, she's looking unhealthy, and maybe this has led to her diminished immune system.
I don't know.
Hopefully
she gets better. Chadwick Boseman was honored with a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame yesterday, placed near the site of the Black Panther premiere that helped cement his legacy. The moment is bittersweet, as Boseman died in 2020 after a private battle with colon cancer, but his influence still resonates today. Viola Davis, Ryan Coogler, and his widow Simone Boseman paid tribute to him. Davis said she still can't think of him as gone, praising him as a mighty, mighty elixir whose legacy continues to guide her. Coogler remembered Boseman for his leadership, teaching, and generosity. He also shared a story about how the actor snuck past celebrities to discuss Black Panther, joking that when asked how he snuck past everyone, Boseman told him that was the Panther. His widow closed by celebrating his lifetime of artistry, saying, "You were as brilliant as you were beautiful. We love you, we miss you, and we thank you."
So they had the chance to rerun this footage, which I'd forgot existed, but it was so wonderful, and it's probably maybe my very favorite footage of him. He was with young people who had just seen Black Panther and were inspired and were caught up in it, and so they were talking. They thought they were leaving video messages for him. He was behind the curtain,
that's
and he
awesome.
came out, and they were just absolutely blown away.
Love that. All right, who knew that Millie Bobby Brown or her husband Jake Bongiovi, for that matter, were big Star Wars fans? During an interview with Collider this week, Brown was asked about her favorite movie quote, and she answered, "Star Wars, I love you, I know," quoting the famous lines uttered by Han Solo and Princess Leia in The Empire Strikes Back. And she explained that she and her husband have recently both quoted the lines to each other, adding, "Actually, I might get that as a tattoo."
Oh, nice.
And if she did, it would be her 9th, joining her 8 existing ones. So
That's on our wedding rings for me and my wife.
No kidding.
Yeah, on the outside, and we have these rubber wedding rings that we don't really wear that often, but in Arabic, which is a nerdy Star Wars language, it says "I love you" on one side, and then on the inside of the ring it says "I know."
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's tongue in cheek and it's a joke, but it's also hilarious.
Yeah, I love it.
I have Uba on my rectum.
There you go.
Aw.
Yeah.
All right, so they're not dating. That's the official position taken by Meryl Streep and Martin Short, about whom rumors have been running wild for the last couple of years. They're not very good at quieting them either, as they keep showing up at various events together. The two friends, once again, were seen together, most recently attending Tom Hanks's play, The World of Tomorrow, earlier this week. Streep and Short were seen chatting with Tom's wife, Rita Wilson, and their son, Chet, as well as Steve Martin and his wife, Anne Stringfield. While both actors have insisted in the past they are just close friends, there have been sources that say they are indeed dating.
Preston, did you say Rita Wilson?
I did.
And where was this again?
It was at a play, Tom Hanks's play.
Damn it. I can't attend because I'm in heaven.
Oh, that's
but
right.
I wish you all well.
Yeah. So there's still more of the rumors that pop up about those two. All right, so it's been a long fall for Kevin Spacey. Once considered one of Hollywood's elite sexual assault allegations, which he has denied and of which he has been acquitted, have largely derailed his career. So much so that he now describes himself as effectively homeless. He said, "I'm living in hotels, I'm living in Airbnbs, I'm going where the work is." And he said this in an interview that was published on Wednesday. He said, "I literally have no home," adding that the costs over these last 7 years have been astronomical. He does have a positive outlook for the future, however, saying everything is in storage, and I hope at some point, if things continue to improve, that I'll be able to decide where I want to settle down again. So he's not really homeless.
In fact, I saw a picture of one of the Airbnbs he's staying at. It appeared to be in Venice.
Oh.
So, I don't know. We'll see. He is picking up indie films here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he'll find work.
He will.
He's just not finding the big $20 million paychecks that he got at one point. Malibu is throwing a 2-week celebration for Dick Van Dyke's 100th birthday. Wow. It will be from November 28th through December 14th, including a world premiere of Dick Van Dyke, a 100th celebration on December 7th. The documentary features classic moments from Van Dyke's career, along with rare interviews from icons like Mary Tyler Moore, Carl Reiner, and Betty White.
I think this is great because it's going to coincide with the AVN Awards, Preston.
Well, listen, I wouldn't doubt if Dick dabbled in that too. He's such a dynamo.
Yeah, absolutely.
The celebration will feature a ton of events to celebrate the entertainment icon, including film screenings, a citywide birthday card signing, a closing dinner, and a costume contest judged by Van Dyke's wife, Arlene. Dick officially turns 100 years old on December 13th, and Dick Van Dyke 100th celebration will also hit theaters on December 13th and 14th with tickets on sale now
if
for that.
If you ever get the opportunity, I present to you, Dean Wormer, that you should watch Dick Van Dyke in the movie The Comic. It is about a silent film star. Carl Reiner directed it.
Yeah.
It has funny moments, but it is about the passing of a movie career of a legend, and it's not like anything you've ever seen Dick Van Dyke in, but it's amazing.
Wow. So, with the 19 years of marriage of Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman falling apart rather quickly, at least from the public's perspective, some are concerned that the couple's 2 kids will be caught in the middle of some ugliness. Urban and Kidman share 2 daughters, Sunday Rose and Faith Margaret. So they're 17 and 14 years old, respectively. So the potential for family strife is there, but according to a source close to the couple, that isn't happening. People reports that an insider insists everyone's handling things like an adult.
When your parents split, how old were you?
I was 21.
Okay. And you were like
that? 19,
thrilled,
21?
right? That they were.
I was like, it's about time.
It's about
man.
friggin' time.
You guys hate each other.
Right.
So they said that the source said that their daughters live with Nicole, but spend as much time with Keith as they want, and there is no drama, according to the court documents filed by Kidman on September 30th. The couple thought things through on how to deal with their children, agreeing to parenting plans that included not speaking badly of each other or other members of the other parent's family, adding that both parents will encourage each child to continue to love the other parent and be comfortable in both families. So hopefully things are working out there. Yeah. All right, the TV show Poker Face was recently not renewed by Peacock. It was revealed after the show received that bad news that it was being, quote, reimagined with Natasha Lyonne exiting the role. She was the lead.
Yeah.
And Peter Dinklage set to take over if it ever found a new home.
That seems a likely replacement.
And now HBO's Casey Bloys has shared speaking at a press presentation.
They ripped off your name.
I think
they didn't want to get sued.
I think it sounds like something Casey would say if he was drunk.
Casey Bloys.
They call me Casey Bloys. Sorry.
That sounds about right.
But anyway, they have shared at a press presentation that he is talking about picking it up, saying, "We've had conversations, but I don't know which way it'll go. I love the idea of Peter Dinklage, but I have nothing to report on that."
So the whole conceit of the show is she's like an investigator who can really has a poker face when dealing with...
No. So she is actually just a person who jumps from job to job, but she has the ability to tell without question when people are lying.
All right.
She just has this intuition.
Okay.
And she actually, because of that skill, initially, you find out later on, that she would get in high stakes poker games.
I see.
And she could tell when people were bluffing. And so but she was so good at it that she was pretty much banned, shunned from the poker world. But she ended up going from job to job, and something would happen, something nefarious would happen.
And she could step in.
And she could be able to spot it and call them out on it. It was a pretty cool concept.
Yeah.
It was... And they had a lot of really good guest stars, big famous people that were on it.
And it was more of a procedural, and I felt like it could have been more so a limited series with procedural
Elements of hee-haw?
vibes. Yeah, no. But like maybe you could have procedural vibes in that there is a resolution at the end of every episode or whatever. But it just had that procedural feel to it.
There was a showcase a while ago where the guy had that sort of ability. It was on Fox, And was it like, or maybe I'm thinking of Lie to Me. Was that with Viola
I don't
Davis?
remember.
Hell.
But her catchphrase was a BS, but the full word said out.
Right.
So when somebody would say something, she'd say it.
Yeah.
Because she knows.
Yeah,
She has this intuition that's never wrong. She could tell when you were lying. The series originally followed Leone's Charlie Cale, who has a gift for calling out lies while solving murders across the country. George Clooney just stirred up some serious nostalgia aura after he was quoted telling Entertainment Tonight last week that he would jump into Noah Wiley's medical drama, The Pit, in a heartbeat, even though he hasn't actually chatted with Wiley about it. HBO boss Casey Bloys heard the buzz and said, sure, he's welcome, while admitting that he's not sure if that was a real conversation or not.
Right. So when is second season of The Pit coming?
January, I believe.
January.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I don't know.
What a show.
I don't know how much more. Right? It's like I'm retiring. I'm done.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This
Listen.
has been an active day.
Listen, there's a reason why, if you go back to the first episode
Right,
and the last episode, ends up on the roof of the hospital
yeah.
with somebody standing there just looking over the edge. It's like,
I'm done.
how much can you handle?
Well, see you tomorrow.
But
It's
it
too
is.
much.
I was so impressed with the depiction, albeit to an extreme extent, of what the medical community, the emergency medical community goes
Once you
through.
understand what they have to do to give you to make a show,
Yeah.
But then you know that virtually everything, if not everything, in the show has happened at some point in
Yes.
that medical situation.
It just all happens
At
at the
once.
same time
Yeah,
to
yeah,
these guys. But yeah, it's impressive on all of the diagnoses and,
how-
the problem solving they have to go through.
How good is Noah Wiley?
Oh my God, he's
so good.
fantastic!
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
so great, man.
So anyhow, he said that he wasn't sure if it was a real conversation or not. As The Pit heads into its second season this January, fans are already daydreaming about an ER-style reunion at the Pittsburgh Trauma Medical Center. Clooney said, I'd do The Pit in a heartbeat, but he added, it's Wiley's show.
So pitted.
I don't want to interrupt, but I am deeply proud of him, and I'm allowed to be proud of him. And Clooney and Wiley both famously got started on ER back in 1994. And Clooney eventually left in 1995, and Noah stuck around till 2005. Netflix has reportedly signaled that if it acquires Warner Brothers Discovery, it would still put out Warner Brothers movies in theaters. But to be more accurate, they've indicated that they would honor existing contracts requiring certain films to play in theaters, though its long-term strategy remains unclear.
I think if they want to, I think they need to step up and release more to the theaters. I think we all want the theater businesses to stay and flourish because there's nothing like that experience. So, and when they point to things that are killing the theater business, it's Netflix, like the Frankenstein movie, and I've heard the movie mentioned a number of times. That should have been a 3 or 4 month, 5 month theater release going to Netflix afterwards, but it was just like a week.
Yeah. But I mean, it's the convenience.
I get it.
Yeah.
At home.
I know.
I think genie's out of the bottle, man.
I know.
And the cost.
So, yeah.
It's expensive to go to movies.
It is, yeah. So the streamer has occasionally used theatrical releases for awards qualification or promotional boosts, such as Roma, The Irishman, and the recent K-pop Demon Hunters. Despite this, there's skepticism because Netflix leaders have continually insisted that their priority remains debuting movies on the platform, not in cinemas.
Let me toss this into your kisser. So with Netflix having their Netflix houses, could Netflix, they themselves, start a chain of Netflix movie theaters?
And only release Netflix movies?
Competitively priced?
I don't know.
For, like, as Nick was saying, something that sits feasibly above, that is down from $20 a ticket or whatever the hell you end up paying in the long run?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you had a Netflix account and you could use that
Get
to
a bit of a discount?
get discounts, yeah, maybe.
Do we have to think of everything?
Yeah.
By the way, the other bidders for Warner Brothers Discovery include Comcast and Paramount, so Netflix is not the only one that's going after them. All right, and then one more story. The Stranger Things cast is taking over The Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon ahead of the show's 5th and final season. Stars like Winona Ryder, Finn Wolfhard, Caleb McLaughlin, Noah Schnapp, Gaten Matarazzo and Sadie Sink, Joey Keery, Natalia Dyer, Charlie Heaton, and Maya Hawke, along with the Dover brothers.
Nice.
Will be making appearances with Millie Bobby Brown, even co-hosting on December 7th. The show will also debut a 1-minute series recap and feature Keery on its November 27th Thanksgiving episode.
That's a smart move.
Yeah. They're marketing the hell out of this stuff, and I love it. I like on Instagram, if I'm on there, I'm hitting like on every single one of these posts, no matter the source. I just love it.
And it blows me away to see how adult they are.
Yeah.
Like, what in the hell?
Yep. Season 5 of Stranger Things premieres with the Volume 1 on November 26th, Volume 2 on December 25th, and the finale on December 31st. All right, we have some movies that are opening this weekend. Why don't we take a moment and tell you about them, friend? All right, we got Wicked for Good, a musical fantasy starring Ariana Grande, Cynthia Erivo, Jonathan Bailey. Elphaba, now demonized as the Wicked Witch of the West, lives in exile, hidden within the Ozian forest while continuing her fight for the freedom of Oz's silenced animals and desperately trying to expose the truth that she knows about the wizard. Glinda, meanwhile, has become the glamorous symbol of goodness for all of Oz, living at the palace in Emerald City and reveling in the perks of fame and popularity. It's 2 hours, 18 minutes long, rated PG, a wide theater release, and the advance word is 70% on Rotten Tomatoes. And also opening this weekend is Rental Family. It's a comedy and a drama starring Brendan Fraser, Takehiro Hira, and Marty Yamamoto. Set in modern-day Tokyo. An American actor who struggles to find purpose lands an unusual gig. That's working for a Japanese rental family agency, playing stand-in roles for strangers. As he immerses himself in his clients' worlds, he begins to form genuine bonds that blur the lines between performance and reality. It's an hour and 43 minutes long, rated PG-13. It's a wide theater release, and it gets a really good Rotten Tomatoes score at 89%.
So this is a dinner date movie for my wife and I. we both want to see. She's a massive Brendan Fraser fan, so I'm looking forward to it.
Give us your review, sir, when you
Yes.
see it. All right, we have time for clips as well. Georgie and Mandy's first marriage follows the ups and downs of young newlyweds struggling to get by. And here, Emily Osment shares behind-the-scenes details about this season's new locations.
I mean, we just did an episode this week where staying in Sheldon's old room, but with multicam, it's flipped. And so the crew had never seen it from the other direction. And so we're shooting it this way when we used to only shoot it this way. And it was putting it like, is that where that couch was? And is that where the bed was? And like, it's weird.
New episodes of Georgie and Mandy's first marriage air on Thursdays on CBS.
She raises a good point. A lot of times you've seen these sets only from one direction.
Yeah.
And there was a site that they were doing. They were doing like I guess they used like a CAD program, which is a rendering program to complete the rooms.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, wow, like I've never seen that. When they did the Brady house, and they actually completed it. They made it that big thing, the Brady Bunch house, and they bought it. They did the interior to match what the TV show was.
Yeah.
You never saw the wall, to the right.
Certain angles.
Yeah.
And it could make your perception go, whoa.
Totally off.
Yeah.
Spin it around.
What the hell? There's no load-bearing wall here. How is the house not collapsing in on itself here?
All right, here's our next clip. A man on the inside ramps up the suspense as hidden alliances unravel. In this clip, Ted Danson teases this season's theme.
The theme really is a little bit about, do you have second chances? Do you get a second chance to love again? Is it okay to love again? And that's kind of the fun that we got, the area we got to play, which was so much fun.
A Man on the Inside Season 2 is now streaming on Netflix.
I have to watch that.
Loved that first season.
Everyone loves it.
So good, Steve. It's it's got the Ted Lasso. It's not like that exactly, but
the feels,
the comedy and the feels as well.
Yeah,
so well done.
All right, good.
And if you're of a certain age and you've got parents who are getting older, you can definitely identify.
Well,
with
me,
this.
I live in a retirement home. So,
you will,
yeah, I love it.
You'll be all.
I'll probably notice a lot of inaccuracies.
Ted Danson.
They don't serve pudding that way.
Ted Danson is great in it. All right, and there you go. That's your entertainment report for this morning. We had a whole bunch going on today. Our friend Sebastien Le Toux stopping by from the Philadelphia Union. We're going to talk to him. He's of course, they won the supporter shield. Are they bringing that by here today? Or oh my god,
Yeah, we're gonna eat off
that.
of it. Yeah.
We're going to eat off of it.
Yeah, you get to eat it.
Wow.
Yeah, people like drink out of the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
You eat spaghetti off of the.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited to be a part of this tradition.
The soccer and spaghetti tradition
continues.
continues.
Comedian Jiaoying Summers is going to be here in our studio as well. She's performing at Punchline. Our buddy John DeBella is checking in today. He hasn't had a chance to really talk about Pierre's passing, and with the show going on sale today, Pierre Robert, A Show of Life, it's a perfect time to kind of chat with him about that. They go on, tickets go on sale at 10 a.m., mind you. And we're going to take a break and come back, and we're doing an early morning connoisseur. Some interesting food things to pass along, some stuff for you to win, and also a guest is going to be joining us in that connoisseur segment we're scheduled to have. So we'll be back in a second with us. Stay with us. So I don't know if we should do a weekly segment or not, but Casey's Adventures could certainly be one of those.
We could call it DDIY. Don't do it yourself.
Don't do it yourself.
My adventures with home improvements.
What was the last one?
It was a ceiling fan on the front porch.
The ceiling fan.
The door wouldn't open because it was actually colliding with the blades of the ceiling fan.
Yeah. So that was that. That was last week.
Yeah. And by the way, shout out to the two gentlemen who live on my street. They were walking down to the beach yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, is that the ceiling fan that you put up?" I'm like, "Yes, it is." As a matter of fact, only took me 2 tries.
So, new adventure this weekend. And listen, one that I think other people can sympathize with.
That's why we opted to go with this, right?
Yeah. So
I certainly have a passion when it comes to this particular topic.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather hear from you and your passion than me go into the entire saga, the 2-day saga that this was.
Well, just give us a thumbnail.
I will give you a
from
thumbnail.
there.
So I'll just how everything started was
You were trying to mount a beached whale.
Saturday morning. My wife was making bacon, and she took the bacon out of the oven, and it set off the fire alarms, the smoke alarms.
Mm-hmm.
And they're hardwired, so when one goes off, every single one in the house goes off,
Right.
Until you clear the initial smoke alarm. So the smoke alarm went off. It triggered everything else. Everything went off, and then as soon as all the alarms went off, the smoke detector started chirping. All right, so it's a smoke detector. I believe it was a smoke and
Carbon
monoxide detector.
Right.
So it starts chirping. The thing is, when it chirps, there are a few different things that chirps could mean. So it was a 5 chirper, right? So it would go beep, 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 beep. I think that was 5.
That was.
Thank you. What that indicates is that's the end of life for the smoke detector.
For the unit itself.
For the unit
Not
itself.
you.
Not me.
You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated. You have all been terminated.
Beep 5 times, please.
Yeah. And
Machine gun defense unit activated.
this was Saturday morning. Beep, 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 beep.
Right.
Okay. Well, so my buddy's an electrician. I asked him what I should do. He said, replace them all, right? So I'm now at Lowe's.
You're going to replace the physical units.
We're going to replace the physical units. Now, this also does require turning circuits off and using electricity. I'm not comfortable with it, but I had just replaced the ceiling fan the week before. I felt confident that it was not going to electrocute
You're a master
myself.
craftsman.
I'm getting there, Steve, right? I'm an apprentice at this point. All right, long story short, 7 smoke detectors later, 7 and 2 days of changing smoke detectors, interchanging smoke detectors, taking smoke detectors down, almost 48 hours of this because it was chirping the entire time. It chirped all day Saturday, all day, all night Saturday night.
It will drive you flat out of your effing mind.
I was constantly on the phone texting with my friend Phil, who is an electrician.
And you appreciate the service that it provides.
Yes.
It is a life-saving device. We've seen in the news situations where places without, you've had loss of life. So you understand the importance of it. Doesn't diminish how goddamn annoying it can be when it's chirping away and you're trying to get it to stop.
And when I had taken the initial alarm detector off, when that stopped chirping, when that was unplugged, the one in the back room started chirping, okay? When I took them both down, the one in the spare bedroom started chirping. Beep, 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 okay? So I'm like, I took them all down. And then my last final ditch was to
replace the fan.
I called Rodney.
Rodney.
who is
Rodney is the
an
man.
engineer.
Yeah.
He's not only an engineer, but he's also a firefighter.
Yeah.
He said, my electrician friend, he goes, I think it's a wiring issue. I'm like, how can a wiring issue just happen out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Right? So
Bro.
my last final ditch effort, if this thing did not work, what I was going to do is I was going to take all of the smoke detectors off of the ceiling, cap the wires, and just use battery-operated, not hardwired smoke detectors because I can't take the chirping anymore.
Okay.
So.
Oh, well, okay, because I'll have an observation when you're done with this about battery-operated.
Right. So Rodney recommended that I turn the circuit off, that I pull all of the batteries, the spare batteries out of the smoke detectors, turn the circuit back on, okay? And then put the batteries back in. Okay,
so what happened?
So I turned the circuit off, still chirping. Start taking batteries off, still chirping. Okay. I turned the circuit back on, put the batteries in, everything's still chirping, and I'm like, well, screw it. I said, I'm done now. I'm absolutely done. So then, one by one, I take the one smoke detector out in the kitchen. I take the one smoke detector out in the spare in the back room. I take the one smoke detector off in the bedroom. And then the one in the hallway, and I have them all in a box, and I'm getting ready, and I just hear beep, 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 beep. Now, I hear the beep, 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 beep coming from the back room.
Right.
Okay. I go, and I'm looking in this back room for a smoke detector, right?
I would love to have seen the look on your face.
I'm like,
you have all the smoke detectors in boxes.
In the box.
Yeah.
There is where is this thing coming
the
from?
smoke detector's in the house. Get out.
I'm standing in the doorway and I hear beep, 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 beep. And I look down and it was the carbon monoxide detector that was plugged into the wall the entire time. And it was never, ever, for 2 days straight, never was the chirping ever coming from the smoke detector.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so you have to understand when these things chirp.
All right,
they all sound the same. Yeah.
They all sound the same, but I guess the frequency of what it sounds like you're in the room.
So we have an old house of a Victorian farm. It has countless. So there's our main level, the second level, and the third level, which is basically a bedroom. The third level, and then the basement. You're right. So right that when that frequency, it ricochets all over the house. There have been countless times where I'm standing there with the step ladder and I have a case of batteries just standing like I'm hunting African game.
Right.
Like, because, and then you are sure, and it takes forever. Why don't they include a blinking light on the one that is chirping? We have the Nest system, which is very good. Mind you, no complaints. It updates. It does this whole thing. It also has a thing where if you're walking down the hall and you get in proximity, a little bit of light shines down from it to illuminate your way at night. Nice. That's nice without 8 or 9 cats constantly setting it off. So the batteries, I'm forever. That's why I got like a battery caddy. But that slap echo around the house makes it impossible to find out where it's coming from.
I implored the whole family. I fortunately have numbers on my side. And I'm like, all right, you go in that room, you go in that room.
Oh, my God.
Everybody shut up, be quiet, and listen.
Can they come over to my house?
But here's what I need to know. Here's what I need to know, Casey.
Okay.
At this moment, when you realize that it's the carbon monoxide and you've done all this work for 2 days, I've seen you freak out before. Did you A, have a hissy fit, freak out and scream, or were you just so defeated and deflated that it wasn't even worth the effort?
There's a C here. There's a third.
C. Okay.
I was relieved. You have to understand, I had been in every single room. I was relieved. And it was funny, especially based on what had happened to me with the ceiling fan the week before. I mean, this is classic me. And so I was relieved, right? And so much so that I had gone, my wife was in the shower and I ran into the bathroom and she's like, get out of here. And I was like, dude, it was this the whole time. She's like, lies. Now you have to understand where the where the carbon monoxide detector was located. It was in the middle of the triangle of smoke detectors. So you would have thought that because at one point I did have the backroom detector out and the kitchen detector out, right? And you would think you would know then that it was the carbon monoxide.
It was in the exact worst position it could be to confuse you.
Because when I took the kitchen and the back rooms out, it sounded like it was coming from the bedroom, which was
That's the issue.
3 yards away.
That's the nightmare.
So Preston, I was absolutely relieved at this point.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
I would have been
Crazy,
I would have
right?
been pissed.
You can, and Preston, it's never at 2:00 in the afternoon.
Right.
It's never. Oh, I just happened to have the ladder out, and my pockets are all full of batteries.
Yeah.
It's always like you're going to bed on Sunday night when we're getting back into the schedule, and you got to wake up at 3:30 the next morning, and then it's about 10:30, 11 o'clock.
There was also one other thing with the battery operated one that I bought a battery operated one because we do have one detector that's not hardwired, and I. Like, hey, don't hit this button, and there's a sign that says don't hit this button.
Right.
Well, I did that on the back of the smoke alarm where it says like deactivate, and I was like, oh, what does this deactivate button do, right? So I deactivate the alarm, and then I read the directions, and the direction says once you deactivate, you can't reactivate. I was like, God damn it!
Oh no!
I'm like, I just bought this.
You hit the self-destruct button.
Why would they include a full? I will talk about.
So Casey, I've read this a few times during this course of this conversation that apparently carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower to the ground than smoke detectors, and some smoke detectors are more reliant on heat than they are the actual smoke rising to the smoke detectors. But carbon monoxide detectors are supposed to be kept lower because I guess the carbon monoxide is heavier than air itself.
Yeah.
So what I have in my detectors, my smoke detectors are carbon, I think dioxide, CO2, and then the monoxide I have down lower.
Gotcha. And then peroxide if you're dyeing your hair.
Exactly.
I'm going to go to Susan. Hi, Susan. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Good. What's up, Susan?
So you know what? Everybody's like hit on the exact same points that happened to me last week. So it was the end of my vacation. It was the night before I'm going back to work.
Yeah,
1 a.m.
Yep.
There goes the chirping. And it's the same thing. I have the hardwired smoke detectors, and I was like, okay, I want to get up and reset it or, test it. And my son has to wake up early for work. He's got to go in. So I'm like, okay, can I just deal with this for like another hour until he has to get up? So he gets up and he's in the shower. I'm playing around up at the ceiling, pulling it down. And finally I get him to disconnect it, and I still hear this chirping. Now I have, Preston, you have that issue with your ear. You kind of lose the ringing. So, and I kind of lose the sense of where a sound is coming from sometimes. Mm-hmm. So I'm laying there in bed all night long, and it's just chirping. I'm like, I have this disconnected.
Marissa, wait a minute. I don't have it here. We're doing an early version. Sometimes we do this around this time, very rarely, but today we are definitely doing it. It's time for...
It's time for the Connoisseur with a special guest today.
That is right. We will have that special guest in at the end of the segment, so we'll tell you about it in just a moment. But in the meantime, I have some food, restaurants, and various stories that deal with the culinary world to pass along to you. And this is brought to you by our friends at Acme Markets. We'll have $50 gift cards to give away with some movie clips concerning food or drink in a little bit. But I'm going to start with this story. Open Table has just come out with their 2026 Dining Trends Report, revealing how Americans dined this year and what to expect in the coming year. According to the restaurant reservation service, there's been an increase in dining out. It's up 8% year over year. Open Table expects that to continue to 2026, with people across the country set to dine out 10 times a month.
I like to hear that. How often do you dine out?
That is a very good question. Probably, where we actually go somewhere and sit down. Maybe 3 times a month, 3-4 times a month. Not a whole lot.
I want to do it more. I get a lot of takeout. I get a lot of stuff delivered from restaurants, so I'm supporting them that way. But I love the actual going and sitting down and, having a good time.
How often do you do it?
Not a lot. Yeah, maybe once a month.
Once a month or so?
Yeah.
Okay. So for millennials, the average is higher than 10 times a month. A lot of people do this. They plan to dine out 14 times a month on average. making them the most frequent restaurant goers in 2026.
So my goal is 14 times a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
See if you can do it twice a day.
Yeah, twice a
Make
day.
that happen. The thing is, many people are struggling financially right now, leaving 61% to say that dining out next year will feel more like a special occasion than an everyday thing. More than half expect that they'll spend even more in restaurants next year as prices go up. But people are looking for value as happy hour dining is up 13% from last year.
That's a good way to do it.
In fact, the number one dining trend restaurants expect to see in 2026 is happy hour and value promotions. Yeah, if you can take advantage of those, it's usually well worth it. So apparently the shared plates era may be over, as 52% of Americans say that they'd rather order their own dish.
Dude, I've never
share
been
with the table.
I've never been a fan of. I'll just have some of yours. No, and I maybe that's immature or whatever. But how about I get you some of this as well? Because if I have it in my mind what I want to eat it. I don't want it,
dude.
I don't want it to be communal. Does that say? Am I a horrible person for that?
No. Rochelle does this thing, and I haven't talked to her about it yet.
Hope she's listening.
You are now.
Hope you're listening now, hon. When we go to a restaurant, and we will say, so what are you thinking?
Yeah,
We'll ask
yeah.
each other that. What's looking good on the menu? I'll say, well, I'm looking at this. She says, I'm looking at that. She's like, well, you get this, and I'll get that, and we'll split them. Like every time. No. And I'm like, I don't want to. You can have a bite of mine.
Yeah.
I don't.
And I will cut that bite. I will make sure that you get the amount that I want you to have. I'm okay with that for an appetizer. I'm okay with splitting appetizers,
for sure.
right? Because I'm a big stuffed mushrooms guy, right? You get some mushroom stuff with some crab meat. I love that. And you usually get two of them.
Right.
Two of them.
Just two of them.
So I will do, if you get like an appetizer where there's two of them, like I'll eat one and then you get the other.
But
that's
the main
fine.
course? No.
Main course? No. And the same thing, Prest. I'll give you a bite. Now,
hit the bricks.
there's somebody that is sitting to my right, and I love her as a human being, but she irks the ever-living crap out of me the way she and now her husband eat. Because
They want to order for the table or what?
They only do shared.
Is that
Like, Rochelle, you can come eat with me and my friends because
so you
would
can
love
sample
it.
more, right?
We literally, like, me and my friends, or me and Matt, when we sit down to dinner or lunch or happy or whatever it is, we order for the table. Like, we literally go through the menu and decide as a group what we're all going to eat collectively and share. Like, nobody ever has a dish in front of them and that's their meal.
That's too bad.
Yeah. So, Preston, are you like me?
Sorry to hear that. I'm sorry for you.
When I order, I put my sidearm up on the table.
Yeah, but there's okay. But you know what? I think the chef's intent is for you to have this particular dish made this way as a full complement and full experience. That's the way I like it. So, and you guys have seen me eat. Yeah. I like to experience how the main and the sides complement each other, and I like that as a full experience.
Will sushi be an exception to the sharing rule?
Yes.
Okay.
Sushi is communal.
Yes.
Because it's cut up into pieces.
It's meant to be.
Like that. It's kind of like an app, Casey,
Yeah.
where
Yeah.
it's
Yep.
segmented and we will even keep track of, okay, I've had 2 of those.
Yes. I like ordering
Does
sushi.
anybody not want any more of those? Because I'll go threesies on that if I'm allowed.
I do like ordering sushi for the table. I mean, not just for everybody, but yeah, like we're all going to share from the plate.
I'll tell you something that should be considered communal, though, and I get covetous of like my French fries. I don't. It's not. Let me. I'll buy an order for you.
French fries are. That is when I think actual physical confrontation can work. And by that I mean, Casey, let's say that's a French fry and you're going to go for it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You can smack their hand.
Yeah.
Preston,
you can curb stomp them.
Preston does this thing though, because I've gone out to lunch with him before, and he will ask for your pickle, and it's like
he's asking.
I know, but then am I an a-hole for saying no? I like pickles
not
too.
at all. Not at all.
Just
Because-
ask them for 2.
No.
Yeah.
It's because a lot of people, some people don't like them.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's going to go to waste. I'll take it.
You can always
And
have my pickle.
I'm not okay. Thank you.
yeah.
I'm not insisting.
You can never.
And I'm never offended.
Yeah, you don't
I'm
want
disappointed, not in you. I'm disappointed because I'm not getting an extra pickle.
You don't want it to go to waste, though.
Yeah.
there's a level where there's a time limit where it sits there, and you're like, all right, it hasn't been touched yet.
Yeah,
It's fair game.
Marissa, if the plate has
agree.
just been put down, if you're winding down the meal and Casey's ordered coffee and the pickle's still on the table, I think it's fair to say,
There is hope for you guys to change. Matt was just like you guys years and years ago. Growing up on the road, he was very protective of his food. You ate exactly what you ordered. You didn't share with anybody else because you ordered for yourself. And we broke him. We cracked him.
Mentally.
I think as a group, because there's another friend of his that has made his way into our group too, and we cracked him too.
Okay.
So there's a chance.
It's like a North Korean prison.
Come over to my side, guys. It's really fun.
Well, according to Open Table, the people are backing off of the shared plates thing, but you guys carry the torch, Marissa. Some people are also looking for more than a good meal when they dine out, with experiential dining up 46% from last year. That is fun. When you get a theme or something.
I like to feel good in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Well, then let me ask, Marissa, did you go to medieval times last week?
Oh, yeah.
That's experiential, right?
That's fun. Yeah. I meant to ask you about that as well.
It was a blast.
Right? Right?
Yes. It was on a list for the longest time. Every time I'd go up to MetLife Stadium, I'd drive by and I was like, I really want to go there. We rented a bus. We all got dressed up. The food, I would say, was nothing to write home about.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's nothing great.
It was fine.
It's more about the experience.
And it's appropriate
the experience.
to medieval food, correct?
Yeah, like medieval Pepsi.
Yes.
But, you get the stein full of beer, and it's a good time, man.
Yep. Also, just a hot tip for anybody ever going to medieval times. Immediately, as soon as you walk in, get in the drink line.
Yep.
Because the servers do not really come around to serve drinks.
Right, right. All right, so people love that. They love experiences like medieval times. And also, restaurants are ready to give folks what they want. They're offering 34% more pop-ups, collaborations, and chef's tables than before.
Oh, I like that.
Yep. And the most... this year's most buzzed about ingredients. This was an analysis of more than 2 million diners. So ingredients and dishes include these are the buzzed ones. Matcha was up 88%.
Okay.
Hand rolls up 78%. I'm not sure what hand
Sushi.
rolls are. Is that what it is?
They're rolled by hand.
Okay, so but is it outside of sushi? I mean, they could just say sushi.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so.
Seaweed is up 66%, and spicy rigatoni.
You don't like seaweed, Case?
Is up 56.
I love a seaweed salad.
Yeah,
It's
it is
really
good.
damn good. Yeah.
All right.
The rigatoni's the only one hit my thing. I'll tell you what I want to see personally. I want to see more restaurants where your food is delivered by toy trains.
Oh,
I love that. Yeah, I do.
All right, so we have our first clip to play. I don't have the list of clips.
I don't either.
Marissa, do we have them over yet?
So everyone can play.
Yeah. All right, we got a clip here, and then we'll get you that list.
All right, thank you. So here's our first clip, food or drink related. Let's see if you know what it is.
Where you been? You been to Italy? You had amaretto? I had amaretto, and this is a gin. Well, gin. Give me that. Is there a tequila there? A little Mexican trip. There you go.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. And while you are calling in, we'll get our next story. All right, so this sounds fun. You guys like King's Hawaiian bread?
Oh, my God.
Oh, yes.
I love it.
In fact, they make pretzel nugget versions of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So King's Hawaiian is leaning on all the way in on holiday cheer with a Bing Crosby-inspired gingerbread house kit made entirely from its famous sweet rolls.
Okay.
The timing is perfect since both the rolls and Crosby's mele kale. How do you say it?
Mele-kaliki-maka?
That's it. Mele Kalikimaka. Turned 75 this year, and the kit even includes island-themed decorations plus a mini record with a QR code linking to the classic song. Unlike typical gingerbread houses that sit around and get stale, this one is meant to be torn apart and eaten. And it's all part of the holiday campaign that includes the new recording from Iam Tongi, making the whole thing a fun mashup of Hawaiian-born traditions.
So we're looking at it. It has icing on it, and I wonder how icing will pair. I mean, what they do have a sweet element to them. I wonder how the icing will pair.
Man, when we were on, not Oahu, not Maui, we were at Kauai, and we went to this dessert place as an ice cream place, and they had a dessert where they take an entire loaf of the Hawaiian King bread, they hollow it out, and then they filled it up with ice cream, and they toast it first. Dude,
Where is this?
it was on it was on Kauai.
Cool. Okay.
And
So I can't get there right now.
not right now.
Damn
and,
it.
And I don't remember what else it had. It made, like chocolate sauce and whipped cream and bananas and things like that. And it was c'est magnifique.
I just saw on Instagram that down in Epcot, they do like a deep fried type of King's Hawaiian thing with icing all over. Yeah.
What do
I
they
know.
put on it?
Really?
Oh, there's also some recipes for King's Hawaiian toasted French toast.
Shut up.
Which seems like a pretty damn good idea.
I love that.
All right.
Okay.
By the way, the pretzels, the nuggets are really
They're
good.
good, man.
Really, really good. And
King's Hawaiian nugget? Pretzel?
yeah.
What the?
Pretzel nuggets.
Acme.
Okay.
Acme.
All right. Well, anyhow, they have this gingerbread house that you can check out. All right, let's go to the phones and see if somebody can get an answer and tell us what, if they can give us an answer and tell us what movie this is from.
Where you been? You been to Italy? You had amaretto? I had amaretto, and this is a gin. Well, gin. Give me that. Is there a tequila there? A little Mexican trip. There you go.
All right, let's go to
I love that.
Warren and see if we can get that answer. Hi, Warren. Good morning. Wow. Nice one for both of you. Warren, what movie is it?
That would be Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah. Planes, trains, and automobiles. You got it, buddy. Hang on. We're going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Hungry and in a hurry. Got to try Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery Pickup. Gets you fresh groceries 30 minutes or less, fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods and local flavors. So congratulations, buddy.
By the way, the quintessential Thanksgiving meal movie.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. All right, here's our next clip. Let's see if you know what it's from.
Before going on, they'd have themselves a low-cal breakfast. A screwdriver for Frank, Bloody Mary for his partner.
Oh, Vincent drank sea breezes.
All right, 610-660-9333. We're on a booze trip this morning, sort of. Marissa's got some interesting ones today. All right, let's get another story. So we just had the Michelin Star event the other night. Tickets are on sale now for the James Beard Foundation Taste America Culinary Series event in Philadelphia. It will be Wednesday, March 28th. Now, tickets already went on sale, and they go fast, so I don't know how many are left or what's going on, but this is and Marissa can tell you, this is a big event. It's a one-night only culinary celebration with walk-around tasting. They've got a lineup of the city's most esteemed chefs at the Grand Bell at the Bellevue in partnership with Chess Cafe. The premier ticket is $250. General admission is $200. It's not
pricey.
Not cheap, but it is definitely a big event, and all the best are going to be there. And you can go to jamesbeard.org/event/taste-America-Philadelphia. Just go to the jamesbeard.org website.
You'll find it. Is it pet friendly, Preston?
Should find information about that. It doesn't say here, but Steve, you can ask those questions on the website probably.
Can I bring my newfie?
It sold out quickly for this year's, the 2025 experience. There were over 500 attendees, so they are encouraging you to get your tickets as soon as possible.
Whenever you've gone to something like on this level, and I don't go to many, but when you go to a culinary event where there's all these top chefs around, like it happened with the Phil Abundance event, you peter out quickly.
I don't pace myself well.
I don't.
Because I go in really hungry.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I want to eat now.
Yeah.
And I start eating and before I've worked the room.
Same.
And then you're like, oh, man, I meant to get to that, and I didn't get to that. Marissa, do you want to jump in?
Oh, no, I was going to say they're great because you can talk to the chefs.
Yes.
Like these chefs
Yeah,
who
you
are
meet
winning
'em.
these awards.
Don't talk to me.
Yeah, you might maybe get to see them in the restaurant, but when you go to an event like this, they're face to face with these guys.
So it will be hosted by James Beard Awards semifinalist Yun Fuentes of Bolo. Our buddy Nick Elmy will be there amongst everybody. There's so many great names that will be there. So the event is Wednesday, March 18th. The premiere hour is from 6 to 7. The GA is from 7 to 9. And like I said, it's the Grand Bell at the Bellevue in partner with Chess Cafe.
I just think about being at let's say a gala, and I've never been to one of these events, but I can only sort of draw the parallels of if I'm at a wedding or some gala where you have a cocktail reception first, right?
Yeah.
And the person comes around with the hors d'oeuvres. I'm like,
I always take the first one I see. I'm like, yes, that's what I want. You
Oh,
know?
my God, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I'm like, and then when I see another one, I'm like, wow, I wasted stomach space with the pigs in a blanket when they had these like,
well, if it's pigs in a blanket out of the gate, I'm all in.
So, like at Connor's wedding that I went to recently, and he had a great event and a wonderful. It was the same group that did Kathy's wedding, so the food was out of this world. And as far as the cocktail hour spread went. And so first I see somebody walking around with a tray and I'm like, yep, give me one of those. And then I start seeking them out. Then I start trying to track those people down. Every now and then they're elusive. Like they're walking, they're coming right towards me. And then they turn a left and you're like, dude,
where the hell were you?
All right.
I'm over here.
Where the hell were you?
Have you ever parked yourself right outside the door where they come in and out waiting for you? Well, sometimes you gotta.
I like that strategy.
Yeah, especially if it's like a tuna tartare that you're really seeking. Yeah.
Put them in a headlock.
Okay, Nick, I'm going to use that strategy.
Yeah.
Trip them.
Had not considered that. All right, let's see if we can get a winner. What clip is this? What movie is the clip from?
Before going on, they'd have themselves a low-cal breakfast. A screwdriver for Frank, Bloody Mary for his partner.
No, Vincent drank sea breezes.
All right, we'll go to Jimmy, of course. Hi, Jimmy. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
All right, Jimmy. Do you know what movie that is from?
Scent of a Woman.
That's right, Jimmy.
Jimmy!
All right, hang on, bud. Got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Congratulations to you. And we'll give away another one if you can tell us what movie this particular clip is from. Here we go.
I hope you changed the water in that bong from last night.
The water, as you call it, is a special mixture of amaretto and brandy blended for just the exact chemical interaction with the last of our precious Thai stick.
All right. 610-660-9333. Did you guys ever, those of you who have done bongs, did you ever put any liquid besides water in there?
Mint.
Yeah, we used to put scope in there.
Yeah.
Really? And scope would do what?
Menthol, but make it taste minty.
I see. Wow.
Yeah, so the smoke goes through the water, kind of filters it a little bit, and if you put something flavored in there, you will taste it in your mouth. And we used to do scope in there.
Yeah, try it this weekend.
Yeah, why not? Take that up for a spin. Yeah. All right, we have another story. Order up. Hang on, Casey, I'm such a dingus. It's this. Time for the fast food roundup on a Connoisseur. And we'll start with disappointing news. Wendy's plans to close hundreds of U.S. restaurants over the next few months in an effort to boost the profit. I'm a fan of Wendy's. I don't go often because I don't have one. Fast food is a convenience thing for me. If it's nearby, if it's when I'm hungry, that's when I go. I don't seek out fast food restaurants. So I don't have a Wendy's near me, so I don't go often, but I love their burgers.
I'm surprised to hear this, and maybe this was just a byproduct of the COVID years. But the Wendy's near me and the ones that I would see were always packed.
Yeah, so the chain said during a conference call with investors last Friday that it planned to begin closing restaurants in the fourth quarter of this year. And the company said it's expected a mid-single-digit percentage of its U.S. stores to be affected, but it didn't give any more details. I heard in the neighborhood of like 300 some odd restaurants might be closed. Wendy's ended its third quarter with 6,011 restaurants in the U.S. If 5% of those locations were impacted, it would mean 300 stores closing. The new round of closures comes on top of the closures of 240 Wendy's locations in 2024. At the time, Wendy said that many of the 55-year-old chain restaurants are simply out of date. Ken Cook, who's the interim CEO, said the company believes closing locations that are underperforming, whether it's from a financial or customer service perspective, will help improve traffic and profitability at its remaining restaurants.
Probably true.
Cook became Wendy's CEO in July after the company's previous CEO, Kirk Tanner, left to become the president of the Hershey Corporation.
Yeah, for the first years, I mean, out of the gate, I was a fan of the Wendy's burgers, but for the longest time, I went for their salads. They had really good salads and breadsticks.
I always get the chicken sandwich. I haven't had a Wendy's burger in a long time. I get the spicy chicken sandwich.
Wendy's was the first of the fast food chains to offer a grilled chicken sandwich, which was great because everything had been fried up until then. And I was a fan of that when that debuted. But
I'd always do the breaded chicken.
You do the breaded? Okay.
They got the Super Bar, too.
That used to be great.
Yeah, and their garlic bread was just buns that were toasted with garlic butter. It was fantastic.
They had
Loved
pasta.
They did, pasta
chili.
and salad, chili. It was so damn good.
And it was
really good.
And it was all you can eat.
Yeah.
And it was cheap. I would go. That's when I was, beginning in my radio career. Me and Rick Idle, Todd Newton, we would go eat there all the time together.
Saw this guy entered a chili contest. His wife is like, she loves her, making her chili, and so she was entering this chili contest. So he, unbeknownst to her, went to Wendy's and bought like buckets of chili and then presented it as his own against hers.
That's hilarious.
And he beat her.
Yeah. Cook said in some cases, Wendy's will make improvements to struggling stores, including adding technology or equipment. In other cases, it will transfer ownership to a different operator or close the restaurant
Just don't
altogether.
Get rid of the design. I like that sort of solarium thing they got in the front.
Yeah. So the McDonald's is kicking off December with a holiday collab that feels straight out of Whoville. The Grinch meal is coming to U.S. menus for the very first time. The bundle includes your choice of a Big Mac or 10-piece McNugget, a drink, and the long-awaited American debut of what they call McShaker fries. This time coated in dill pickle Grinch salt.
Okay.
So I'm all over this. Fans will also score a bonus pair of festive Grinch-themed socks, making the whole thing feel like a fast food stocking stuffer. And it's a limited time treat starting December 2nd. And it might be the most fun cheer testicle holiday launch that McDonald's has pulled off yet. So
Cheer
that is on the
testicle?
way.
Yeah, sure, testicle.
Sheer testicle. No.
You'll believe
Cheer.
you're going down on the Grinch.
Testicle.
Oh, tasticle.
Tasticle.
I really heard cheer testicle.
I probably said it.
What a wonderful promotion.
Yeah.
Go Balls.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you have any of those Grinch testicles?
I was bummed to see this. I don't think it's going to affect our area, though, but a major restaurant chain with over 30 locations across the states has filed for bankruptcy, blaming skyrocketing food and labor costs for its financial woes. M&M Custard LLC, one of the largest franchise operators of Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers, has locations across 6 states and had announced ambitious plans to expand throughout Chicago just 3 years ago. However, since then, the company has been forced to file for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, listing its $5.52 million in assets, dwarfed by its $27.7 million in liabilities.
Yeah, I have a Freddy's around the corner from my house.
How is it?
It's great.
I hear the great things about him, and I've never been to one.
And it's always packed. Whenever I go by. My only complaint, they do the shoestring fries and they taste good. They're just not as fun to eat.
I do love me a shoestring fry. I love them. Yeah.
And they have that fry sauce, too.
Yeah, fry sauce is really, really good, but the steak burger is really good.
And the custard, if the shakes, Casey, you had those?
Yeah, well, I've gotten a concrete, and then they have Con, and then they also have like custard sandwiches that are.
I'll have a Con and a Grinch nutsack, please.
It is you can either get like a Nutter Butter Con sandwich or an Oreo Con sandwich.
Okay.
Con.
So, fears that the chain could lose its stores in Missouri, Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, and Kansas intensified after the filing. However, the company is reportedly working to keep all its stores open. Court documents indicate the company is seeking permission to keep its current banking arrangements and to take measures to manage its stagnating cash flow. Since M&M is a franchise operator, the dire financial situation relates only to its stores, not the larger Freddy's Frozen Custard and Steak Burgers brand as of now. So we'll see about that. But Freddy's is great, man.
I tell you what, when you watch that History Channel of the people who fed America, you get an incredible appreciation. We know that restaurants operate at a thin margin to begin with. But to get anything like this to succeed, to take hold, to be able to be franchised is a Herculean chore. So, when you hear stuff like this closing down, it's sad.
All right, and then one last fast food story. Taco Bell's new fan-style menu is based on customer creations. It's for a limited time, and they are rolling this out, the menu, letting diners turn their go-to hacks into official orders.
I put sod in it.
After sorting through 40,000 submissions, the chain picked 3 standout creations. There is a guac and fries packed California crunch wrap, a veggie-loaded burrito bliss, and a zesty cantina craze taco. They're all available exclusively through the app and at in-store kiosks. The whole idea builds on Taco Bell's push to make menu customization social and rewardable, so you can try other people's genius inventions or you can share your own. and it's your usual order. If it's your usual order starting to feel stale, you may want to try this to shake it up a little bit.
I ask you, tacos are sublime, are they not?
I love them.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yep, absolutely.
I love them so much.
I love them. I love you.
All right, let's see if somebody knows what this is from.
I hope you changed the water in that bong from last night.
The water, as you call it, is a special mixture of amaretto and brandy blended for just the exact chemical interaction with the last of our precious tie stick.
All right, we are going to Pete to see if we can get an answer. Hi, Pete. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
We'll allow it. All right, buddy. Name that movie.
The Ice Storm.
The Ice Storm. Yep. Correct.
I don't know that movie.
Ang Lee?
Yeah, and it starred, she played Wednesday Addams back in the day.
Oh,
Come on now.
I'm drawing.
Tabitha. No.
Hang on.
Tabitha
Christina's got it.
Christina Ricci?
Christina
Yeah.
Ricci,
Oh, sorry.
Elijah Wood, Kevin
Yes.
Kline, Sigourney Weaver.
Nice.
Yeah.
One of Marissa's favorite movies.
I love that movie.
It's a weird movie.
It's
It is.
really messed up.
Yeah. All right, we have another clip to play, and let's see if you know what this is from. Here we go.
Now, where is Peter? He better have remembered that cranberry sauce.
All right, 610-660-9333. Call if you know the answer. Order up. So to improve customer experience, Panera Bread has said that it was introducing better ingredients and new drink options to its menu. This, along with plans to hire more staff and upgrade its self-serve kiosks, is part of a strategic effort to reach its $7 billion sales target by 2028.
So I have not been secretive about my perceptions concerning Panera over the years. I think, Casey, you're aligned with me. I believe they've got their mojo back.
Well, they're still trying to improve it. They don't think they're in the right spot yet. So Panera, which was once a leader in the American fast food casual dining sector, has fallen behind its two biggest rivals, Chipotle Mexican Grill and Panda Express, after sales dropped by 5% last year. Its decision to refresh its menu, ingredients, and customer experience seems to be an attempt to not only reach its ambitious target, but also to claw back market share. So on Tuesday, Panera Bread CEO Paul Carbone introduced a new plan to help the business reverse downward sales and reach its $7 billion sales target. The strategy, called Panera Rise, is built on 4 pillars that include refreshing the menu, igniting value, serving guests with excellence, and expanding its network. So you want to hear some of the things they're going to do?
I want to hear this, and then I'm going to add my own pillar.
They are going to restore romaine lettuce as the base for its salads, removing iceberg lettuce entirely.
Smart move.
Salads will now also contain 8 ingredients instead of 5.
Smart move.
Add sliced cherry tomatoes to salads. I know you hate cherry tomatoes, Casey.
Yeah, horrible move.
As opposed to adding whole ones, which were originally introduced to save money. They will also offer new drinks, including Frescas and energy refreshers, which have lower caffeine levels than the highly caffeinated charged lemonade that previously sold. And you remember there was somebody who died from drinking too much of that.
Yeah.
And they plan on increasing staff and upgrade self-ordering kiosks as well.
So my 5th pillar is to actually, and you may fall out of your seat when I say this, reduce the menu.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there are too many menu items.
Did they suffer from Cheesecake Factory?
I think so.
Yeah,
I mean, because, and just keep working on what they do the best, but just reduce it a little bit.
I know costs are up for everybody all over the place, but I went to Panera this week, the one down on City Avenue, and I was surprised at how expensive it was. You can spend that amount of money at a fast casual restaurant and get as good of a meal. And I like Panera a lot. I agree with all of your assessments about the food, but I was surprised at the cost.
Well, for me, I did what I usually do, rolled up in the Bentley, and the chauffeur got out and picked up the stuff. Yeah.
You sent him in with all your hundreds.
Here's a hundo.
I know exactly what you're saying. Restaurant prices are going crazy right now.
I get it.
Like the girls of the 80s.
That was Girls Gone Wild.
Oh,
that was 90s,
that was
wasn't it?
90s
Yeah,
and
90s.
the aughts, really.
All right, so anyhow.
Yeah.
So they're working on some improvements. We'll see if we see them as we move into Q1 of 2026. All right, we're looking for somebody who knows what movie this is from.
Now, where is Peter? He better have remembered that cranberry sauce.
All right, we will go to Stephanie to see if we can get the answer. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Stephanie, what movie is that from, please?
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. absolutely correct. So hang on the line. Stephanie, we are going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card. So congratulations to you. All right, we have another clip to play, and then I think we welcome our guests.
We need to.
All right, so this is our final food clip, food or drink. It's mainly been drink that we've been doing here, except for the cranberry sauce. But it is sauce. You can drink it. All right, anyway, here we go. Here's the clip.
Russell, you get right over here and take an eggnog break. And look who's home for the holidays.
Wow. All right. 610-660-9333 is the number. And now, next story. We have a special guest joining us in the studio this morning and getting you ready for the holidays of fine wine and good spirits. We would like to welcome Mr. Russ Johnson.
How's everybody doing today?
Good. Russ, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you guys for having me back. Good to be back on.
Good to see you, sir. You were a wealth of knowledge last year, so we love having you back around this time of year.
It appears you've ironed your apron.
I have.
We appreciate it.
Brand new, fresh out of the box.
And
good.
Crispy. And listen, we're talking since Marissa played all these clips that had to do with liquid. We're going to talk about alcoholic purchases for your holidays this year.
You bet.
Is this for the feast or for gifts or a little bit of both? What are you thinking?
We're kind of thinking both. I sort of tailored the preferences around pairing for the Thanksgiving meal today, but
Perfect.
I mean, all of these would be great for a gift as well. Definitely.
Okay, so when pairing for the Thanksgiving meal, let's say you're hosting.
Yeah.
You need to have a variety of wines.
Absolutely.
Which everybody's palate is not exactly the same.
Yeah.
And I know in the past it's been the old rule was very specific about reds and whites and what they go with as a base dish.
Mm-hmm.
Say fish, you would have a wine, and so and it may be chicken with a white wine.
Yeah.
And then red meat was with red wine. But that stuff has kind of changed now. You can move around.
Yeah, I think there's a variety of things you can do in terms of food pairing. And overall on Thanksgiving, you have so many dishes on the table that I think you want to focus on wines and spirits as well that kind of go with a variety of things. And you were mentioning hosting.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that starts off nice if you're hosting is to begin with some bubbles, some sparkling wine. One thing I featured today is the Monmouth Cremant de Loire. What I want to mention is everybody out there seems to be a Prosecco drinker right now.
Okay.
I want you to start focusing on Cremant. And Cremant is a category of French sparkling wine made on the exact same method as champagne. But instead of spending $75, $100, $200, this is $19.99, and I have some that are even less expensive.
So you're saying sort of get the evening started with this.
Oh, absolutely, or even the afternoon.
Oh, the afternoon, or early morning with cereal.
Absolutely, 9 a.m. Why not?
There's no way to say this next sentence without sounding pretentious, so I'm going to say it anyway. I studied wine in the Loire Valley in France when I was in college, and I was an independent study, and I got an A in that class because I loved, and so I learned about Cremant, and one of the reasons why I love it is exactly what you described. It's not nearly as expensive as champagne. It's just as delicious. Can you give like a little bit of a history of where this came from? Like what the Loire Valley is like?
This is Loire Valley. Loire Valley is in the western side of France. It goes right up along the Atlantic Ocean. And basically, it's an area that's very famous for white wine, especially Sauvignon Blanc, but also Cabernet Franc for the red wine.
I love the history of these places.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
And I love the idea of starting with a little bit of bubbly. You don't have to have much. It just kind of gets things started, kind of,
It's an impressive way to begin. It makes you look like you know what you're doing if you're hosting. So it's
and
a good way
everyone
to
go,
start.
this is interesting. This is unique. Can you bring that if you're heading? Would that be a nice gift to bring if you've been invited?
I would say so,
All
especially if it's a special occasion coming up. People could use it for Christmas down the road. So you can hang on to this. It's not going bad anytime soon. It's a great gift.
All right.
All right, Russ, let's progress through the meal. I like this. I like where we start and where we go. What's
Absolutely.
next?
So Sancerre, speaking of Loire Valley, this is probably Loire Valley's most famous wine. In France, we label by region, not by grape. So what you're drinking here is Sauvignon Blanc. Sancerre is very textured. It's very, very silky, what we call mineral-driven, a really delicate, beautiful wine. It's not very punchy. So when I was talking about how you have so many different things on the table, this is a wine that literally will go with everything. There's nothing it's going to clash with. Again, very delicate, mineral-driven. We're thinking lime zest, honeydew melon, but it pairs with anything from appetizers to the main course.
So you're having a classic Thanksgiving meal. You're having a turkey dinner, and you're having all the conventional, trimmings and all that stuff. So, this is a fine accompaniment to any of that?
Oh, sure. If you want to roll with white wine all the way through your meal, Sancerre is what I would choose because it won't clash with anything and it doesn't get boring. It has a lot of complexity.
All right. Up next.
All right. So we got the Beaujolais Nouveau. Everybody kind of knows about this. Beaujolais Nouveau, Long story short, they say it's the first wine harvested in France every year. It comes from Beaujolais, the region right underneath Burgundy. It's made from a grape called Gamay. So this bottle of wine was essentially grapes about 4 to 6 weeks ago. That's how quickly they get it.
Wow. What do they put it in a wood chipper?
They make it as quickly as they possibly can. They export it as quickly as they possibly can. And
is freshness an aspect of the taste?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
It's kind of tart when you speak of fresh. It kind of has that like tart raspberry sort of flavor.
I see.
And overall, I like to serve it chilled. So a lot of people, we just released it yesterday. Yesterday was Beaujolais Nouveau Day. We were doing a free tasting. We were selling 3-4 cases by the time I left yesterday. So
because
it's
there's
really popular.
Because there's a quick turnaround, it's usually a less expensive wine too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, this is only $15.99.
Yeah.
And if you want a free upgrade, speaking of our chairman's selection, our bulk buy program, you can get what we call Cru Beaujolais. Long story short here, there's 10 crus that make the highest end Beaujolais. You don't have to spend more. This is on our chairman's right around $15, but Morgon is my personal favorite Beaujolais region.
So with the other Beaujolais, would you ask a question like, was October 27th a good day? Instead of the year, right?
You might have to ask yourself that. I mean, these grapes are barely ripe by the time they make it.
Yeah.
You won't notice much of a difference year to year, believe me.
I want to get a T-shirt that says Beaujolais is fun to say.
Yes.
Yeah. Makes you sound fancy.
You like it.
I like that.
Absolutely.
All right, and after the Beaujolais, so we have a couple of choices there.
In my opinion, if you like that lighter red style, but you want more complexity, just upgrade to Pinot Noir. And Pinot Noir is so great because it has, speaking of another great term, it has these autumnal flavors, kind of like earthy, mushroom, savory, leathery, spicy. So when you have those kind of spicy flavors on the Thanksgiving table, this is going to go great. And that lighter body means it won't clash with turkey because we're not eating super heavy food on Thanksgiving all the time. So Pinot has the delicacy to match up to everything you're going to be serving.
I don't know. We're eating pretty heavy food at my house.
Oh, you can go for it. I mean, you can
Okay.
still fire this up with some heavy food if you want to.
Okay.
If you need something heavier, just switch to a Bordeaux blend. Why not?
Bordeaux blend.
Absolutely.
All right, very good.
Easy enough.
And then what do we have next?
So you want to be finishing up with some dessert. And
Yes.
a lot of times in Thanksgiving, we're doing these kind of spicy desserts as well, like I was just saying. So it's pumpkin pie. You know, it's these flavors of nutmeg and cardamom, things like that. Gewürztraminer. Gewürztraminer often has sweetness. It's very, very traditional on Thanksgiving. And overall, it kind of has those spicy flavors. Gewürz, in fact, in German means spicy. So the name is right in the name of the wine. And I think when you're eating apple pie, pumpkin pie, something like that, it's a perfect pairing.
So do you want, and I'm an idiot when it comes to wine, okay? So you want spice to match with spice?
I kind of think so.
Okay.
Yeah. Food pairing to me
Sporty
is,
or scary?
not Spice Girls.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Different.
It's all about matching intensity as well as flavor. So, you know, like I said, a lot of the Thanksgiving foods, they might put you to sleep, but it's not the heaviest thing. A lot of people are not eating steak or something like that. It's turkey. So I go with these medium or light-bodied wines because they won't overpower what's on the table. So it's not just flavor. It's about matching the intensity of the food to the intensity of the wine.
So say we were having a customary Italian feast.
Sure.
Would this progression work with that as well, or would we have significant modification? This would work as well?
That would work great. Even
Okay.
if you're doing 7 fishes, you could go with that Sancerre. That would be perfect. But with Italian food, especially red sauce, red gravy, we're kind of thinking that high acidity from the tomato. These are going to be high acid white and red wines, so it matches perfect.
Okay, before we move on, Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Is there somebody like you at every store? If I have questions and I want to say, look, I've got some people coming. I want to do the right thing.
Yeah.
I'm having this for my dinner. Can you help me out?
Absolutely. If you go to the premium collection stores, we have a ton around Philadelphia, for example. All of them have at least one wine specialist like myself. You can just ask for them. You can look for the green apron. We wear that so you can pick us out when you're in the store.
Oh, okay.
Happy to help you guys out. If you need more help, go to fwgs.com 24/7. You can order free shipping over $100. We have expert advice on there as well.
Nice.
I think this will take your game up a notch.
Absolutely.
I think it does.
And you don't have to know everything. There are people that are here to help you.
Well, you can enhance the experience for people that you're bringing the wine to. A quick question, if I may. I
Yeah.
do not drink, but I will occasionally rock something just to be part of the collective, and I require sweet.
Yeah.
So is there something that would be good throughout a Thanksgiving experience I've never been drunk in my life, and I go to church every. No. Could you recommend something?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think what you might want to try is an Aperol Spritz. They're very, very popular right now. It's going to be lighter in alcohol. You could use your sparkling wine. They're often made with Prosecco, but I tell people upgrade to Cremant. It's just going to taste better. And Aperol has a natural sweetness. So since you're someone who doesn't drink a lot, the low alcohol works for you, and the sweetness of the Aperol means it'll match your flavor
Aperol
profile.
Spritz, you're saying?
Aperol Spritz. That's what I would try.
All right, so speaking of not drinking, I'm being told that there is non-alcoholic wine, not grape juice, but non-alcoholic wine.
Absolutely. The non-alcohol category is exploding right now, whether it's cocktails, whether it's wine. We carry a number of each. So if you're not a drinker, but you want to kind of participate at the dinner table, we have a variety of selections with no alcohol. We also carry low alcohol. So if you want to be somewhere in the middle, low alcohol, low category, maybe you're day drinking on Thanksgiving, that's going to help out a little bit. That way it's a little bit safer, a little bit more responsible.
That's brilliant.
Absolutely.
I
think
love
so.
that because, I mean, listen, I'm all for day drinking, but I'm at a point in my life that when I start it, my day ends very early. So a little lighter alcohol might be the ticket.
I think that makes sense.
Okay.
Everybody's got personal preference when it comes to their wines, but for me personally, like when I learn a little bit of something about where the bottle came from and some of the history of the vineyard or whatever, it just makes me appreciate it that much more. And so I love the fact that the last one's from Alsace, which is this region of France in between France and Germany. It went back and forth in territory a million times, which is why it has a German name.
Absolutely.
So when you learn a little bit of history of the place, it just, anyway, for my personal taste, I'm like, I kind of like this a little bit more. Or at least I appreciate where it's coming from.
Absolutely. And speaking of history, a lot of the premium collection stores where the wine specialists are, we do free tastings at least once a week. We actually do 2 a week at my location, 20th and Callow Hill, right across from the Art Museum. I'm actually doing a tasting tonight from 4 to 6 p.m. 4 different wines for free. I do different ones Friday and Saturday. So if you want to taste, if you want to talk about that history, I'll be there pouring up for 2 hours.
Awesome. All right, let's turn the octane up a little bit because I've been eyeballing this box you've got in front
I had
of you
a
there.
feeling. So, Preston, I remember from last time that you are a whiskey guy. And the question is, how much of a whiskey guy are you? Because I brought the Whistle Pig Boss Hog 11.
Man.
This is extremely, extremely hard to get, but we have it at Fine Wine and Good Spirits.
That box alone is super cool. It has like a hidden compartment.
I think I could sell the box alone for $100 if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But this is a single barrel, 100% straight rye. Only one barrel of this made every single year. This year they tried something different. They started off in American cask, but they finished it in Indian Tandai barrels. And Tandai is an Indian beverage made from milk, nuts, and seeds. So it kind of imparts like that spicy kind of nutmeg and baking spice character to the finish.
Oh, I can already taste it.
Well, this is currently on sale.
Like Seidel and Kong Kong.
Oh, yeah. Very limited quantity. This is $5.99.99 right now. So that's why I say, how much do you love whiskey?
Repeat that again?
$5.99.99.
So
$600.
Yes, indeed.
So let me ask you.
I don't love it that much.
Well, Mr. $50 cocktail. Accidentally.
No, I think the most I've spent on a bottle of whiskey has been like in the 300 range.
Totally.
And I've gotten it from Fine Wine and Spirits. You guys have that case of the really good stuff.
Yep.
And I've gotten some, like from Jefferson's and a few others at, or was it? I'm trying to remember. Anyhow, yes, I'm a fan.
Absolutely.
But that's steep, but there are plenty of people.
Let me ask you.
purchase
So
at
let me
that
ask
level.
you this, Russ.
Yeah.
You're getting together with your friends who all are fans. Why don't you pool your resources and get a bottle for the collective?
Absolutely. Let's crowdfund this thing. Everybody throw in a few bucks. Maybe order a pizza, keep it cheap there, and just hang out. But I mean, get your buddies together. I do that with expensive wines sometimes. It just makes it much more accessible.
And listen, you didn't have to do this, Russ. I appreciate that. Thank you so
What a
much.
gift.
Nice. For
What a
bringing that
gift.
wine, dropping it off for me. I just, wow.
What a way to get the morning started.
Wow. No, you guys are great. You're wonderful. We appreciate the information. There's a lot to get, and you can, like Russ was saying, ask the experts while you're there. They will walk you through the whole thing.
And doesn't this feel holiday-ish when this happens? This whole thing and learning about this. It's. But you're right in that moment.
And by the way, Russ's store is across the street from Manna. I just found out.
Yeah, we're very, very close by, right there. If you guys are familiar with the Target at 20th and Callow Hill, right across the street, right behind the Barnes Museum.
I sleep in their parking lot.
It's a great location.
We're going to have Sue Daugherty from Manna, who's the CEO, in our studio next, actually, to talk about a bunch of stuff.
Very good.
That's great, man. Listen, thank you. We appreciate the education.
Thank you guys. Drink responsibly this holiday. Everybody have a great Thanksgiving. Thank you so much.
You got it. Let's hear it for Russ Johnson from By wine, and good spirits, and that will wrap up the Connoisseur
yet.
segment.
We gotta
Oh,
get
wait a
an
minute.
answer.
I'm sorry. We got to find out what this clip is from.
Russell, you get right over here and take an eggnog break. And look who's home for the holidays.
All right, we are going to go to Tony to see if we can get a correct answer. Hey, Tony. Morning, brother.
Morning. Sorry to bother you guys at work.
All good, man. Name that movie.
Home for the holidays.
Yes, sir. That's right. All right, hang on. Got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Thank you to Acme for sponsoring. All right, we went way long, so we got to wrap up the Connoisseur segment, but hopefully you got a thing or two out of this morning. We're going to take a quick break. Come back in just a moment. We'll get to the B-File, and like I said, the CEO of Manna is going to be here soon, so we'll come back with that and more. Stay with us.
Still chirping. I don't get it. So finally wake up when my alarm goes off, and I roll over. And now I hear the sound. It sounds like it's coming from the corner of my room. So I'm like, okay. I look at the carbon monoxide detector, and I'm thinking, don't even tell me it's been this all night long. And sure enough, that's exactly what it was. I unplug it, I take the battery out, and the chirping finally stopped.
It was the same thing Casey went through.
Yeah. Exactly the
And you just want to die.
I did.
Yeah.
You know, and now, like, my first day back to work after vacation, I'm exhausted.
Yep, exactly. All right, thanks, Susan. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's hearing that incessant. You know, nothing about smoke detectors have they made easy, simple. Like even changing the battery on some of them, trying to wedge that battery inside that little door that opens up on some of those things.
What? So here's the deal.
And then you put it in the wrong way. Is it working?
Mine takes 6 batteries, Preston.
6 batteries?
6 AA's. Each one of them takes 6 AA batteries. I didn't realize that every single battery has to be disconnected or it will continue to chirp. If you have one battery in there, it will continue to chirp.
Well, it also holds
I've
the
actually
charge.
replaced right. So, but once that's out, it shouldn't chirp anymore, right? So I took all the batteries out, and and I didn't realize that, and then I replaced the batteries, put it back up, only to leave it to chirp again.
Yeah.
Again. A blinking light, something that would just let you indicate that that's the one chirping would make all the difference in the world.
Why can't that happen?
One little stinking light.
So, Steve, what I was when I finally did read the directions from what I think, from what I read, after you take the battery out, you basically it's holding some of the charge from that battery, and you actually have to hit the test button to essentially bleed that battery energy
All right.
out.
Well, I've on the Nest ones that I have. Once all those batteries are out, it stops.
Yeah. Well, this is with a 9. I don't know if 9 volts are different than
No, these are
AA's or whatever.
six AA's.
And the other
mine
thing
takes
is,
9 volts.
Rodney was like, "Are the batteries still okay?" I said, "I don't know." He goes, "Well, did you do the tongue test?" I'm like, "I'm not doing that."
I don't like doing it.
I don't like doing it. I'm not going to do it.
Hang on.
Find a hooker.
I'm going to go to Phil. Hey, Phil, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Sorry to bug you at work.
No, what's up, man?
So, not so much smoke detector, but on that aha finally moment.
All right.
I was doing some work in my home. We were getting ready for newborn, doing the nursery, the whole thing. Messed some wiring up, and I somehow put my water heater on the light switch for the basement. So after we were working all night, covered in insulation, go to jump in the shower, no hot water. Run down to the basement, water heater's running. This went on for 3 days.
Wait a second. So every time you go, every time you go down the basement, you turn the light on, and the water heater would be working.
Water heater would.
Oh my God!
Oh, that's so funny. So every time you went down there to check it, it was running because you turned the light on to see.
Dude,
that's great.
National Lampoon's moment.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, Phil. How did you finally figure it out?
I got to the top of the steps and I heard it shut off when the light went off. Like I finally heard it poof out. I was so mad.
God.
But so happy at the same time.
Oh my God, that could have gone on forever.
Yes, it could have. You could have gotten a whole
the
new
light stayed
system.
on for 3 weeks.
That makes you
I
think.
didn't touch it again.
Yeah, it makes you think of a Christmas Vacation with the garage light.
So I have to ask, Phil, did you rewire it or do you just leave the light on all the time?
The light stayed on for almost 3 weeks before I got enough to just go down there and fix it.
Okay. Oh my God, that's great.
But it was finally fixed.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I saw
That's hilarious.
I saw on our screener info here that it said water heater, and I thought he was going to say they have those like overflow.
Yep.
indicators, little alarms. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes,
Case?
yeah.
No.
So if you have like a drip pan or something like that for your water heater, there's a little monitor you can put in there that detects moisture, and it'll go off and let you know.
Yep.
And I've had that going off, and I'm like, where's that effing sound coming from?
Where's
And
that
not knowing what it was.
sound coming from?
And we had like a leak under our sink.
Where's that sound coming from?
It wasn't the water heater; it was something else. And I couldn't figure it out. Of course, Rochelle knew
There's
exactly
nothing on here.
exactly what it was. But that drove me crazy. That was me walking around the house trying to figure out where the sound was. Let me go to Blair. Good morning, Blair.
Hey, Godzilla, friend.
Godzilla. What's up, Blair?
So I just have to say that I appreciate this conversation because when I was virtual teaching, all these kids would unmute themselves to do whatever in class, and their smoke alarms are going off in the back. And so I don't know where these heathens are in the world that think it's okay to just keep these going all the time, because I'm in agreement with you. I like twitch every time I hear one.
The frequency at which it and it's meant to do that, it runs down your spine.
Mm-hmm.
And I teach in a suburban area. I mean, I don't understand how these people that decided to live outside of like the city world can tolerate that type of sound. It's awful.
I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could sleep with that going on. Some people do. Well, you talked about the conundrum of doing the run through with the smoke alarms not waking up your kids.
Oh my God! The entire thing went off. It was the middle of the night. Scared the hell out of us. Thought the house was on fire. We never did figure out why it tripped off.
Right.
But all the alarms in the house, it's a hardwired system. All the alarms went off in the house. Not one of our kids woke up. Not one of them.
Wow.
Slept solidly through the whole thing.
How?
Excruciatingly loud. I have no idea. Me, on the other hand, and this is a completely different story, but I remember when I was a teenager, a cricket somehow or another got in my room.
Yeah.
In my bedroom, and it was, I couldn't find it anywhere. And just that little.
That's enough.
All night. Drove me crazy. I got up with a flashlight and turned all the lights on. I'm just ready to murder this thing.
What do you put out to lure a cricket out into the open?
Yeah, you're just screwed. So that was, I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's happening, Joe?
I could not call in. I'm a fireman in Philadelphia.
Ah.
And there's a couple things with the smoke detectors. Like, we changed the code in Philadelphia where no more batteries. They're disposable 10-year fire smoke detectors now.
Okay, so the whole unit, disposable.
Disposable. 10 years, boom, boom, you're done, you're out of here. And that's the law now in Philadelphia. And they won't tell you this, but the reason they changed that is because people, every Christmas, we'd get calls to put in smoke detectors.
Yeah.
And we go out there and find the smoke detectors don't have batteries in them.
Yeah. And you know what? And I would imagine, Joe, some of that was just either laziness or they forgot about it or couldn't figure out how to do it.
They needed the batteries for the toys.
Oh, they're taking the batteries. Oh my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, so we might burn down, but the doll will work right.
I remember one in particular. I just could not get that freaking rectangular 9-volt battery into that little son of a bitch. It drove me crazy.
You have to make the connection on top, and that won't fit in, that little rubbery thing with the two terminals on it.
Well, no, this one is, there's just this little slot that the battery
I know what you're talking about.
only slide in. There's only one angle that it goes in, and when it goes in, the door shuts perfectly, immediately.
So we have the Joe. We have in our home. I guess I don't know if this is Philadelphia code or whatever. So we have the Xfinity system, the smoke detectors, or and then we also have to have a second set of smoke detectors as well. I don't know if that's still the case. So we have two. One time, accidentally, I disconnected the Xfinity system, and that alarm is super loud. But is that the norm that sometimes you have to have the backup battery system as well, or has
the backup battery system is a bought system? A lot of apartment complexes have that,
right?
You know, and systems that you buy to monitor your home. But that's a problem for us too, because we go to an apartment and say somebody doesn't know how to cook, and they fill it. We call it a pot of meat. That's what it's called. Fill up the apartment with smoke, and now we're not supposed to reset your system. Everybody gets mad at us. We're not technicians. We're firefighters. There's no fire. Call your maintenance people to reset your alarm. They go crazy. So unofficially, sometimes we help them out if we can, but if you have a new system that we don't know what it is, we have to be hands off.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not supposed to do it in the first place.
So
we're people, and we try to help them out.
There's sage advice there, Joe, too. If you do have a system at home, know what you need to do to cancel the system, because sometimes you'll forget. You're supposed to know what that code is so you can punch it in so they don't dispatch firefighters if it's for no reason.
And Philly, we're coming anyway. Once that thing goes off, we're coming anyway. There's no turning around.
All right. That's a good piece of information as well.
Well, yeah, we do not. Don't worry. They'll just come check it out, and they're not going to give you a hard time. It happens to everybody.
All right. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it, man.
Well, I guess the silver lining here is that I have 7 new smoke detectors.
Yeah,
you're
good.
So we're good for at least another 10 years, hopefully.
Let me go to one more call, then we got to take a break. I'm going to go to Joan. Hey, Joan, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Joan?
Love your show. I have a smoke detector chirping, getting under your skin story where I took yoga. Someone had a studio hooked onto their house. And at the end of yoga, you do Shavasana, which is quiet.
It's like a little meditation. Yeah.
Yeah, it's meditation.
Yep.
So the whole meditation, I heard the chirping. And there was no relaxation, none.
Mm-mm.
So I let the instructor know, and she was like, yeah. So I go back to the studio the second time, same chirping during Shavasana. I had to stop going.
Dude, stop going.
How do you live? How do you conduct your life with that constant chirping going on?
It's constant.
And
It's like
every part of your job involves instructing people how to meditate.
Steve, you make it your mantra.
Yeah.
just tell yourself.
Hey, have a good day, guys.
All right, you too. All right, we'll see you, Joan. Thank you.
Yeah, it was like every 30 to 45 seconds. It was.
You just want to die.
Casey,
You want to get burned to death.
if you come with another one of these next week, we will write you your own theme song.
Oh, really?
For Casey's do-it-yourself adventures.
I gave up on something yesterday. I fixed closet doors yesterday, but I gave up on a whole other project yesterday, so we won't get into that.
What we can do is we could DIY.
Don't do it yourself.
I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know how.
DIY. All right. It should be don't do it yourself, yo.
Don't do it yourself, yeah.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and I'll make Casey feel all better because I got some bizarre file stories of people who've done much worse.
Yes.
And we'll be right back. Stay with us. A bit about this story with Simone Biles, the gymnast. She was on a flight. She's only 4 feet 8 inches tall, but she's very recognizable, obviously. She's a superstar. But some people might not know who she is. And because of her size, it can throw people off a tad bit. Even if if you've ever met somebody famous and realized how short they are in person, so they can throw you off a little bit. So apparently she was getting on the plane, and one of the attendants had asked her if she wanted a coloring book because they thought she was a child.
She's a little girl, yeah.
And I wanted to get calls from people who are either small in stature or look really young.
Yeah.
And before we get to the Friday song and the B-file and all that stuff, I had a real quick butt plug I wanted to do, a charity event coming up. And I got this email from Becky Shanley, who lives out in my area in Harleysville and has a son named Keaton who is 7 years old. He has Sanfilippo syndrome.
Wow.
Which is just a horrible thing for anybody to have in their lives. It's a very rare disease. I know Nick, your friend Carl, has had 2 sons.
2 sons, yeah.
Just a terrible, terrible thing. And there's no treatment or cure. And the path of progression is different for every child affected with the syndrome. But Keaton is 7 years old. And it's Becky who reached out and wanted me to make mention that there's a fundraiser. By the way, Keaton is nonverbal, but she says in the description here, makes his wants and needs known and is far from quiet. He's active. He loves to play, loves swings and slides on the playground. His laugh is still there. Usually makes everyone around him laugh. Within the last few weeks, though, she said, we found out that there is a drug trial that could not only halt progression, but may even turn back the clock, so to speak. I said, we've always assumed that Keaton would not be eligible for trials now, given how far he has progressed, but this looks promising, and we hope for what this drug could mean for kids like Keaton. They say it's huge. They said it's huge. So the ask is huge, too. It's $3.8 million that's needed.
Yeah.
They've already raised $2 million. So they're on the way, and most of the way. Now, time is of the essence because they've got to get the funds before the end of November. And here we are on the 21st. But they're saying that any donation, no matter how small, is going to help them reach the goal. So they're asking you to contribute. I sent Nick a link to this. He got emailed as well. And do we have that on PrestonandSteve.com?
I'm going to share it. And then also the thing about these rare diseases is that they don't get a ton of funding from because there's not a lot of payoff from pharmaceutical companies. So a lot of this fundraising has to be done on the side by these organizations. And as awful as San Filippo is, the support and the community around it is really, really strong. My friend Carl has been through this for a long time. And even if they're not able to save their own kids, the community is so dedicated to saving the next generation of kids who might get diagnosed with this incredibly rare disease. So I know how awful it all is, but I also see the silver lining in what the community can do for each other. And so I chatted with Kevin and Becky, and we're going to set him up with my friend Carl as well.
Excellent. So donate if you can. We'll have that on PrestonandSteve.com on the community page. All right, now let's make it Friday. Let's do the B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning is brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing Philly the best comics of today and tomorrow. And live every week. Tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com.
Shane Gillis showed up there last night.
Really?
Yes,
No
he
kidding.
did a pop-up surprise show.
There you go. Love it. All right, we're going to start with this story. A former now you saw this. This is a news story. This belongs in the bizarre file. A former congressional staffer has been charged for allegedly staging her own violent assault for which she paid someone $500 to slice dozens of cuts into her body. Did you guys see this?
I did. It's insane.
Crazy. Natalie Green, who once worked for GOP Representative Jeff Van Drew, according to his office, is now facing charges of conspiracy and making false statements to law enforcement. The Justice Department alleges that on the night of July 23rd, Green's co-conspirator, a woman who was not named in the criminal complaint, called 911 to report that she and Green were attacked by three men in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. The co-conspirator claimed that the attackers referred to Green by name and knew that she worked in Van Drew's office. The Justice Department does not mention Van Drew by name in the complaint, calling him federal official number one, but the congressman's office told CNN that Green was once employed at his office. When law enforcement officers responded to the scene along a trail in a nature preserve, they found Green in a wooded area, crying and screaming with her hands and feet bound with zip ties and dozens of cuts on her body, including her face and chest. There are also two messages written in black marker on her body that said Trump whore on her stomach and Van Drew is a racist on her back. Investigators said that the complaint that Green claimed that the men who allegedly attacked her said that they had a gun and threatened to shoot her. She told authorities that she was held down while the men cut her and wrote on her body. The Justice Department said the investigation revealed that Green had paid a body modification / scarification artist to make the cuts to her body before the stage attack. I mean, dude, they're all over her body.
Butchered.
FBI agents went to the artist's studio and, according to the complaint, obtained a receipt showing Green had paid $500 for the cuts to be made on her body. Law enforcement officers also found zip ties similar to the ones used to bind her hands and feet in her car. They found those zip ties. Her co-conspirator's phone had also been used to search zip ties near me 2 days before the incident.
How do I stage a false assault?
By the way, you can get those at any hardware store.
Oh, my God.
Van Drew's office said in a statement, "We are deeply saddened by today's news, and while Natalie is no longer associated with the congressman's government office, our thoughts and prayers are with her. We hope she gets the care she needs." She now faces up to 10 years in prison if found guilty on the charges, and she was released on $200,000 bond. But it's You need to see the pictures if you haven't seen that yet. Wow. All right, a judge in St. Charles County, Missouri will be resigning after multiple violations of judicial ethics. Official documents reveal instances in which Matthew Thornhill wore an Elvis Presley wig in court.
Okay.
But the tributes to the king didn't end there.
See, that would be distracting.
Thornhill had also been known to make irrelevant references to Elvis during court proceedings.
That's right, man. Approach the branch.
And even occasionally played Elvis's music during litigant swear-ins. In addition,
Look out!
Thornhill would at times mention his political affiliation or preferred candidates to litigants, witnesses, and attorneys, and even asked them if they'd seen the Thornhill for Judge campaign signs out and about.
You don't need no candidates because I'm the king.
Thornhill is now on 6-month unpaid suspension and will resign from the bench when that expires. Thank you very much.
Look out, man.
That's right.
I don't feel so good.
All right, we'll do. Oh, we're looking at this.
And he's got an outlandish
Oh,
Elvis fake hairline on. It looks like it's made of plastic.
It's really big. That's funny. All right, one last story because we have a guest here, and we're going to end with this. An Ohio woman was killed after an aggressive deer attacked her at her home. The fatal incident, we talked about a deer getting in the house.
What did
man.
I say? Was she wearing her shoes?
The fatal incident occurred in Belmont County, Ohio, which is near the West Virginia border. So deputies were called to the home around 10:30 p.m. for reports of an animal attack.
I'm coming for you.
Family members told deputies the woman, Jody Prager, had been trapped inside an enclosure with a male deer that had become aggressive. The deer, by the way, was reportedly kept in a pen on her family's property.
See?
You can't
got out.
Keep wild animals.
Time to pay the piper.
Family members attempted to intervene and dispatch the animal prior to the arrival of law enforcement. However, the animal was ultimately dispatched by responding officers. So they shot and killed the deer. Following the help, there was first responders' help for the woman. She was pronounced dead at the scene. The investigation is ongoing. Deer are actually among the deadliest animals in the United States, according to the
guns are.
National Deer Association. No, it's largely due to the number of car collisions.
Probably.
Deer rarely attack people. When they do, it's usually because they are sick, injured, or scared. And that is what we have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're getting near Thanksgiving, folks. We're on the home stretch for my favorite holiday of the year. This is cherry pie is the song. We would like to welcome the CEO of Manna, Sue Daugherty, to the show today.
Thanks so much for having me back. It's not Thanksgiving without this visit every year.
Absolutely.
We think so as well.
Yeah. And we are in my household big time Manna pie fans. We do it every single year. It's one of the things I look forward to. You guys make it so easy to pick them up too.
Thank you. Retry.
You've got a system.
40 different pickup locations.
Yeah, you've got a system down now that works. I didn't realize. I thought it was going to be a lot of hoops to jump through. It was so simple.
And when because I always buy a lot of pies, and that's what makes it so wonderful. But again, these are top level pies.
Yeah, and this year, Sky Pie is back. Sky Pie is back. It's that
I love
cheesecake
Sky Pie.
caramel chocolate drizzle.
Yeah.
So listen, there's something special happening with this year's drive, and you can tell us about that, please.
Yeah, so, for many, many years, Pierre was such a huge supporter of pie. I have so many fond memories of him coming into our old kitchen on Ransted Street, of course, running late, right? But he would broadcast live from our kitchen, and it was a concert in the kitchen.
Yeah.
And the volunteers would go crazy, and he just was a big believer in Manna and pie, and of course was really involved with the AIDS Walk and AIDS Run, and Manna was really
always
involved back in the day.
always spoke passionately about
Just
it, always loved the mission.
I know we're one of many, charities that he cared about, but such special memories. So when we heard the unfortunate news about his passing, so many people started reaching out immediately and sending donations to Manna in honor of Pierre, and so we thought, hey, what could be a better thing than, it's a big competition, right, at Manna. There's pie sellers.
Right.
And so we have Pierre as a pie seller. And so when you buy your pies, you can select Pierre as your pie seller in his memory. And then we're also taking donations. We have a tile wall That's we dedicate in people's honor. So we're going to be putting a tile up, and you can make a donation
in the
Manna
kitchen.
PA.
That's awesome. So when you pick Pierre as your pie seller, eventually does he is he posthumously getting the accolade of being the number one pie seller?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
He's in the competition. So,
All right.
yeah.
Well, he's got to win that. I mean, come on.
When I worked for Pierre, we got to go to the Manna kitchen one time, and he helped prepare some meals, and it was fun and funny, but it was also just really cool to see him out of his element and in his element at the same time. He had a charity that he cares so much about, and Pierre knew how to make one thing and one thing only. That was eggs. Beyond that, he struggled a little bit, but he had so much fun.
Yeah, and the volunteers. I mean, he just had that. Obviously, with everybody, he would just come in and make everybody feel so special.
Yeah.
And
Explain for people who don't know, if there are people who still don't know, the wonderful work that Manna does.
Sure. So we show up every day to provide food as medicine to people that are at home battling cancer, diabetes, HIV, AIDS, right? So nutrition is important. And so if you have kidney disease, you have congestive heart failure, you need a specialized diet. And so that's what Manna does. We see ourselves as the pharmacy for your prescribed diet at no cost to our clients. And we're serving about 1.2 million meals a year to about 900 households. We unfortunately do have a wait list right now, right? Wow. So, any donation helps.
Well, also the thing that we've always talked about, Preston, is the fact that when the volunteers show up, how are you? It's a visit. For many people who don't get to see a concerned or caring face, it's everything. And food for the soul as well as for their bodies.
Well, sometimes our drivers are the only knock they have on their door all week.
Yeah.
No, it happens. We are excited that Pierre's family decided to choose Manna as a recipient of the funds that are being raised for the Pierre Robert Show of Life.
We're so honored.
It's going to be today. The tickets go on sale at 10 a.m. with the details at WMMR.com. But yeah, Pierre loved Manna, and so it's only fitting that some of the proceeds, portion of the sales are going to go to you guys.
We're so honored. Can't thank you guys enough. Family.
On to the just the pies real quick. Which are the flavors that are available this year besides the Sky Pie?
So we have apple, pumpkin, berry, and pecan, and Sky Pie. And sales end Sunday, but their pies are going quick, so get your pies today.
And the locations for pickup are on the site?
On the site, yeah.
Okay.
There's about 40 different pickup locations all throughout Philly, the suburbs, Jersey.
All right. Is it manna.org?
Mannapies.org.
Mannapies.org. Okay. It's just simple to do. The pie's great. It's one thing you don't have to worry about.
And it's going
to it's going to be great. And look at the work they do. Yeah. Come on.
And
get your pie from these
Sky
guys.
Pie.
Yeah.
There are golden tickets, 5 golden tickets in Sky Pies with 50,000 American Airlines miles.
Oh,
hey. So let me tell you something.
That's a great idea.
Yeah. The Sky Pie is so good. It is such a crowd favorite. If you're going to a dinner, pick up one. I would send some off, with people when they were going out, and they love them. It is so dense and so rich, but it is amazing.
And don't throw out the box. Look under the pie.
Okay. And by the way, are there any other times in the year that you guys will do fundraisers that are food related like this?
So we have our main event is a big food event it's going to be held in the spring of 2027.
Seven.
It's
okay.
usually in the fall, but so we're moving it.
All right.
So that's a big, and then we work with Chef Eli Culp, who does his podcast that Marissa's involved with, and that's usually, I think that's in April usually.
Nice. Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, we are happy to get the word out. You guys do amazing work, and obviously it's even more touching with Pierre being, his name being attached.
It
to
is,
So,
yeah.
So do that. Order through mannapie.org, and if you can, click on Pierre as your pie seller. And but you will be glad that you got this pie from these guys. They're amazing, and they do great work, and it's yummy. And she bought a bunch of samples, which we're going to dive into off air. We used to eat those on air.
Yeah, forget it.
Forget it. Yeah. We're going off air. We're diving in here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Sue. We
having me.
appreciate it. Manna CEO, Sue Daugherty. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Sebastien Le Toux will be joining us momentarily. And we still have more because we also are going to get Jiaoying Summers here in the studio, too. It's going to be a punchline. We'll be back in a moment. Looking for a child. And if this is just something that happens all the time, because Marissa, it happened to her just recently. 215-263-WMMR is a number because I'm sure you're expecting it now if it's happened a lot.
So my sister-in-law gets this all of the time. She is very short, but she looks very young. She has.
Is she petite as well?
She's petite. She's very little. She looks a little more like an adult now because she's very athletic. So she's very muscular. So that will make her. But that would kind of be like Simone Biles.
Yeah,
that makes her look a little more adult-like. But so much so where she was probably. Maybe she was like 17, 18, something like that. And we had friends over and the little kids were there and they were like, I'm going to go play with my friend. I want to play with my friend. And they were talking about her. They thought she was a kid. So they wanted to play with her. Yeah, I can pull up a picture of her, sure.
Because also, I mean, Simone Biles, her face actually looks young. And if she's... So I can see that. I've known a number of people in my life who fall squarely in this category, who would dread going out to, it's mostly women in this case, bars and things like that because of they get the reticent bouncer or there's no way,
Yeah, there was a guy I was in line with. He was at a store buying alcohol, and this was it might have been back in Missouri where you can buy alcohol at grocery stores. And anyhow. And was standing, and I'm looking at the guy, and he's got a 12-pack of beer, and I'm like, no way.
Yeah.
And I see him, and he's holding...
I'm only 6 years old.
Well, he's holding his ID in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Yep.
He gets this all the time.
Getting that for your daddy, little fella?
Right, exactly.
It's the same thing also is, and we've talked about this before, is now this is visual, but the young voice when you answer a phone, or the kid's like, chirpy voice. But this is... you're showing up and physically you are just constantly mistaken for a kid.
Yeah. Marissa, do you usually get carded?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah.
And then it's embarrassing when I have my ID out and ready and then they don't want it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, you're in that.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah.
Will you be needing any sort of walker?
My smile and my crow's feet kind of show. But no, there are some pluses to this. Like if you can get a kid's meal without being hassled.
I was wondering.
Some pluses. There's
if
some
you might
minuses.
Try to pull that off or not.
Yeah, being at a concert is terrible. I've never seen a full concert just standing. If I'm in standing room, I've never seen a concert.
Just because you're short?
Ever, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kathy, is this your cousin?
My sister-in-law.
Yeah.
And she's in her mid-20s now.
Yeah, she definitely looks like a kid.
She looks like a kid.
You can flip that around. I want to see as well. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she looks like a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah, most definitely. Hang on. I'm going to go to Erica. Hi, Erica. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Erica?
Oh, so I am an elementary school teacher, and I'm 5 foot tall, and I'm constantly mistaken for one of my students if I'm bending down or sitting on the floor to help them, and someone else comes in the room constantly, where's your teacher? It's funny, but Marissa, I feel you because you're always in the front row when you're in a crowd. When you line up for pictures, like school pictures, I was always in the front row. I still am in the front row, with the kids. And it's funny, but okay, I'm short. I'm in the room.
Do other kids? So will kids or your will they approach you as a kid sometimes if they don't know you're the adult?
From the back, sometimes.
Yeah.
If you just see my hair, if you see my face, I look young, but I'm clear. I teach elementary school, so I'm clearly not. If you see my face, like a 10-year-old.
Right. Yeah.
But I've been out with other people who are much taller than me and kind of been treated like you said, oh, do you need something? Do you?
Are you looking for your mommy?
Yeah, I'm not. No, thank you.
Now, Erica, if you were to dress the proper way, you think you could pull off being, a teenager for a little bit and fool some people?
Absolutely.
Okay.
We had a school theme day where it was the teachers dressed like kids and the kids dressed like teachers. And I wore leggings and a giant sweatshirt and put my hair in pigtails and oh yeah, I could have passed for a middle schooler.
I wonder if that would come in handy for I mean, listen, it's better that you're breaking, that you look younger than, oh, who's this fossil, know? But I mean, I wonder if that comes in, well, besides Marissa's thing about getting to use the order from the children's menu without being hassled.
That I've never tried. I've never tried that, but I've been in that Marissa situation where they're like, no, you're okay. And then other times they demand it.
Oh, Erica, when at the Phillies, when they have special promotions, all kids 15 and under get a complimentary bobblehead. You should try that.
Yeah.
I'm going
All right. Thanks, Erica. Appreciate it. All right. I want to go to now. It's not just the size, but this is interesting. Kevin has a thing that happens to his mom. Hey, Kevin. Good morning.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. What's up, man?
Hey, all right. So my mom has a very young sounding voice. And so whenever she answers a phone call or anything like that, people tend to think that she's actually a child.
Okay.
So she had called into the doctor's office to schedule an appointment or something like that. And when they answered, they thought that she was actually my younger sister. And they were giving her a hard time saying, you know, that she wasn't able to make an appointment because my younger sister is only 11 years old.
Put your mother on the phone.
Yes, I'm trying to schedule a hysterectomy.
That's pretty funny, Kevin. And so how did she prove to them that she was indeed the mom?
Well, they obviously asked her the harder questions that an 11-year-old.
Who's president?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Wow.
That would be annoying. Yes, all the
Thanks,
time.
Kevin. All right, listen. So now I want to hear from childlike sounding people.
Yeah.
Right.
To call us. 215-263-WMMR. If you get mistaken as a child because of your voice, I want to hear that. This is something we can do on the radio.
My friend in college had a voice that sounded and it was exacerbated by the phone. He sounded like a kid, like a little boy, and it was he was forever getting brick walls. Can you put your parents on?
Yeah.
But obviously he wasn't talking like a 6-year-old or an 8-year-old, but he just sounded like a kid.
Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's up?
Yeah, Heather. What's going on?
My niece is almost 30 years old, and she gave birth within the last, 7 months. And she tells me that, people give her dirty looks because she's got a baby and she looks young. I'm like, nah, that's not the case. Until I went out with her shopping one time, and I walked a little back, just far back, just to, see if she was full of crap or not. And sure enough, people look at the baby, they look up at her, and she's very slim. She's all skin and bone. She's gorgeous, but she has this angelic face that I think makes her look 15 years younger.
Like, what's your troubling story, sweetheart?
Right.
What happened to you?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see that. I've seen women who are tiny who have babies that are like a half their.
Yeah.
It's like carrying around a full-sized human for them.
Somebody texted in and said being able to shop in the kids' clothes section can help save some money. That's
I know people
true.
who buy.
If you don't mind Hello Kitty on your shirt.
No, well, I know people who do it, and I actually just did it for the first time, but we'll buy kids' Nikes because they're cheaper than the adult Nike.
Okay.
How big can you get them? Can you get them?
I mean, I can buy a kid size, and it's
Really?
equivalent to the size shoe that I wear. Yeah,
You have
obviously,
little feet?
the larger size shoe you wear, I don't know that you're going to be able to.
What size?
I wear a 7, 6.5, 7.
So it'd be like a kid's 8 or
It's
a kid's 9.
No, what is it? It's a kid's 5, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, I think it's a size and a half or 2 sizes down.
So I was able to save by shopping in the kids section for my condoms. Because-
there you go.
Yeah, they were much
When
smaller.
I was a waiter, I needed to get pants for my waiting job, and I ended up going to Kohl's and I shopped. I got my pants in the kids' husky section.
My son is what you call stocky. He's husky. He's a whale.
Why'd you do that?
It was cheaper.
It was cheaper,
Listen, I had
okay.
no money,
Okay.
and I just needed black Dockers, and I think they're
interested in the house dress.
Where do the fat kids shop?
Where those huge gelatinous kids shopping?
Let me go to Joe. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Thank you, Joe. What's up, buddy?
So when I started teaching initially, after I graduated, I was actually at my alma mater, and they asked me to go work at my high school, which I was really happy to do, to teach Spanish. And I have a backpack that's a professional bag to carry my laptop in. And I'm walking back to the other school that I normally teach at, and another teacher in the hallway, he's like, "Hey, son, do you have your hall pass?" Like, I work here.
Yeah.
Dude. I work here! Hey! Hey! I work here,
You
a-hole!
son of a bitch. Imagine you think this little kid is freaking out. I swear to God, I'm going to sleep with your wife.
Oh, that's funny, Joe.
Yeah, no. Does it become annoying, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I had to grow out a full beard. Because if not, like nowadays, like if I shaved it off, I would look like a middle school student, and I don't want to get flagged down again.
Preston, I'm thinking of that Monsters episode where Eddie has the full beard.
Oh, yes. Hey, by the way, so if you watch Umbrella Academy, the character number 5, he is a young guy, looks really, really young, but acts much, much older.
Right.
And his character in real life is an elderly guy, but he's in a kid's body. And he pulls that off.
He's great.
Seamlessly. Yep. And I'm always amazed by that. Somebody who can
project that.
You might sit there and go, okay, maybe this guy's in his 30s and he's got some kind of a condition that makes him look like he's, 13 years old.
You refer to kids like that, they say they're possessed of an old soul.
An old soul, yeah.
The only time I ever felt like he wasn't doing a great job acting like an adult in this past season was when he was drinking alcohol. I was like, if he actually ever drank alcohol, he wouldn't be drinking like that. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
Let me go to Ashley, who sounds very young. Hi, Ashley. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Ashley. So let's hear you chat a little bit. Thank you very much, Marissa. So we have a friend in our studio, and he brought something with him, gang. So if you're not aware, the Union had the best regular season record and were therefore awarded the Supporter Shield. And we would like to welcome our good friend, Mr. Sebastien Le Toux, to the show. It's wonderful to see you, man.
Yeah, it's been a long time. You guys don't change. We
sleep in tubes.
I need your secret.
No, but and a great time to come in because this is a huge victory.
Yeah, it is. After last season not being so good, this year the team has been amazing, and winning the Supporter Shield is the hardest thing to do, in a regular season, and now you have a beautiful trophy in your studio.
It is, yeah. It's gorgeous. So we have this. It looks like it's the shape of a plate of sorts. It's very big. I didn't pick it up. Did you, Nick? You're right next to it. Did you try it?
It's heavy.
Yeah.
Why is the Supporter Shield in MLS more important or just as important, I guess, as the playoffs? I mean, the regular season in soccer, is that because of European tradition?
Pretty much, yeah. I think in Europe, it's just the big title is who wins the regular season. There's not really any playoff, so it's an American thing. So the fact that the league has that as a trophy, it's more rewarding, I feel, for the player because you have to be good for 10 months, not just for a month. So
that's always something that is of all the sports. Say you're competitively good till the end, but you haven't been technically the best, and you manage to take the whole thing. It's like it's not fully representative. This is saying you consistently play the best throughout the year.
Yes, and you reward, the team who does it, and the Union, with this trophy, now is in Champions League next season. The player can put it as a line in their, let's say, resume.
Right.
And it's something, pretty big because you need to have a full team to win a full season. The playoff, like you say, it's a bit of luck, it's a bit about the momentum, where you are at the moment. And
that's it. Yeah.
It changes year to year, so you never know.
35 pounds, we heard. Is that what this weighs?
I don't try to carry it. I stopped working out after I retired.
Yeah, I wonder how it compares to, how much does the Stanley Cup weigh?
Oh, I don't know. It's a fair amount, but it's so bulky.
It is bulky.
That's the thing. It's hollow on the inside.
You can cut a head off with this thing.
Sebastien, so tell us about the playoffs because we have the semifinals coming up, right?
Yes. So the first round, the team beat Chicago. It was a 3-game series, but we beat them in 2 games, and now it's at home. So since we won the Shield, now we have the home advantage, which is huge for the Union because the regular season we lost just one time at home, which is pretty amazing. And so having the fans behind Subaru Park on Sunday 7:30, just one game. It's a series just of a one game, against New York City FC. So semi-final, then final, and then MLS Cup. So 3 more games max, before we get the big cup.
If you were a Philadelphia sports fan on Sunday, we got Sixers at 1 o'clock, Eagles at 4:30, Union at 7:30. Just nonstop watching of sports all day.
Yeah, just be ready, get a nice pack of beer and go to your friend's house. Or come to the stadium since the Eagles are playing at the Cowboys. So
I usually think of soccer as a summertime event, summertime activity, but we're getting into colder weather this time of year. Given your druthers in the day when you were a player, would you rather play on a just sweltering hot day or a really cold day?
I'm a hot guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we know that.
Yeah.
You are a hot guy.
Thank you.
Have you seen my ass?
No, hot. I can do the cold, especially when you play soccer, you don't feel your toes. It's pretty much what you use, to play soccer. So it's freezing here, especially in this time of the year.
So you don't have to wear shorts. I don't understand that.
That's true, but you move faster, I feel like. But,
I think so, yeah.
So the cold is not for me.
Sebastian, can I ask you about the coaching? Because, there's a coaching change last year, and Jim Curtin was a great guy, and he grew up listening to the Preston and Steve show and came out to Camp Out for Hunger, and we really liked him as a person. Sometimes you just, you need to make a change within an organization. The players respond differently or whatever. And so he departed last year, and then they bring in a new coach. But then there's just an immediate turnaround. What are your thoughts on a coaching change? And do you think that's a direct result of why the Union is so much better this season?
I mean, it is. When Jim Curtin did a great job during his time here, but sometimes you feel you go to a routine, and you need sometimes like a change. Last year was not maybe the best year, and having Bradley Carnell coming in, it's always hard when you have a new coach. You need to have like the team coming in, with you, follow, what you want to do. And at the end, he did an amazing job kind of bringing everybody together. And we are not, let's say, the team who spend the most money to get players and bet the big name. But when you have, a team sport, you need people to play together. And I think it's what he did very well this season. It's not just to have, 10 players always playing, but a full group with young guys coming in from the academy, all the players who be here, to help the youngest, get better, each game. And you can see like the really good team spirit on the team. So if you watch the Philadelphia Union, this season, they play as a unit. It's not just one individual, it's everybody together. And I think that's why they've been very successful.
When it comes to coaching, and listen, I'm not deep into sports, so I don't know all the nuance of it all. But I've always been curious if can a substandard team be brought around by a good coach? And I'm not talking about the Union in particular. I'm just talking about sports in general because, I wonder if you can have great players and a lousy coach and still win, or you can have okay players and a really good coach and still have full success.
The second one seems harder, the second iteration, but that's a good question. Could you?
I feel like in my career, and I just talk about my parents, you want to play for a coach who believe in you. And if a coach don't believe in half of your team, but just believe in, the other half, it's hard to have a chemistry then between every player. And, with different generation, now there's much more younger player, coming into a team. It's, the coach glue everything together. So if he can find the sparks, and I feel like every leader, if he knows how to talk to each individual differently, but then bring everybody together, it's where you got the best result.
So we've had those I wouldn't say quantum shifts, but there have been progressions in the appreciation of soccer in the United States, and obviously the Union locally has been really mobilizing the fan base and delivering. With the World Cup coming and all of that stuff and all that, do you think we're going to see a huge jump forward for the sport, or will it be incremental?
It's going to be a crazy time. I think at that point, the fact that the World Cup come here, I just talk again by experience. I'm from France, as you all know. From the accent.
You hide it well.
I know. And so in 1998, the France hosted the World Cup. And France, soccer was here. Of course, it's the first sport, but we're not one of the big nations. We're not considered as one of the best team in the world. And we won that World Cup. And you can see from the group stage to then, the quarterfinal to the final, when the team goes, everybody get together. And if you have this feeling about, imagine what the Super Bowl is for you, when the Eagles here and everybody come in the street when you win.
Right.
Imagine the U.S. win, even just a quarterfinal or get out of the group.
It could be on that level.
You will see everybody get together because you have all the culture, and soccer, it's a worldwide sport. So your friends who are from France or, from Mexico or whatever, and were American supporter or live here for a long time, they will all come together and you will get called, like, hey, you want to come watch the game at my house? Where are you watching the game? It's going to be everybody together. It's not just one city. It's going to be the full country.
Yeah.
And then if you do well, then people are like, oh my God, I had such a great time. I didn't know what it was to be a soccer fan. And then they will maybe become a fan of the Philadelphia Union, even if they never heard, or a fan of a different team where they are from.
Yeah.
And it's how you grow. But he has to be with the U.S. national team need to do well. If they don't do well, yes, it might stay at the same point. But if they put people together, that's where you see the magic and you feel the sensation of a sports fan and people
Let's hope that happens. Yeah, that'd be great.
I hope so, and I really hope they do, and they're on the right way right now with all the new coaches and everything. But the last game they beat Uruguay 5-1, and it's not easy to beat Uruguay 5-1. So hopefully they keep going.
So the number of countries has expanded in the World Cup to 48, which is an insane amount. There's 190 countries in the world, and 48 of them are going to be represented in the World Cup next year. Do you know, Sebastien, when we start finding out which countries are going to play in which cities?
Yeah, I think it's December 5th. The draw is at the White House, I think, with President Donald Trump, I think, is doing it with the FIFA.
Right around the corner.
Yeah, so there's, some team who are not qualified yet. There's a playoff, for some countries who didn't qualify, but most of the game will be drawn, and I think you should know where those countries already qualify will play.
What do you think is a bigger win for a country? A World Cup title or a gold medal in the Olympics?
World Cup title.
World Cup, yeah.
That's bigger than the Olympics.
Okay. I think so. For soccer, you talk about? Or for,
It's more...
Oh, you mean for soccer specifically?
Soccer
gold medal.
specifically.
Okay.
I'm saying this because the Olympics, it's for under 23 years old for soccer. It's not, the full age. You have to be 23 or under for the Olympics in soccer. Yes, because
I didn't know that.
Because the Olympics come in the same years than the European competition, and I think the Gold Cup here and the Copa America, so they make it under 23, so the players are not, too tired because they really do so many competitions. So
very old.
Yeah.
Sebastien, have you watched Welcome to Wrexham?
Yes.
And what do you think of that as far as promoting the sport goes?
I mean, that's a great story. Again, it's something, you watch it, even if you're not from Wales, you're like, oh, you want them to win. You're like, feeling like the city coming together. Imagine it's one city. It's the same for the World Cup, is what I mean. It's, if you follow and you're like, oh, they're going to do that, maybe you just know one player or two players, and you're like, and you just get into it. And I feel Wrexham is pretty much what he was, just watching on TV from this little town in Wales to kind of like, are they going to make it to Premier League? We want them to, and you have like this energy coming through the team, and it's just, it's a great show.
I have to imagine that as along with like Ted Lasso and, in general, obviously, if you're talking things that are peripheral, but address the sport, they all help in promoting the sport in general, correct?
Yeah, of course. It's great. And plus, now it's been 15 years ago, I came here the first time in your station.
Yeah.
Now I've like...
You had an accent
I
there.
know, I still have... yeah. It's crazy how time changed.
I'll share this interesting soccer story. Last summer, we had, my wife has family in Sweden, and so her cousin and a bunch of guys in their 20s came over from Sweden, and I came downstairs, and they had soccer on TV. They were watching Sweden play, and it was 9:30 in the morning, and they were drinking beer. And I go, beer at 9:30, and they just looked at me and go, football, you got to do it. So,
but that's a cool thing. Like even like American pubs that celebrate soccer, football, whatever, they'll start the matches at 9:30 in the morning, and they'll open up early for people to go. There's a pub in Doylestown that does it, and it's a blast. People are just getting together and rooting for whatever country they want to root for.
Yeah, no, it's great. I enjoy seeing more and more people loving soccer. And like I say, like before, the kids, let's say when I played, they were 15. Now they are 30, and they come to me, it's like, oh my God, you were my favorite player. And now they have a kid who is 10-year-old, and I'm like, and they go to soccer with them. So I feel it's a generation, seeing more. If your parents, I feel like you were a fan or you become, to something, then you translate to your, kids. So it's going to keep growing. It just, we need to be successful.
Speaking of drinking beer, we have the president of Sons of Ben here this morning, and it's Justin, and we also have the director of the Dupin Delinquents, Eric Svensson is here. So you know what, guys, come over to the microphones real quick here. We'll say hi to you guys because these are the Uber fans. For those of you who are not familiar with the union, they have a collective of diehard, absolute fanatical fans who go over the top in their celebration.
And they're inextricable from the event. They are part of the magic and the energy, and it's a blast to see them do their
Justin, how long have you been president of Sons of Ben?
This is my first year, actually.
First year! How does it feel, El Presidente?
It's definitely been a wild season, so I still can't believe it. It's been a month now. I still can't believe it.
You're clearly the good luck charm there. It's got to be it.
You would think so.
Yeah.
Do you get down there and bang on the drum from time to time?
I'm actually on the drum pad every game.
All right.
On the TV, you'll see me directly behind the net.
Excellent. And Eric, tell us about the Dupin Delinquents.
Dupin Delinquents are actually the newest supporters group. We actually just got ISC certified in 2023.
What is ISC certified?
That's the Independent Supporters Council.
Okay.
They basically oversee the supporters group. Sons of Ben's were the OGs that kind of brought the team to Philadelphia.
Remember that, yeah.
And we're the newest one.
So there's actually sort of an oversight infrastructure for these organizations?
There is, yes.
Wow, I had no idea.
Okay, now, is there a friendly rivalry between Dupin and Ben?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Justin's a great guy. I'm a Sons of Ben member as well, myself. Being Dupin delinquents, we can be in both. We 100%, we support each other.
And do people officially join, or do you come out and you're, I'm a son of Ben?
Both.
Okay.
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good.
We've said it before a million times, but the Super Park is just a great place to watch a match. It's so much fun. It's intimate. It's the perfect size for it. Have you guys spent any time on any other parks around the country? And if so, can you compare to Subaru Park?
I've been to a few. I've been to Red Bull, Sports Illustrated Stadium now. I've been down to Austin. I think Subaru Park, it was actually built like Bridgeview in Chicago. It's comforting. It's when it's loud, when it's rocking, you can feel it around the stadium. So I think the intimacy of the stadium is a different atmosphere. So that's why I'm a little biased. I prefer it, before any other stadium.
I believe that. I mean, it's as we're all saying, it's a terrific venue. It's a terrific place to see the sport.
Now, Justin, I noticed your nails and that you have polish on them. Do you do them in the color of the Union ever?
I do love dark blue. This time it was a bit of a dark green.
Okay, it looks black to me from where I am. But you went with green?
Yeah.
Okay. You got to wear the colors, man. We're going to the playoffs here.
Yeah, come on now.
I know. I have a wedding. tomorrow. So I was waiting tomorrow. So I was glad the game was on Sunday. I was appreciating I could come back in time. But
nice, excellent. Well, listen, thank you guys. You guys brought in the shield, right?
Correct.
And do they trust you with that to keep it?
So the shield is actually managed by the supporters group. So as a part of ISC oversees the shield, and there's the group called the Shield Foundation, which helps to manage the shield, and they entrust.
Could you imagine
our groups? So it's our trophy, so that's why we bring it around.
I can't imagine any other sport in the world entrusting the fan base, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory way, but I mean that says something for your level of commitment that they're saying, okay, you guys take care of it.
I did not know that, and that's why when Marissa told us that you guys were bringing the shield, and I was like, I didn't even ask.
Yeah.
It was just like it seemed kind of confusing to me that you guys are I had no idea, the official keeper of the shield.
Soccer's big about the supporters. Supporters groups rise and fall with teams. And like the Sons of Ben, they existed before Philadelphia even had a team.
Yeah.
So their passion brought the team here.
Wow.
So it's all about the supporters.
And Steve, you talk about trusting us with the shield. The shield has seen some things. There are dings and edges. It's been around, and actually, the shield wasn't implemented until 1999, and so in 1999, the first 3 teams were then awarded retroactively, and 2 of the first 5 teams actually are no longer in existence. Tampa Bay Mutiny and the Miami Fusion. So there's some interesting facts, but they trust us with it. It's seen some love, as I say.
I love the character.
That's an interesting
dings are
history.
character.
Sebastian, what about the broadcast of the game? Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I'll be doing on the radio with Dave Leno. My co-host is amazing. If you hear his voice, you are into the game, even if you don't know what's happening. I love to score the game green. So yeah, the game is at 7:30 on Sunday. Probably kick off around 7:45, 7:50 since it's on national TV, I think on Fox. Great time, calling the game, even if I'm not on the field anymore. I still, have a little emotion every time they score. Yeah, it's always a blast.
That's great.
Do we know if there's any tickets left for the game, or is it sold out? I mean, it's a playoff game, so
I don't know. I will say just check, just come. The Eagles play at 4. Just come to the stadium, watch the game over there, and just be already rowdy for the game.
All right, Sunday, 7:45, as Sebastian said. So, thank you guys for this honor of bringing this by here today. Congratulations on all the success, and let's get some more. I mean, I know you can bring them home. Come on, guys, make some noise, right?
3 more games.
Absolutely.
Right.
Let's keep going.
Sebastian, it is great to see you.
Great to see you guys. Always a pleasure to come here, and stay the same. You don't change. So
Thanks.
For better or for worse.
I love it.
Thanks for being here. Let's hear it for Sebastian and Justin and Eric. Philadelphia Union on Sunday, folks. We are going to take a quick break. We will come back in just a moment. And we got another guest on the way. Jiayong Summers is going to be in here, so stay tuned. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I'm 41.
Oh, wow.
And I get from like teenager to young 20s. And I look very young too.
Okay, so not only do you look young, you sound young, so that's a double edge when you're trying to say buy alcohol or go into a bar or something.
Do you get carded a lot?
And yes, absolutely. And I have a 21-year-old daughter too. So when I was young, when she was younger, I would get dirty looks all the time. Like anytime I went to the store, people would like give me dirty looks, and I even had a lady at the store come up to me and tell me I should be ashamed of myself.
What? Because she thought you
I was like,
because she thought you were like a teenager with a child with an adult child, or
yes. Mm-hmm.
None of your business. First,
Do you guys get mistaken for sisters? You and your daughter?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's got to be cool in one way.
Yeah.
So when is it the most frustrating? Like when strangers are berating you at Wawa?
Yeah, like it was just embarrassing. Like and I shouldn't have to tell someone like what my age is. Like,
Right.
Here's my ID.
Yeah.
Like just mind your business.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever been at a place? I mean, you always have to make sure you have that ID on you, or you will end up screwed in a number of situations.
Always.
Yeah. No.
Even checking into hotels, they're like, excuse me, where are your parents?
Yeah. Where's your mom? Where is your mommy?
If you're sitting, if you're at a restaurant and you're with a whole group of friends, adults, whatever, and you order a cocktail, or sometimes you the only one that they'll ask to see an ID?
Always.
Always.
So have you ever been offered like a comic book or like a?
Stare at it.
Yeah.
Like they'll stare at it for like a good minute. And I know they want to be like, especially when they hear me speak too, because I sound really
That doesn't help.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
You know what I think adds to it, because it does happen to me a lot, because you know how young I look.
You look
guys.
incredibly young.
Yeah, because I look so young. No, but
it was Preston and Steve and the kid was the original title.
No, but seriously, if I don't have makeup on, I always get carded. Like they'll look at me. Yeah, if I guess I don't know, I look younger or whatever. And what was amazing was when I went out to dinner with my best friend Elisa Frederico, aka Dressing Jane, and they carded her and not me, and they carded me and not her. We're the exact same age. So of course, when the lady walked away, I was like, I clearly aged better than you.
I'm going to go to, hang on, Kevin wants us to try something out. Hey, Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, what's up, bud?
So my daughter has the same issue everybody else does. She sounds so much younger than she is, and she looks younger. Mm-hmm. So I was going to have her talk to you guys a little bit, and then we'd give you the surprise on how old she is today.
All right. It's her birthday today. All right, so what's her name?
Her name is Phoenix.
Okay. And, hey, Phoenix, how you doing?
I'm good.
Okay, so we can hear your voice a little bit. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, stuff like that.
Neshaminy.
Oh, I went to Neshaminy, in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious because the amount of the times that people ask me like how old I am, it's hilarious.
Okay. All right.
Because like I look and I sound younger than I am, and I've had many people tell me that they think that I'm 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I would guess younger.
I'd guess younger
I would say
too.
middle school.
Yeah, I was going to say like 13 years old. Yeah,
so Phoenix just turned 21.
Hey, happy birthday.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you.
And are you ready to face the now? Number one, do you drink alcohol, or are you going to start drinking alcohol today?
Probably. I'm probably gonna have a drink when I get home from after work.
All right, are you are going to be prepared to have that ID ready to go all the time, I guess.
Yeah.
What about like things like R-rated movies and stuff like that? Has anybody ever stopped you and checked your ID?
Honestly, no.
Okay.
Really? Okay. Like you sound so young. They probably proof you for like milk at Wawa, or if you're purchasing. You do. Yeah, I would have put you in like 11, 12. You know. Oh well, that's cool. Listen, there's a plus side to that. We assume because you are this way, you will age younger longer. But I have seen people hit that wall where they've looked young and sounded young all their lives, and then it just like snaps and they fall apart. So hopefully that won't happen to you.
All right, cool. Well, thank you guys for your call. Appreciate it. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
She does sound
Speaking to somebody who looks and sounds young, and I just saw a story about her this morning. Yardley Smith.
Yes.
Who's the voice of Lisa Simpson.
Just got married.
She got married to her security guard, or somebody who was in charge of her security. So that's
her security.
They were doing a little story on her, and she's one of those who always looked way younger and sounded way younger than she actually was, because that voice of Lisa Simpson is almost exactly just her regular speaking voice. Let me go, hang on here. I'm going to go to Shannon. Hi, Shannon. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Shannon?
Not much. So I started working at a funeral home, my family funeral home, when I was 20. And I look really young. I sound really young. And my first experience was when I started answering the phone. I answered the phone, and this lady thought I was like 14 years old. She just couldn't stop laughing. And I was like, I'm trying to get your information. I'm trying to be professional. And she just wouldn't stop laughing. She's just like, how old are you? You sound like you're like 12. Why are you answering the funeral home?
Shannon, did this woman just have a loved one die recently that it called?
Yes.
And she had the moment. Okay.
My husband just died in a horrible locomotive crash, but you're really pepping me up.
Right. So I just was like, all right, I'm trying to be taken seriously, but I was like, do you want to take a break? Call me back. Like, I don't know, whatever you want to do.
Shannon, they must think, or she must have thought, that you use the bodies, you drink their blood to remain eternally young.
Yeah.
That's the whole, that's why, that's what's happening over there. They're drinking the blood. That's funny, especially at a funeral home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I look really young too. So when I would take funerals, people, just are like, "What the heck is this chick doing? She can't be in charge."
It's routinely a funeral home. It's not like a teenager's summer job,
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I automatically think of old people when I think somebody running a funeral home. Well, I'm sure it's not.
I'm
the
so
case.
sorry about your loss and everything. I'm sorry. It was like so awesome.
All right. Thank you, Shannon. Appreciate it. Some people have been on hold for a while. I'm going to go to Matt next. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, man. What's going on?
So, I'm 30, and my wife a couple years ago was shopping for a wedding dress. They thought she was going for a prom dress.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
It happens all the time. I grew a beard just so that I look my age, but she's 5'0" and has a really young face. We're out to dinner, like, her parents take us out to dinner or something. She gets carded, I don't, and I'm like, why does this look so creepy now?
Totally. Oh, my God, Matt. So you have a beard, and you look like a molester then, right?
A little creepy, yeah. It's like she's wearing a wedding ring, but with her parents. Come on.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
I bet you when you walk along, people look for those hand signals like, I know she's been abducted. I'm just waiting for that hand signal.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Then there are those people that are born that look older than they actually are. We're talking about this story. Simone Biles, the gymnast, was asked if she wanted a coloring book as she was getting on a flight.
It's too funny.
But when you're a teenager and you look older, that can play in your advantage.
Yeah.
Because that's the person that buys
Goes
the beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least tries to.
I got us hookers and beer for tonight.
Let me go to, let's see what we got.
Best elementary school ever.
Let's go to Chris. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, what's the difference between people from Dubai and people from Abu Dhabi?
What was it?
Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget the actual.
People from Dubai don't like the Flintstones. People from Abu
Dhabi do. It's one of my favorites, man. Never grows old.
All right, what's up, Chris?
So my wife is 5'1", and she looks. Everyone jokes she looks like she's 12.
Yeah.
So we've been married 13 years, together for 15. We have our oldest son is 12. It's just I called in about the rated R movie, but you touched on that earlier. But we get carded for rated R movies every once in a while.
Wow. Is she assumed to be your daughter?
What's that?
Do they assume sometimes that she's your daughter?
The movie attendant did, but the people at Graterford Prison did. I was a correction officer at Graterford Prison before it turned to Phoenix, and they every once in a while have searches, even for employees. So I brought her to work because she wanted my car for the day. And I brought her to work, and the guy asked me, so what are you going to do with your daughter? This is my wife. She has a driver's license.
Oh, my God.
So do you sense that, Chris, that it's kind of flattering, or is it more annoying?
I love it.
What about her? What does she think about it, though?
I would assume she thinks it's flattering. I mean, it is a compliment.
Yeah.
I agree.
Especially when you're, going in and out of the prison.
Wow.
Get all those
to the
cash.
point now where she has to get a duplicate ID so I can carry one of her IDs on me because sometimes she doesn't carry hers. And if we wanted to go to get a night drink or whatever, don't worry, I got your ID, babe.
Nice.
Yeah, you'll be screwed. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thanks, Chris. I appreciate it. All right. Wow. Well, yeah, it's it must be a bit of a pain, but somewhat flattering.
Yeah.
Like you were saying, Steve, I think that that can kind of work in your favor. All right. Anyhow, thank you for the phone calls. I appreciate it. Casey has alerted me that I have to give away another $25 gift card for Insomnia Cookies. Yes. It is caller number 14 that we will take right now, 215-263 WMMR. Give you the gift card. And don't forget that Insomnia Cookies' new premium ice cream flavors allow insomniacs to indulge in their favorite pairing of warm cookies and cold ice cream. And by the way, they had the cookies they brought in were hot today. They were like fresh out of the oven, still warm.
I tried. What do you have the list of the flavors over there? I forgot. Is it Moon? Was it
Moon Tracks?
Moon Tracks.
Yep.
I had.
It's excellent.
Oh boy,
I had the. Where was the one? It's not on here. I had the mint one. And I forgot the name because they have really cool names. So they have Cookies and Dream, Caramillionaire, which they didn't have. They ran out of it. They sold out of it. So that's very, very popular. But they have a classic, and some of the cookies they have are banana split, hot fudge sundae. So they have the cookies that have the ice cream flavors.
That's amazing.
Anyway, go to insomniacookies.com for details about the brand new cookies in ice cream flavors. And in the meantime, we'll take that caller, set you up. We'll be back in a moment. When we return, Jenny Slate will be joining us. College friend. So yes, today Nick McWayne's 47th birthday. And we thought, it'd be nice to do something special. Sometimes we do little birthday events on the show, and sometimes we don't. We don't always do it. There's too many of us, and it would take too much.
We're busy people.
Yeah,
come on, man.
But this time around, Marissa Magnata had a great idea.
Yeah, home run.
And we're like, if you can make this happen, that would be fantastic.
Right.
So I'm gonna welcome now Nick. By the way, to set the stage, Nick is in the far corner of the studio. We have two podiums set up. And so obviously we're going to play some kind of game. Let me make sure your mic works. Nick, can you?
Yeah. Sound good?
Yeah, everything
Okay.
sounds good. Okay, so do you have any idea?
No.
No idea what's about to happen?
No, I'm a little nervous, but if there's any bit of trivia involved, I'm excited because I love trivia.
Yeah. What do you love about trivia?
Well, we used to play Crack Shot, which really made me nervous, but it was also kind of fun, trying to get them right. But I watch Jeopardy every night, and it's just my favorite game show. Shout out to Sheena Parveen, who was delivering clues in Jeopardy last night.
Yeah, she's going to be performing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. Had a show last night. Was just telling us how great it went last night, and she's been doing all kinds of stuff, breaking down doors, making history. Recently, the first Chinese comedian to headline and sell out the iconic Apollo Theater in New York
That's
City.
no small feat.
No, not at all. And you'll get a chance to see her, like I said, this weekend in Philadelphia at Punchline. Please welcome Jiaoying Summers.
Hi. Hi, Preston, Steve. How you guys doing? So happy to be here.
We are
happy to have you.
Yeah, we're wonderful. We're doing well. Thanks for coming in. And yeah, you are. There's a big. I mean, you have over 1 million followers on Instagram. You're making some waves in the comedy world.
Yes, I'm trying to do whatever I can to get on the stage. And I was talking to Steve, and he know how hard it is to start and to get good. I when I started, because I have a Chinese mother, so I know I needed to do better. The first open mic, I loved it, but I wasn't great. I sucked. I was bad. I was really bad. I was stuttering bad, and it was not great. So then I remember I decided to get good, and I asked, what should I do? And I was advised, well, get 10,000 hours. I started counting, I realized it's not possible. It will take me 20 years at the rate that of the stage I'm getting. So I decided to go out and buy a club. That's what I did. Next week, I bought a club on Melrose in Hollywood.
Really? That's amazing.
Wow.
So we're going to find out about your whole life overall. But you have and I guess you get it from your mom, knowing what I've learned about you through your, the various interviews that I've read. You have an entrepreneurial spirit that you've always had, and it has to come directly from your mother, correct?
Yes, I grew up in her restaurant. I started to cleaning dishes and being a waitress when I was 6 or 7. It wasn't really child labor. It's just it was because my mother is always working, and I was lucky she wasn't in a different province. I don't see her for a year, and I got to see her every day, even though we're not really talking, but hanging out with her, doing my homework in the restaurant and helping out. It was just something I like to be useful, and I learned how she ran her business.
So do you have it? I think a lot of people, I think I have it a bit. I think a couple of us have it, that there's sort of a guilt if you're not doing some sort of work. If you're not,
yes.
Right?
Yes, you have to be useful.
Yeah.
You have to be working all the time and trying to produce value.
Do you think of all the things that happen in your life? I'm going to go through some of this stuff because it is fascinating. And you're working on an autobiography. Is that currently in the works?
We are working on my memoir. I just started my proposal. I'm very excited. It's about my life. Working title is Dumpster Babe because I was a dumpster baby. So now I feel like I'm a babe. So it's a dumpster babe.
Well, we'd say yes to both. But it's funny because I was learning about you and all the different aspects of your life. It is this mixture. And maybe you'll agree or disagree, you'd have to have it with the suffering, with the bad stuff as well, with the good stuff. It had to be what it was to make what you are right now. It's that perfect collection of things that you could never put on a menu of what makes a person as motivated and successful as you're becoming. You couldn't just wing this, but by happenstance, it came together. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Steve, I really agree. Is the trauma that you were overcome, and also the delusion of ambition that you have. Nobody believe, but you just truly believe in that, and to realize those with both. I think for sure. You were in China during the period of time where it was the one-child rule. And you were the favoring child to have would have been a male child. Yes. And so this is part of your act as well. And all of this, I was watching an interview, or I guess a session with you at Dr. Drew, and it was this. Explain what happened, because it's fascinating and it's something that we sort of peripherally heard about, but it directly affected you and set your life in motion in a way. Yes, I hear different stories. People always ask me, how did you find out? When I started, I was 1, 2, 3. I mean, my mom just started telling me, whenever I make a mistake, she'd be like, I cannot believe I brought you back from the dumpster for A-. And she'll tell you, it's not like, oh, how did you find out? That kind. And then slowly they try to make me feel better. Then they're just like, yeah, you were born a boy, but your penis was missing. And we kept you even though you were disabled. We really just... I mean, they literally frowned on it. In fact, your parents wanted to keep your birth a secret because, and you were heavily fined at the time in China. Yes, heavily fined, and not only that, is it true they would get peripheral members of your family fired, or yes, it would impact generationally if they overstepped their bounds and had another child. Yes, because the biggest punishment for Chinese person is getting their family in trouble. Like I can go to jail, but if my sister and my brother-in-law, my brother also got fired, I would think that would be very disgraceful, and that was the biggest punishment is to get your family in trouble because you're in trouble. Wow. I think though, because you are so sharp and so quick and so funny, that it had to, knowing that, and also kind of starting from the step where you're having basically your country in a way, and say you're less than immediately, and getting that perception, you could have gone a multitude of different ways. You were like, nah, I'm going to prove that I am something. Was that immediately what you adopted in your thinking? Yes, I always, even I look at my daughter now, she just thinks she's better than other people, and she's just have that confidence, but she's actually extremely cute and sweet and loved. I didn't have anyone love me or think I was cute, especially in the Chinese beauty standard. I got dark skin, big lips, and big jaw, so I was just not pretty, but in China, my mom just won't allow me to audition for any school play. But I just don't think they are ready for me. I just thought that I was cute.
They weren't ready for you, but that blows our minds because we see you. You're very attractive.
Well, you were Miss China 2014, correct?
I did that beauty pageant, and I told my mother I want Miss China 2014. And when I told her, she said, yes, but I started doing the research. America is actually very smart. They pick the most ugly Chinese girl to be Miss China so they can bring shame to us. It's a propaganda thing. Huh? You're a bullet. They're using you to destroy China's dignity and reputation. And then when I was 30, I tried to do stand-up, and my mom's like, you can't, just because you can't get a job in acting because you're ugly doesn't mean you're funny. Not all ugly people are funny. Then I'm like, but Mom, I won Miss China 2014. She goes, now it's 2020. You're Miss Chinatown.
Wow.
Do you like your mom?
I realized that she's never going to change. She would say things that want me to die, but she would do things for me. Like she would, when I'm on the road, she would help my children. She would be there to take care of the kids because I'm a single mother. And my mom moved from China to abuse me here. She's a classic Chinese mom. They would never say if you are an artist, they think you are a prostitute. But if you become a doctor, they're like, why are you still single? Why no one want you? Like there's nothing you can do is enough. What you can do is I start slowly try to talk to my mother and earn her respect. She want me to talk like her because she would tell me, your husband left you. Now you're getting old. You are turning 40. I'm like, Mom, I just turned 34. She goes, no, you're turning 40. And what's gonna happen to your kids? You're just being selfish and stupid. You're a loser. Then I'm like, Mom, I think God punished you because you are evil. So they killed your father when you are 7, and now you give you a daughter like me who is gross. She's like, maybe you are right. And then she goes there and pray. She's actually, you have to talk in her language or she won't respect you.
Is there any, does any of it come from some of it coming from a place of love? You have to, I think, in your heart believe it.
I think she loves me. She will tell me she loves me when she dies. It's just she can't say it right now. It's just the Chinese mother, when they tell their child, I love you, it's the time they die. It's not her time yet. I know she loves me. I know that she'll die for me. But she also will make sure I want to die every day. So it's a very intense love.
So your mom, you're a really good student in China.
Yes, I was very good. That's the only thing I can do to get attention. Because, yeah.
And you were going to go to university, but you decided at a certain point you come to the United States. You're all of 18? You turn 18 on the way over?
Yes, I was aiming to go to Peking University, which is China's Harvard. And I was very obsessed with Chinese literature and writing. That was great for me now as a comedian because I was a lonely child, don't have friends, wasn't popular, but I spent all my time reading and writing. So I wrote, and that helped me now to write jokes as a comedian. So I write all my jokes. I remember I wanted to become a performer, especially when my mother helped her cousin to open a little video rental store. So they just rent out all of those Hollywood movies, Hong Kong movies, and she lent the money to her to do it. And my cousin has to babysit me after elementary school. I would go there and do my homework.
So you sit there with the movies running, and you see
watch
things like
all the movies.
Citizen Kane, and you see the classics.
That's the Citizen Kane. I watch. This is all the classic old movies. I didn't even speak English. I would just say, buckle your seatbelt. It's going to be a bumpy night. Like Betty Davis. I just started saying things I don't even know.
All about Eve.
Right.
Yeah, all about Eve.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
What a great education.
It's great. And I look at all those black actresses and Latina actresses, because they have dark skin, beautiful, luscious lips, and they are considered so beautiful. I was like, what's wrong with me? You guys are not ready for me. I'm not letting you tell me ugly. I'm going to Hollywood. So I just know I was secretly trying to learn English and try to apply for college when I was in high school. That was my plan.
You come and you ended up in Kentucky.
Yes, it was a journey of resilience. And even when I was 16, I told my mother, I'm going to America. But I had to lie to her. I'm going to learn business because she thinks acting is prostitution, but without the money. So I said, I'll learn business. But she said, no, you are not a boy. I'm not going to give you the money to go to America because you're going to marry someone else. And then I lose all my money. Yeah. So I just keep bugging her for years. And then she goes, if you can get your first year tuition, $20,000 in one day, I'm going to pay for everything for the rest of the year. I said, okay. So I took my bicycle. I went to, I found 20 grand. And
you found 20 grand.
I got $20,000. I went to my best friend in middle school. I was her tutoring. I tutored her math.
Yeah.
And she's from a rich family, but her brothers are all gamblers, and she is already pregnant with a boy that she's not going to college. And I went to her house and I said, listen, I'm going to America and I want to make a deal with you. You and I should become god sisters. Your brothers are gambling. Your dad's going to die one day and you're going to be poor. I'm going to help you, but you have to sell me to your dad to make me and you your god sisters. I can borrow money. She's like, whatever. So I went to the dad. I said, hi, Uncle Shi, your sons are gambling. They are in their 40s and playing video games. What's your plan for your future? Your daughter's going to get married now. She's 16. And he's like, what the fuck do you want? What the hell do you want?
It's okay. Go ahead.
What the hell do you want? What the hell do you want? I said, I want to make a deal. I'm serious. I'm going to America. I'll become very successful. And I'm your friend with your daughter, further with your daughter. I want you to make me and her god sisters. You become my godfather. I need $20,000. I'll pay you back in 3 years. I promise you. I just need it right now so I can go to America. He's like, this is very rude, but I like you, and I need to see if the feng shui master will tell me that you are good. Your signs or your zodiac signs good for mine. So
he turned to astrology to see if
Chinese astrology.
Yeah.
So he got a feng shui master. It turns out I'll be perfect for him, and they said I would save him in the future. And he's like, okay, I know your mother, so I know you are not from a place that's where I can't trust. I go to your mom's restaurant for 10 years, so I'm gonna call her and send her money now. And
what a gutsy move.
It was crazy.
I'm sitting here with my mouth half open while I'm hearing this story. This is unbelievable. This is going to make a great book.
Yeah, I think so. It's just delusional. That's me being delusional.
No, but
I did it.
With insight. Yeah, you did it. So,
my mother still won't let me go. She goes, she told him, like, don't waste your money. I'm lying to my daughter. It's just that I didn't know she's going to pull this off, but just don't give it to her because I'm not giving something to America. He's like, I don't care. I'm giving the money. It's her money. You decide you want her to go or not.
I mean, you're fighting like a prize fighter.
Yeah.
And then you do it. You complete that. You end up, explain how John Singleton, Boys in the Hood, John Singleton.
Yeah.
We had him in the studio.
He talked on that very microphone.
In the very
I
microphone.
love that.
How he convinced you to pursue comedy.
I remember that after college, I did a lot of work that waiting tables, cleaning bathrooms. In college, I tried to learn English faster. So I moved to Hollywood 2013. And I knew I don't have any connections. I need to have a good mentor. And I also know I cannot be a starving artist. So I got in finance in hedge fund while I was making good money and investing money into acting. And I remember I started volunteer for Julie Andrews' charity called Operation USA. Mm-hmm. And through Julie Andrews, her agent, Nicole David, started mentoring me. And then they sent me to Vincent Sirancione, which was Halle Berry's manager. And he got me an audition for John Singleton's Rebel TV show. And I remember that he told me, I'm not your manager, okay? Just don't tell anyone I'm your manager. But then when I had a call back, he's like, oh, yes, that's my client. So John Singleton got me back.
It changed quickly, didn't
it?
Yeah.
I got back to the studio and he said, I saw your tape. You're funny. You can act. But I want to improv. I like my actor be able to improv because I think that's the best thing always from the improv based on the pages. He said, what do you think of my show? Just be honest. I like honesty. I said, okay. It's Rebel. It's a police drama. The lead girl is a black girl. The sidekick is a Chinese girl who knows Kung Fu. A cop, a Kung Fu fighter. So that's Rush Hour on a budget.
Yeah.
You should call it Rush Minute. And he just lost it.
It is Rush Hour. And so Singleton said, this is where you should go.
Yeah.
How long from that point where that was suggested to you were you on the stage trying stand-up?
It's actually, he suggested that to me, and I was planning on, I called him. It was his real number. We had lunch, and it was really amazing by Marina Del Rey by his boat. It was a connecting moment between the black and yellow community because his grandpa rode that boat. My grandpa made that boat. So we connected. I remember that I was thinking about getting into my first open mic. But at that moment, I got booked to host the Shanghai Film Festival. So I went back to China and I met this Chinese businessman and I got married. And we had a child. And then I realized that he won't help me for my movie career in China. It turns out that they don't like how I look. and they don't like my personality, and I had to bleach my skin and lose 20 pounds in order to be fit for screen. So I was like, I fight my whole life from.
May I jump in
looks.
just quickly, because it is astonishing to us, and it's the way we tend to do it to ourselves. It's something that is. Everyone's going to notice this, or everyone's going to think this about me, or they're going to say, I have vitiligo. And I remember when I first started getting it, I go, people don't know, they don't care. But you do notice these things about yourself. You beating yourself up so much, where by standards here, you won Miss China 2014. You're a lovely woman. Have you made peace with that? Or
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I definitely made peace, but when I came to America, it really healed me about how I look and the diverse of beauty. But when I went back to China for this TV show, my ex-husband helped me, got funded, and I realized that I had to bleach my skin, lose weight, and talk. They have a voiceover actress because they don't like my voice. And I realized, listen, I'm not doing this. The little girls in China, I want them to see how I really look like. I'm not changing myself so I can be this pretty Chinese girl and make all the Chinese girls bleach their skin. So I just cannot do it. I went back to America. I started my first open mic 2019 in late November 2019.
Wow.
That was my first open mic.
Wow. If you're just tuning in, Jiaoying Summers is here, and she's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow, so you can get some tickets while they're available. When are you an American citizen now?
Yes.
And when did that happen?
I became American citizen, I think that was in 2015.
Okay.
And now I regret being American, not because of politics, because I found out it's not legal to hit your kids in America. Like, how can you reach their full potential?
It's not legal to hit your kids in the eye.
You can't reach their full potential. I just think they should. You can't tell your kid you are sorry. They need to fear their parents. Somehow, a little bit.
Do you know what amazed me? You came to the country years ago and you did not speak a word of English. Yet your material, you can tell you are putting a lot of. There is a precision to it. The writing to it is very. Funny's funny, I guess, wherever you go. But your stuff just pops. How long does it take for you to put? I know you've done a lot of material. How long does it take? Did it take for you to put together your first initial act?
For me to really feel like I became a real comedian, I think it took a year and a half. I got lucky because for a year and a half, I did most people's 8-10 years stage time. And I just, when you get in comedy, I think, Steve, you are a veteran in comedy. When you just get in, everyone wants to give you advice.
Yeah.
They tell me you have to dress down. You have to change your accent. You have to wear glasses and look geeky. You can't look pretty on stage because nobody think pretty women are funny. I said, thank you. First of all, if you think people are distracted by your look, it means you're not funny. Mariah Carey sings. She's wearing sexy dresses. You still listen because she's the best. If I wear a dress, nobody listens to my jokes. Definitely, I'm not good enough. Like, that's the real problem, not how I look.
That's exactly right. The material will cut through.
Exactly.
Yeah, and your stuff is really sharp. I wanted to ask you, because you've mentioned this. You're bipolar? You consider yourself bipolar?
Yes, I suffer from bipolar disorder. I believe my mother also, she definitely is bipolar, and it's just such a very awful disease.
But there was nothing in at least by what you were saying in the interview I was reading, in China, it's not as mental health and the aspects of mental health are not as comprehensively addressed. In fact, they're maybe just like pushed to the side of the table. So you came to that realization when you were in the States?
Yes, I suffer so much from it, and it almost took my life. And I decided to speak about it because I want to normalize this mental illness. People suffer from it because a lot of Chinese kids, all your measure is 4.0 GPA and get A+ and get to the best university. When you tell your parents you are depressed, they often think you're being lazy,
Yeah.
Or if you think you are depressed, you have any mental disorders, they're like, you are not running out naked, on the streets. You're not crazy. You're just lazy, find excuses. So it results in a lot of tragedies. And I wanted to talk about it just for the kids when they feel like they have mental disorder, they feel safe to reach out for help rather than being judged and feel like they are.
And you're probably helping a lot of people by doing that.
Because, I really hope so.
Yeah, because you see, I think a lot of things that go in to make somebody wildly funny, creative, can be those aspects. I mean, it comes from it. We were talking to Vincent D'Onofrio, the actor, Full Metal Jacket and all that stuff, and He's doing work with autism, people on the spectrum, and these are different things, obviously. But there are things that you can have that can be inform your other abilities, and this clearly is one of them because you're rapid fire. You're really, your improvisational abilities are amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have the free cocaine energy.
Free cocaine energy.
Yes, it's free. I can be going on for months. I don't feel tired.
There you go. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you're Chinese or American, free cocaine energy translates from one country to the next. My son got to go to China this past summer. He went to Shanghai and he went to Nanjing, and he really had an incredible time. And what I didn't know or didn't realize is that there are 18 cities in China with at least 10 million people. There's 25 million people in Shanghai alone.
Yeah.
Did you ever tour there? Did you ever spend time like as a comedian doing it? And if so, I'm sure there are a million differences, but can you let us know what maybe the biggest difference between doing comedy in China versus doing comedy in the States might be?
I toured Asia this year. We had 10 cities, all sold out, 5 shows. We did that. I did Taipei and Hong Kong and Tokyo, the Asian countries near China. I did not do Beijing because or Shanghai because for you to do those cities, they need to pre-approve your materials and make adjustments. And I'd rather the mainland Chinese people come to Hong Kong to see me funny than me trying to be censored and try to make the money, because I don't want to make any money if I'm not giving them the art I have. I would rather them. I'm planning on playing the Hong Kong Coliseum, so I think it's big enough for everyone to fly in to see me.
Is Hong Kong still very different than mainland China?
Not as much as it used to.
Okay.
Much similar, very similar now. And I did do a Mandarin Chinese 30 minutes stand-up set for Cosmopolitan magazine in China. Yes, but it's mainly just a lot about my mom. There's no edgy materials.
Okay. Well, mothers and the relationship with parents is a universal.
Yeah.
You happen to have extraordinarily interesting circumstances. So at this point, your dad is still alive?
Yes, he is crazy. I got so lucky. My father is extremely handsome and smart. He read all the books, but he's a non-functioning alcoholic, and but he still look 28. He look younger than my younger brother, and I thank God I got his skin and his alcoholism. I have both from him.
You have both.
Oh, wow.
Well, you described the aging process. It was a wonderful quote. Something. Young to Yoda?
Yes, Asian woman either wear a schoolgirl or Yoda. I can be 26 or 62. You really don't know until I show a tampon. Hi, I'm fertile. You can't.
That is so spot on. That is hilarious. So with your playing the Apollo, one of the legendary. I mean, we have had obviously a steady stream of comedians through here over the years. That's one of the holy grails of can you do it, and you sold it out while you're in the moment and you're being as successful as you are. Are you able to drink in the fact that you're rocking the Apollo?
I think the Apollo, I did not drink. I never need to drink before I go on stage. Yeah. But after, as people celebrate, they start drinking champagne, I start drinking. But now I'm sober now. I don't drink I don't drink anymore because it just, for me, I don't drink to have fun. I drink to pass out. And that's just, yeah, I'm just being honest because a lot of people suffer from alcoholism and it just, the best is just to not do it. I can't handle my alcohol. I don't stop. I really don't use it to have courage because I already have my cocaine energy. I can just go on and do it. I'm not drinking for courage. I'm drinking to self-sabotage, I think.
When did you have that moment? I mean, because you've been told again since birth, I think your parents kept you a secret, right? Initially, yeah. When did you have that moment where you felt I'm worth something. I made it. I can do this. I'm plotting my own course. I'm in control. Do you remember that? Did it come as an epiphany or was it a gradual realization?
Even though I had nothing, nobody liked me, I just always had the arrogance and ambition that nobody believed. That actually makes me more disgusting because people hate me more for you are a cockroach, what are you talking about? That's why I stopped talking about my dreams, ambitions to everyone because they just laugh and they want to vomit. Yeah. Because I just you'll be lucky to know me one day when I was just 4. And people just what? you don't even have a penis. Chill. Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah,
You're,
but you're
gross.
it's such a brutal way to treat someone, though. You
Yes,
know?
I don't let them affect me, and that's it's just like really. I didn't know what that come from. I just have the confidence I don't deserve. The whole time, my daughter is the same way, but she really is stunning, and she's loved. She's a little princess. I understand why, but I was just
sheer willpower.
I think so.
Yeah,
Jiaying, you've said the word arrogant a couple of times to describe yourself, and I don't. You don't seem arrogant to me. You seem confident, like you said, as well. Because arrogance, I correlate with mean,
or also and often unfounded.
But
too. you have the chops and the talent to back it up.
I think I invest my time and energy to become good. When I was little, I guess people really don't see my potential. So they're like, "What's wrong with you? You're just talking the big talks. Like you are never gonna become the thing you want to become." I'm like, China had an emperor. She was a woman, that was in Tang Dynasty. There's no one before her, no one after her for thousands of years. That's who I would be. I mean, it's shocking to you because your brain is so tiny. You can't really. You are not well read. You don't understand history or culture or anything to understand what I would be. It's fine. Relax. I don't get angry because when I see people just look down on me and make fun of me, I'm like, it's okay. You can't comprehend because your brain is too small for it. It's fine. And people just like think I'm being rude. I'm just like, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna make my dream little because you think I can't make it.
Wow.
I don't even know who you are in 2 years. Like I don't know why you think you want me. It's
serious. Amazing. So entrepreneur, comedy clubs you own, a production company, working. You have a children's book, right?
Writing my children's book, I just feel like I want to write a bilingual children's book that's important for kids to, especially have Chinese descent to learn to speak Chinese.
You're paying it forward, too, in a number of different ways with the mental health and trying to make it more accessible.
Important.
Yeah,
she's living the American dream.
She is. She's a better American than we are.
Full-on success story. It's wonderful.
Thank you. I am very happy to live the dream and have the opportunity in America.
And you're hilarious. Your stuff
Thank
is
you
great.
so much.
Yeah,
You're so funny.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the show is tonight at Punchline. There are 2 shows tonight and tomorrow night. No, I'm sorry. There's one show tonight, 7:30, and then tomorrow, 7 and 9:15. So you can get those tickets at punchlinephilly.com. We hope you'll stop by again sometime.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Preston.
Yes, and good luck with your book and everything.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful.
I'm very excited.
Let's hear it for Jiaoying Summers.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Take care. Have a great show. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Yeah, that was neat to see. But yeah, I mean, I'm just a trivia fan.
We did a classroom, and I think you saw. Well, you're better than I am as far as I do love Jeopardy. I do love the trivia, but I fold. I just get too. I fold instantly when the time pressure's on.
Well, Steve, like when you're on TV too, like when the cameras are on you, like I don't know if I'd ever do well on Jeopardy.
Yeah,
I do great on the couch when I'm sitting at home.
Yeah, likewise. Like I ran a couple of categories last night, and I'm like, how awesome? No, I'd be terrible.
Hey, didn't you audition for it one time or something like that?
I've auditioned for Jeopardy. I've never made it to the actual come out to LA stage,
right?
Of trying out. But there's a show that Ken Jennings is also on, and it's called
The Chase.
The Chase,
and it's based on a British version. And so they brought on the guy from The Chase, who's basically their goat with a couple of Jeopardy champions.
James Holzhauer's on that, Brad Rutter, and so I tried out for that, and I made it kind of far in that tryout process. But yeah, getting on those shows is not easy.
Yeah, and maybe someday you'll get there, but today is going to be the next best thing because, Nick, we are welcoming to the studio 16-time Jeopardy champion Ryan Long this morning to battle you in a game of Preston and Steve style Jeopardy. So Ryan has just made it into the studio. Ryan, step up behind the podium right there.
Oh my God, what an honor. I'm a huge fan of Ryan. What a great champion, man. Yeah, he's amazing. And a huge Eagles fan. And welcome to the studio, man. It's so nice to meet you.
I'm a huge everything, man.
Ryan graciously said yes to this invitation to come in and play a game of Jeopardy with you, Nick.
Well, it's I'm looking forward to losing, and but no, I mean Ryan, fantastic champion, really repped Philly well, and we chatted with you, I guess, over Zoom maybe 2 or 3 months ago, Ryan, and well, awesome. This is really cool. It's a real honor to meet you.
Ryan's run, I think you'll agree, Nick. We all watching you go through the process of becoming a champ and keep going, and you really you. There's some champions who are like, okay, all right. not so interesting, but they're doing well. You were a lot of fun to watch, and so it's great to know that we'll be seeing you eventually when they have Tournament of Champions coming up. Have they alerted you to any that are in the future?
Yeah, well, first let me say I'm honored to be here in this temple of knowledge. The Tournament of Champions, we go back in September, and will air in November.
Excellent.
All right. And you know what? We'll talk.
He's part of the Pantheon.
We'll
now.
talk a little bit more about Jeopardy, but I think we need to play the game.
I think we do.
So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to move to the other side of the studio. Marissa has made a Jeopardy board, and I'll give you the rundown of how this is going to work out. But I got to make the move.
I'll describe you walking over. Preston's now walking past Casey's now rounding the corner. He's now behind me. He's now behind Kathy, and he's walking over to the other side of the room. Marissa's bringing in the game board, which looks quite nice, and Preston is all plugged in.
I'm ready. Oh, I didn't turn my mic on.
Oh.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right, there we go.
This
All
is
right.
just like being back in the studio.
And though the production value is
Sure.
exactly the same.
Exactly. If the studio was in a kinder care.
Case, if you could give me a little Jeopardy music, I will describe exactly how this is going to work. So we decided instead of doing the entire show where we would do 5 questions per category and 7 categories, we trimmed it down a little bit. So it's going to be 4 categories with 4 questions per category. The numbers are going to stay similar to that in that the easier ones will be 100, followed by 200, 300, and then 400, and so on. And we'll play the regular Jeopardy game. Now, I don't think we have any double Jeopardies on here. We forgot to do that. So it's just going to be straight trivia questions.
But that's the kind of game that we would do. We would forget to do certain things. However, I assume people can watch us streaming live, right?
Yes, we are streaming live on YouTube if you'd like to check this out.
Our Jeopardy board is falling apart. If we could just get a piece of tape to put the...
We're just working on it.
All right, there we go.
So the way this is going to work, and the little bit different than the regular Jeopardy, Ryan, is that we don't have the ability to hold off on your buzzers until the question is completed. Normally, I believe that's the way it works on the show. Until the host finishes asking or delivering the answer, you're kind of blocked out from buzzing in, right?
Yeah, there's a light that pops up that I'm way too slow at.
You did just fine. I think you used, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, you would jump in. So, and I've seen people do it. James Holzhauer did it, where he let the question, so confident in your ability, you jump in and then you hash it out after you have those few seconds to figure out the answer. Am I right on that?
Well, my reaction time is probably not quite as quick as James's, but yeah, more or less.
Yeah,
more or less.
It seemed to be a winning. Well, it certainly was a winning way to approach the game.
Yeah, it's sort of counterintuitive. My brain works just slow enough in those moments after I ring, and just fast enough that I have time to consider the answer.
All right. Well, the way this is going to work, I will start to read the clue, the answer, and if you go ahead and buzz in, if you buzz in before I'm finished, I'll just stop and not continue. Now you're going to be able to see it too because it's written on these cards right in front of us. So it's not quite Jeopardy level.
So smart. I didn't even know there was a buzzer.
There's a buzzer right there.
By the way, in the early,
the board is falling apart.
In the early stages of Jeopardy, it was not mandatory that you wait for Alex to finish the question. You remember that? Or the clue?
Well, yeah, I mean, but
they changed
I would listen to him talk anyway. Like, I would feel bad ringing in on Alex Trebek.
Right.
Such a great voice.
Was Wink Martindale the host before?
Wink Martindale was the host initially, and then in the early stages, though, and when they sometimes show the best of episodes, it was actually annoying to have people buzz in before he had finished the clue.
Right.
And I think that's what mandated them doing this full, let me read it and then buzz in.
And he had that delivery. The answer is.
Right, yes.
Like that. All right, so we're going to do it a little bit differently. We'll do it our way. Let's try the buzzers out. Nick, if you wouldn't mind hitting that.
Hey!
Very good. And Ryan, could we hear your buzzer? All right. So when you hear that, you'll know who buzzes in. All right.
Do you prefer to have thinking music underneath, or do you want to go dry like they do in
I think a little bit of music underneath kind of fills it out for radio more than television. Hannah Marissa is still taping together our board for us.
On Jeopardy, they play Gangnam Style under the...
This is not going to work. It's okay. Hang on. What is the... What? Oh, it's because of the bass on there.
What is adhesive?
Hang on. Here, I got yours.
Yeah, that's a good question though. Do we have to do it in the form of a question, Jeopardy style?
Yes,
We're doing
please.
Jeopardy style, man.
Yep. We got to do a Jeopardy style.
Go Jeopardy or go
Okay,
home.
so the categories. You ready to begin?
Yes.
The categories are, remember, there's 4: Round the World, Hooray for Hollywood, Stupid Answers, And for those about to rock.
Now, quick question.
Yeah.
Our scorekeeper will be?
I can do it. You can do it.
I thought Romano was going to do it.
Okay. Romano's going to do it. Yeah,
okay.
But do you want? I think I'm just going to do it on my computer. If I keep walking up in there, I'm going to get in the.
No, don't put it on there. Don't put it on there. Just
and
let
you
us
know
know
the scoring process, right?
Yeah, you get penalized.
For incorrect answers.
Do you know how to add and subtract?
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
I was about to ask, are we going to get the calculator involved here? Or?
I am not. I don't watch Jeopardy. So if they get it wrong, they subtract that amount that they are.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
Yeah, we'll help you out along the way.
Okay.
All right.
This is why we did fewer answers here for this.
Because
All
we're
right.
idiots.
Hold on. Now Nick Murphy's moving something. Dude.
So you can see the game board.
All right, we good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, here we go. Since he's the birthday boy, we will allow Nick to get us started. So, Nick, what's it going to be?
All right, well, let's start with Round the World for 100, please.
All right, here we go. And the answer is Wyoming's largest lake. It lies right in the middle of a national...
Hey!
Nick McElwain.
What is Lake Yellowstone?
Yellowstone Lake. We'll give it to you. Yes. Yes. Okay, that's 100 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you get to choose again.
I'll take Round the World for 200, please.
All right, and the answer to that question, I shouldn't have trimmed my nails. I can't get this off here. At over 3,500,000 square miles, this desert covers an area larger than Australia.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Sahara?
That is correct.
Yeah.
So far, 300 points for Nick, 0
Nick
for Ryan.
picked a topic he is strong in, by the way.
Yeah, geography nerd here.
Yeah.
I'll do Round the World for 300, please.
All right, next answer is the number of states that touch the Pacific Ocean.
Hey!
Nick.
What is 5?
That is correct.
Wow.
You want to try and run the category?
Yeah, Round the World for 400, please.
All right, here we go. Round the world for 400. All right. The smallest and shallowest of the world's 5 oceans is this one.
Hey!
Nick.
What is the Arctic?
That is correct. He ran the category.
Damn.
Kathy, what's the total so far?
1,000 points.
1,000
job,
points for
Kathy.
Nick. 0 for Ryan. Well done, Kathy Romano.
What an adder.
On the math. All right, Nick, next category.
All right, let's just keep going to the right. We'll do Hooray for Hollywood for 100, please.
All right, and the answer is this PBS bird has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Big Bird?
That is correct.
Wow.
Wow. All right.
Ryan.
I think Ryan's being nice.
Coffee didn't kick in yet.
You're just tuning in. Ryan Long, 16-time Jeopardy champion, taking on Nick McElwain in Jeopardy for his birthday. Did you want to do 200?
Yes, yeah.
I assume. Okay. I started.
Sometime Alex would pick a.
I'm going to override you on that and go with Potent Potables for 400.
Hooray for Hollywood. Here we go. Marilyn Monroe adored this jazz great and helped her get a booking at a Hollywood hotspot. Ryan.
Take a shot. Ella Fitzgerald.
That is correct.
In the form of a question.
Go ahead.
Jeopardy champ, Ryan Long. My apologies. It's my Jeopardy champ privilege showing.
That is right. And by the way, in the first round, they were usually a little lenient with that.
Yes,
so.
they are. Now they get there are 2 rounds. What do you think? We're half-assed here just because the board is falling apart. We left out double jeopardy.
Who is Ella Fitzgerald?
Very, very well done. Yes,
that's my reaction time's a little slow. I said.
All right. All right. So next category. Where would you like to go, Ryan?
Go on with Hollywood for 3.
All right. And the answer is she wrote Love to You All over her tiny bare footprints in 1935, and she was only 6 years old. Ryan.
Who is Shirley Temple?
That is correct. All right. What's the score so far, Kathy?
It is 1,100 to 500.
Yay for Kathy.
Yay, good job, Kathy. I'm her fact checker. Yeah, I got the thing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, Ryan, you get to choose again.
Hollywood for 4, please.
All right, we're going to close out the category, and here we go. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president of NBC. This is one of the tougher questions. Her father, Pat, created both the Today and Tonight shows as president.
This dead air is going to make for great radio.
Of NBC.
Yeah,
if they don't get it, I want to go for it.
We do get penalized for getting them wrong, so I'm not going to ring in on this one.
All right. Steve, what's the answer?
Sigourney Weaver?
That is correct.
Yeah, wow.
Nice. All right. And Ryan, you still have the board.
Stupid answers for one.
All right, we're going straight across here. All right, stupid answers. In 1981, this 9-letter word was added to the state flag of Wisconsin. Ryan, your answer, please.
What is Wisconsin?
That is correct. 100 points.
He cracked himself over that.
Next.
Stupid for 2.
All right, and
this is a topic we all excel at.
Our answer is, it is the first verb in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hey!
Nick.
What is pledge?
That is correct. Yes, 200 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's go for those about to rock for 100, please.
All right, we're switching categories. Here is your answer. After hearing Elvis live in his hometown of Lubbock, Texas, he switched to singing rock and roll. All right, we'll start with this story. A Swedish father named Martin Strobe has broken a Guinness World Record by stuffing 81 matches up his nose.
All right. I saw a picture of this.
Easily beating the previous record of 68. The 42-year-old from Helsingborg was inspired to try this after his kids were flipping through a Guinness World Records book and said that it would be cool to see their dad in it.
But you're leaving out the more impressive 10 candelabras up his ass.
At first, he didn't think that it was a good that he was good enough or good at anything to be the best in the world, but after looking through the book, he found a record that he thought he could beat. Martin had figured out a good technique because matches kept falling out of his nostrils. He did several practice runs before finding a method that worked. He completed the record in August with a crowd watching, but his son and daughter were the ones who he most wanted to impress.
Yeah, it's great, buddy. You think you could put on some pants?
His kids now think he's really cool, though they were confused about how so many matches fit into his regular-sized nose. Martin said that he wanted to make his children proud and show them that they have a cool dad to look up to.
Would you do that to make your kids proud?
I'd do anything.
I want to do 82. I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Think you could?
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to try it.
41 on each side.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
For the end of the show.
Yeah, and I'll do it in, it'll be like the NBA season, right? They play 82 games.
I love it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a line from Rain Man where he drops all the toothpicks on the floor. 82, 82, 82.
There you go.
I think it's 88.
It's not.
Is it not? You're right.
I guarantee you it's 82.
82.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. All right. I love
10
it.
minutes to walk.
All right. So a 10-year-old boy in Tennessee drove himself home from elementary school after having a disagreement with his mom. His mother had left him in the car while it was running when she went inside W.A. Wright Elementary School to drop off paperwork. When she came back, the car and her son were gone.
I'm out of here.
So she called the police. He's 10 years old. A witness saw the car back out recklessly, almost hitting another vehicle and jumping a curb. Officers found the car about a mile away at the family's home, parked in the garage. Wow, he got in the garage.
Not bad.
The boy told police that he drove home because of the argument. There was one arrest, though.
I'm going home, Mother.
And while investigating the incident, police discovered the boy's father had an outstanding warrant, theft and wire fraud, and arrested him.
You little Dickens.
Uh-huh. All right, she obviously did it for the love of the game, not the money. A 25-year-old Chinese woman, I should have brought this up while Jiao was in here, but a 25-year-old Chinese woman won a bronze medal and lost around 30 pounds during a 35-day wilderness survival contest on an island in eastern China. Zhao lasted from October 1st to November 5th in the competition and earned about $1,000 in prize money. And she says the biggest benefit from participating was losing the weight, not the cash. And let me tell you how she lost the weight. During her time in the wild, she ate high-protein foods like crabs, sea urchins, and abalone that she found on the island. She also hunted, skinned, and cooked 50 rats while she was there.
I heard she didn't stand for abalone.
Doesn't stand for baloney.
And even kept some rat meat after the contest ended.
She developed a taste for it.
We need to get her and Nell together.
Yeah.
Zhao entered... She endured...
See, even Nell go, yeah. You just ate a possum's ass.
Yep. Zhao entered heat over 100 degrees and endured heat over 100 degrees and suffered some sunburned skin, rough hands, and feet covered in scars from insect bites. Insect bites.
You know, you can win $100,000 on the pyramid.
2 other contestants are still on the island trying to win the top prize, Steve, of just over $7,000.
Don't forget that. Forget you, Dad.
No, Dad.
Forget you. After a planned sexual threesome failed to materialize, a Florida woman became angry and pummeled her boyfriend in the face, an alleged attack witnessed by the woman who had been invited to the couple's residence for some group sex. According to investigators, Angel Lynn Curl and her boyfriend invited a female friend to their Clearwater apartment Saturday evening to engage in sexual activity.
I'm here for the group sex. I brought some bear claws.
However, the coitus plan was interrupted, police say, when all parties declined participating in sexual activity. An arrest affidavit does not reveal why the tryst was aborted. Following the sex declination, Curl allegedly became angry and repeatedly struck the 47-year-old victim in the face as he was seated on the couple's living room couch.
And there are a lot of people happy to see Carl.
The female invitee, cops say, watched its Curl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good to see you.
Watched Curl strike the victim in the face with a closed fist multiple times after being read her rights. Curl denied hitting the man, and Curl was arrested for domestic battery, a misdemeanor, and she was released from custody later that day on her own recognizance. A judge has ordered her to have no contact with the victim. All right, next. A moral debate has ignited after a Chinese man who'd had his wife cryogenically frozen found love with someone else.
Oh, boy.
Junmin decided to have his wife Zhan in 2017 after she passed from cancer, cryogenically frozen. It was said to be a sign of devotion, and she became known as the country's first ever cryogenically frozen person in a recent, first ever cryogenically frozen person. And in an interview recently, Jamin revealed that he's had a partner that he's been seeing since 2020.
Yeah, how do you work that out?
With that,
honey, are you into threesomes?
Chinese social media has been the source of hot and heavy debate on the predicament, with many wondering why he didn't just let go, and another saying that Junmin appears to be dedicated only to himself.
So, to the best of my knowledge, there exists no advancements in cryogenics that suggest you could pull someone out of a deep freeze and bring them back to life.
But I mean, I think the idea for some is
down the road.
You die and you freeze, and I'll die. I'll get frozen, and they'll bring us both back together. But it's supposedly,
I saw a documentary where this guy kept repeating that sometimes dead is better.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, and then one last story. Last week, a story broke about a man in France. This is a follow-up, by the way. A man in France who had found around $800,000 in gold in his garden while he was digging a hole for a swimming pool.
Yeah.
I told you guys about that. The unidentified man clearly thought that he'd struck it rich, but still decided to do the right thing after he alerted authorities of the find because of that. And now it appears that he could very well be getting nothing out of the deal.
Oh, man.
You get nothing.
Wrong, sir.
Antoine Beguin is a lawyer who specializes in treasure finds, and he speculates that the heirs of the gold's original owner will come forward and claim it, leaving the guy who found it with just a hope that his honesty would be reported and rewarded, and he'll have a nice pool.
When are they going to begin this Beguin case?
It's a good question. I don't know. Well, we'll see if we get another follow-up on that, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. So it is 10:02 a.m., and the tickets have gone on sale for the Pierre A Show of Life event, which is going to be on Wednesday, December 17th at the Fillmore. And, of course, you have Brent and Zach of Shinedown, Lizzie and Joe of Hailstorm, Ed Roland of Collective Soul, the Hooters, David Wissiknen's In the Pocket, and joining In the Pocket will be Tommy Conwell, members of Baru Review, and the A's. And there may be more people on board, and a portion of the proceeds will benefit Manna. So those tickets are $50, and they just went on sale now. And we have a guest who is joining us. We have some music to play to bring him in. So, listen, when Pierre passed, we had a lot of people that we had a chance to talk to, and it was a homecoming of sorts for some. And we now finally have a chance to talk to our next guest, and it's bittersweet, obviously, but we love checking in with him. Our good friend John DeBella is joining us via Zoom this morning. Hey, John, it's good to see you, man.
It's good. Well, all of a sudden you disappeared. The camera was on you, and now all I got is black. So it was nice seeing you momentarily.
We'll get that back up and running. You look like you're at the DeBella estate behind you, the art wing.
Right. This the name for the estate is Poverty Hollow.
Poverty Hollow. That doesn't seem very lucrative. Yeah.
Right. It's just we bought this house that was just almost 3 years old, and we have done more repair to it than a 3-year-old house should have done.
Oh boy.
Well, it's looking good, man.
Yeah.
So, listen, John, I hate to strike a somber tone, but listen, we've cried a lot here. You've cried a lot. We know that. I went back shortly after Pierre passed, and I watched the video of your retirement down the hall in the MGK studios, and specifically, I zeroed in on what you had to say about Pierre, and it was just, it was another moment that I cried again, and it's just, he was so special to all of us, but you guys were together for so long. You had these ups and downs that you lived through. It just, man, I don't even know where to start to talk about that stuff with you.
Well, I guess the easiest place to start is meeting Pierre.
Yeah.
When I got to MMR, I got there in October. My first day on the air was November 15th. Right? And I got there in October to get the lay of the land. And it's funny because I showed up with a pumpkin in my hand and I was wearing red shoes. Right? The first person to greet me was Gunnar.
Yeah.
Right. And he was like, wait a second, you're wearing the Pope's shoes. No, I'm just an Elvis Costello fan. So I went in, I met Gunnar and I met Charlie Kendall, the then program director, and went back home. And then when I came back, I was back a few days before we were going on the air. And I met Bubba John, and he took me to lunch. Right, he took me to Nick's Roast Beef when there used to be a Nick's Roast Beef on Walnut Street, but I hadn't met any other staff members. So I come walking in my first day on the air. Now Pierre tells this story completely different than what I believe is fact. Okay, all right. I was in a red leather ski jacket, like one of those puffer jackets, but it was red leather. All right, and which made him go like, what the hell? Right. And I was wearing, he says I was wearing a beret. It's possible that I was, right? I went through a beret stage, right? But he insists on the fact that I was wearing sunglasses. It was 4:30 in the morning. Why in God's name would I be in sunglasses?
Right.
And he tells that story that way all the time. But little did I know that this was going to be the beginning of a very long and close friendship.
Yeah.
The two of us were a team. A team who was separated from each other. But there was 10 to 20 minutes every day where we were this team that the entire city tuned in for.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean by team separated from each other. That's a radio staff. None of us were ships passing in the night, but we're very tight with each other in the same regard.
Right. So and from that point on, it just became just the two of us. Oh, and he was still doing overnights at that time, right? And then eventually. It took about a year or so. He got moved to middays, and that's when the tightness really began. I mean, it was just. He referred to me as his Bhagwan. I was giving him, radio, lectures, and he was my guiding light. Because I had all this pressure on me, and he was the one who was always settling me down. So,
and it was a titanic amount of pressure that you were facing, and Pierre had the ability to quell things. The hilarious dichotomy is he knocks over a coffee in the studio, and the explosive expletives. The Mr. Peace and Love would become a deranged lunatic. But that was he beat himself up that way. He was never that way, to people around him. So you guys obviously had that sort of thing, which is that exchange. And I wanted to go back. Preston, talking about you, John, when you left your retirement, and the way you were received, and I'm sure you had a perception of how things would transpire, and the tears and so on and so forth. To have the immediate, virtual blanket pulled out from everything here, as unforeseen as it was. From where you are and from what you've seen and what you know, is it amazing to you, because it's amazing to us, as much as we thought Pierre's retirement and obviously the passing would be, it's exponentially that much more. Do you sit in amazement of the reaction of everyone to his passing?
I was in shock over it. I mean, it was actually, shock is the wrong word. I mean, I was so surprised, enthralled, excited that we weren't the only ones who got it.
Yeah.
That there were so many people out there who got it. And when I saw what happened in Rittenhouse Square, I was like, oh my God. I mean, I can't begin to explain to you the pain of this separation, of being down here while all of this was going on up there. And for the most part, you know, I could have come up, but there was nothing for me to do.
Yeah.
Other than cry with everybody else. And I was crying more than enough at home. It is, you guys know I'm a woodworker. And I'm pretty sure you guys signed it. When I left, rather than giving me one of those cards that everybody at the company signs, Bill got a piece of wood, and he had everybody sign this piece of wood.
Right.
And I framed it and I put it up in my shop. And when I walk into the shop every day, the first thing I see is Pierre's signature. Right, you know, and I got to a point where I wouldn't look up at it, because it was so painful to deal with that day after day after day. And I never knew when it was going to come on. I mean, Steve, you're going to find this really shocking, right? I go to the gym 5 days a week.
That is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was there at the beginning of the process.
Right.
Yeah.
So let Dwayne know. Right. But I'm at the gym 5 days a week, and a week or two ago, I'm on a leg press machine, and all of a sudden, I don't know if it was a song that came on or just a thought that came into my head. Now I am crying in the gym. There's people all around, and all I'm saying to myself is, I sure hope they think I'm sweating.
let me ask you, because and this is something that I've been talking about and trying to explain, and we were kind of articulating it yesterday. Preston and I were talking to Paula in the sales office here, and I know what has happened, but it feels often as if Pierre's on an extended vacation and surely he'll come back. It is that still incomprehensible that it seems that way. And I don't know, I'm still waiting for the second shoe to drop in the mourning process when it becomes irrevocably clear that it's not that. Do you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you're saying. It's like, you know, because I ask myself, when does this stop? There is a hole in my life that I will never be able to fill again.
Yeah.
And it's Steve, I got to tell you, I mean, I don't have the words anymore. I don't think I ever had the words. This is not how it was supposed to go.
Right.
We were supposed to become old men, right? And then, you know, and die on the same day.
Yeah.
Right. You know, it was not supposed to go this way. And you know, and the constant, it's a constant reminder. I mean, I remember one day, and there was one day where I woke up one morning, and later on in the day, I realized, oh my God, today's the first day I didn't think about Pierre the second I woke up, right? You know, but it's like no, I keep thinking he's going to be back.
Yeah.
You know, this is just a phase. This is just a joke, right? You know, this isn't real, right? But obviously it is real, and the pain just doesn't stop.
We've been feeling the same way too, John. I mean, you know, Pierre would take 2-week vacations, and you taught us that it was okay to do that, by the way, John. So I thank you for that. But I'm expecting him to come back at some point.
Yeah.
Listen, I just want to point this out. Tickets went on sale at 10. they're sold out.
Oh my God!
I think they sold out within 5 minutes. That's at least what we're seeing on YouTube.
Yeah.
The people that are texting.
I'm
in.
getting that as well. I'm not surprised.
No,
You know,
but I didn't know. But 5 minutes and those thousands of tickets sell out like that. So the love is incredibly strong here. And John, like you said, I want to echo what you said. It was so. Now we knew how Philadelphia felt about Pierre, but when the national recognition started to come in, oh my God!
CBS
right?
Sunday morning.
CBS Sunday morning,
Rolling Stone,
the New York Times,
TMZ.
Yeah,
they all hit it. It was incredible, just incredible. And on top of it, all of the rock stars. And we were on the air here, John, and it was that. It was the second day. We did 2, full days because he passed on Wednesday, and we had Thursday and Friday. And by the way, when we were dealing with the shock of it that day, we all looked at each other and were like, "Oh my God, we have to talk about this, and we still have to work, and we still have to we have to make this. We got to continue to do this and do this the right way." It was so hard to do because we were so grief stricken. But I mean, when we started seeing the tributes come in, we were on the air on Friday, and I just see this note slide across the board. We're live on the air, and it says Graham Nash is on the hotline.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my God. Just unbelievable. I mean, he's
and not simply. I'm so sorry to he is distraught, and I think what it speaks to is goes right, I'm sure, to that kind of bond that you and he had, John, and that you have friends in your life that. You don't have to be together. You don't have to even see each other a lot.
Right.
But you will, the second you are in proximity, pick right up where you left off. You get each other. And if you're blessed in life, you get one of those, I have a feeling Pierre had generated, if Pierre was that to many people, but you guys had something unique.
Right. It was the day from... I guess from when I left MMR till the last day that I saw him, our goodbye was, I love you. Every day, every time, right? It was, I don't think there's any person in the world that I've said I love you to as much as I did to Pierre.
Wow.
It was a constant thing. It was some days when I was at NGK, I would come down and I could see, okay, he's in mayhem mode. I'll just kind of walk away.
Yeah.
Right. But and at the same time, as much as I loved him, how much I loved terrorizing him.
Yes. We love the story of, and he would tell it, he was showing up late that day and you were sending out, that story is a perpetual perennial. I won't repeat it again because people have heard, but it's just, he loved his feet being held to the fire by you. Because he knew it was coming from a good...
I don't know, because let me tell you a Pierre Robert story.
Well, yeah.
Because he was running ever so slightly behind me.
Ever so slightly.
I said something on the air about it, and I did not say it like John, like you used to, which was, "Where is this bastard? I'm done working." It was more like, "Oh, Pierre's not here yet. All right, well, we'll do our thing, this and that." And he must have had a late night that night because he pulled me aside and he was firm when he said this, and it was fine.
Yeah.
But he said, "Listen," he goes, "I would appreciate it if you wouldn't do that." He's like, my mind goes back to DeBella just torturing me with that over. And he wasn't happy. He was not happy when he said this to me. But that chapter of his life was over as far as
or he thought it was
concerned.
over. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was reserved for me.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
John, there's something that I wanted to bring up, because I'm still really distraught and having a hard time every day, like you are and like many people are. But there have been these really fantastic silver linings, reconnecting with people that I haven't talked to for a while. It's strange what grief will do to you, but that part of it for me has been a really nice aspect of all of it, is just being able to talk to people, share stories. And then I think what's going to happen in December will be that as well. Hopefully, a lot of people are going to be able to go to those shows. Who have you reconnected with? Who have you talked to that you're kind of surprised, either reached out to you or thought, I want to share a Pierre Robert story with John DeBella?
All right. It is, God, it's hard to say this, but everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes it was just text, sometimes it was phone calls. Right, Larry Mullen, the guy who used to run the Borgata.
Yes, yeah, great guy.
Right? Out of the clear blue, right? I get this call from him, right? And it was like, I hadn't thought about Larry in ages. He moved to Australia and now he's living in Florida. But and I get this call from him, and everybody's calling me to say they're sorry to hear about it. Like I needed the support. I did need the support, but it was like I was in shock over the amount of people who did. George Stone from Warner Brother Records.
Oh my God, I miss Georgie. Oh my God.
It's a funny story. There was this bit that we used to do to George, right? Where they would bring us records first thing in the morning. We would be the first one to play them. Don't bring it to any other radio station. You bring another radio station, we're not going to add that record. All right. So George would come in, and I was like, George, you can't just come in and hand me a record. All right. And I said, and he goes, well, what do you want? I said, from now on, when you come in, no matter who the artist is, I want you to say, it's a smash. It's a hit. It's the greatest thing he's ever done.
To justify it.
Yeah, I love that, guys.
So George, not only was George one of the first people that called me, but it ends up that I met a guy here in Nashville who is Taylor Swift's promotions guy. He handles, when we had the Taylor Swift autographed guitar for the Radiothon, he was the guy who got it for us. He handles all that stuff for her, right? And the first thing I didn't know George knew Frank. And the first thing George tells me he says, why are you telling the story about me on the air to people in Nashville? I go, what are you talking about? Who did I tell that to? Right? And it ended up, it was Frank, and they were old friends from Warner Brothers.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
Wow.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, and as far as terrorizing him was concerned, right? Probably the story you're talking about the most is when I grabbed a Marty unit and showed up at the front door.
Yes.
Yeah. And there was that. There was the time I had to talk the cops out of, letting him go. Because not only was he parked illegally, but the registration was out on his car, more than likely the insurance as well. Yeah. And he was stuck there. And he literally called me and says, talk to these guys. And there are times where you don't understand what the power of your show really is.
Right.
And here I am talking, and they're going, wait, you're really John DeBella? I said, yeah, I'm really John DeBella. He says, and this is that Pierre Robert? Yeah, that's that Pierre Robert. And the cops let him go.
It's funny, though? You talk about that, but we would have him do stuff for us. So we had him launch we were doing the Vag projects. We were launching the helium-filled sex balloons. Try to get a camera into space, which it turns out any elementary school can pull off perfectly well. We could never get it done, but he'd be there. He'd be there. He'd be when you need me. He may show up a few minutes late, but it didn't matter how dumb it was. He was all in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think while I was at MGK, or maybe it might have been after I left MGK, my favorite thing to do with Pierre was show up on Bastille Day with a really bad French accent and comment on everything he was doing. And I would do it when he was doing the calendar. Yeah. Right? And he would keep trying to go back to it, and I would keep telling him, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Oh, I love the I mean, and he knew it, and he would get, people would talk about it, but if it was Latvian clog dance day or whatever, it would make that list. It did not matter. You knew comprehensively everything, and that was part of the joy of the Pierre Robert experience.
Well, John, we got to move on. I don't know if you know this. We got sponsors we got to satisfy here, but
really?
I know.
Anybody I like, and you can do a live.
You don't like any of them anymore. Now there obviously we have the the concert coming up, and his family's going to have a service and anything. Are you going to be able to come in town, or is that remains to be seen?
I am basically, for lack of a better term, the MC for the service.
Okay.
All right, and I'm definitely going to be at the concert and hoping that I can greet people as well.
Well, we will see you there.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, it's great to check in with you. You look great. You look like you're enjoying yourself, and we'll get the chance to see you in person
Hey,
a little
this is 40 pounds less of John DeBella.
Yeah, buddy.
You're looking great.
Good.
Yeah, you're Mr. Olympia now.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Yeah. Shave the mustache, and it'll be 35 pounds.
Shake a mustache, and nobody will find me.
All right, John, we'll talk to you soon, man. Thanks for coming on.
Take care, guys.
All right,
Thank
see you,
you.
buddy. All right, our buddy John DeBella right there. Wow. By the way, I need to mention this. The show sold out. So thanks to everybody for that incredibly outpouring of love and appreciation. And the show is at the Fillmore December 17th. And due to that overwhelming ticket demand, there are none left. And you may, if you want to support Pierre, you may continue to do it through Manna by visiting their website, because a portion of the sales are going to go to Manna, and they're making this nice plaque for Pierre, and the pies are going to be on sale in his name for Thanksgiving. But if you want to make a donation, that'd be wonderful. And you just got to stay with us. There's probably going to be more opportunities for you to hang out and and join us and celebrate the life of Pierre. We'll have
That's for absolutely sure. Chuck has made it clear, and there are actual ways about getting this out to people as well that are being discussed. But you're right, Preston. It's not going to stop here. It's there are other things to be done, because we know how important it is to you to be a part of these things. So, we will move forward with coming up with other things and other ways to celebrate and support and do things in his honor.
And next time we'll book the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
We might need to do that.
That would be a little bit more appropriate. So, all right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a second, and lesson, question, trash, music news are on the way. Ryan, your answer?
Who is Buddy Holly?
That is correct. 100 points for
Ryan, a big music fan. We know that.
Ryan, you now have control.
Let's go stupid answers for 3 and satisfy my OCD.
All right.
Yeah, I hate when they don't finish this.
We almost got it complete in order all the way across. All right, here we go. It is the one-word name of the Ben & Jerry's flavor described as vanilla ice cream with vanilla bean specks. Ryan, your answer?
What is vanilla?
That is correct. Yes, 300 points for Ryan.
I forgot the category for a second.
Stupid.
Mott the Hoople?
Yeah. All right, Ryan, we're going 400 here?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, stupid answers for 400. Closing out the category. In 1452, Leonardo da Vinci was born near a small Tuscan hill town called this.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Florence?
That is incorrect. Ryan is buzzing in.
What is Vinci?
That is correct. Leonardo of Vinci.
Yes.
And he was.
I guess I'm just a little stupider than you, buddy.
Kathy, what's the score so far?
It is 900 to 1400.
All right, so Nick has the lead right now. So where do we want to go in Those About to Rock?
For Those About to Rock for 4.
All right, 4. We're going to the bottom of the category. Ryan gets to choose. If you're just tuning in, Jeopardy champion Ryan Long facing off against Nick for his birthday. Here is the answer. At the concert for Bangladesh, George Harrison got this guitarist to chime in on While My Guitar Gently Weeps. We go to Nick.
Who is Eric Clapton?
That is correct. 400 points for Nick. Nick, you have control of the board.
For Those About to Rock for 300, please.
All right. Next answer is, this arena rock trio hit it big in the 70s with the Ayn Rand-inspired album 2112.
Hey!
Nick?
Who is Rush?
Better get that right.
And for 200, please.
All right, final category, and here we go. Final answer. This 90s band named themselves after the Seattle art installation.
Hey!
Nick.
Who is Soundgarden?
That is correct. Wow. All right, at the end of round 1, Kathy, what's the score?
Nick is leading with 1,800, Ryan with 1,400.
All right. Okay. Narrowed it down a little bit, but we're close. So we move on to Double Jeopardy now.
Where the scores can really change.
That is correct. In fact, they double. And I got to make sure, Nick Murphy, I move this into the proper location.
Yes.
Is that good? All right. He says it looks good.
He
All right.
also says to wet your lips and seduce the camera.
Now, normally we go over and we interview the contestants at this point. Actually, it's during the break.
Do it
during
now.
the break of first. So, Nick McElwain, you have a very large head.
Yes, I do.
Tell us about that.
Was that painful for your mother?
Yeah. In fact, Steve, she ended up having 3 straight C-sections as a result, and
we share that kind of in common. My mother was in a very long birth because apparently my head got stuck. So.
You know what? I will. I'll say I'll say hi to my mom. It's her half birthday today. But she's the reason I started watching Jeopardy in the first place. So Ryan, in a weird twist of fate, maybe part of the reason why you're here today is because of my mom, and I love Betsy dearly, and she's a huge Jeopardy fan and a huge fan of yours, Ryan. So shout out to Betsy.
That's pretty cool.
Shout out to Betsy.
All right. Ryan Long, you're from Bucks County, Pennsylvania?
Well, I grew up there part of the way, but yeah, pretty much.
All right. Where do you call home now?
I live in Mount Airy.
In Mount Airy. All right. And
You're my neighbor.
Yeah, I sure am.
Should come over.
See how I hesitated, but politely though?
Yeah, no, I would too. I would never go near my house.
Real quick, tell us about your, Nick went and auditioned for Jeopardy. Tell us about the steps that you went through to eventually make it on the show.
Oh, well, yeah, I auditioned, and this is, I guess, are they doing it in person now?
You start online, the online process, and it used to be different than it is now.
Yeah, no. Well, I took the online, and then I did a Zoom interview, and then I just, sat on my ass for a year and a half.
A year and a half?
Year and a half?
So when
about 14 months. Yeah.
It was wild for a bit, Ryan, because the only pool of contestants they were pulling from were in the Los Angeles area, where we're right there. During COVID, they weren't bringing people or making people travel, and now it's opened up again. And you very often now find people from Philadelphia in this area on Jeopardy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we are very good at hiding our smarts. So.
I think there's a lady on Monday that's from Philly as well.
Yes.
I think I saw something on Action News last night or the day before. So we're going to have another Philly contestant representing Philly on Jeopardy next week.
Nice.
All right, well,
By the way, Preston, you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You're doing an excellent job, and Kathy, as scorekeeper, is doing a phenomenal job as well.
Thank you.
She is.
And Casey, as fact checker to the scorekeeper, is doing a great job.
I think we stayed away from any pronunciations where I might need to use a dialect, which is always one of Alex's great skills. When he would pronounce something, no matter what language or what dialect it was, he would make sure that he rolled his R's when it was necessary and so on.
You'll just sound like Borat.
I will. Let's begin.
To watch the ladies make water.
All right, so let's get started. Casey, give me some music here as we head into round number 2. Give me like the Jeopardy theme.
Oh,
Something a little more
want the
upbeat. Yeah, because we're going to.
Yeah.
All right, so the categories for round 2 are. Thank you. I know. Worked really hard on that. Cinespeak, Do a 180, All in Our Heads and Textbooks, and Fuzzy Friends.
Fuzzy Friend.
Those are the categories. All right, so the way it usually works is whoever leads has control of the board, I believe.
No,
whoever's losing has control of the board, I believe. Ryan, you get to
He
be
gets to spin the wheel.
All right, Ryan, where are we going to go?
Jesus. For Fuzzy Friends for 400.
Fuzzy Friends for 400. All right, now we're taking a different approach. We're going to bounce around the board a little bit here. All right, so the answer is, when faced with danger, certain ducks, snakes, and mammals do this, also called thanatosis. Ryan, what's the answer?
What is Playing Dead?
That is correct. So 400 points for Ryan. Next, please.
All in Our Heads and Textbooks for 2, please.
All right. And that answer is, an infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when they are taken away from someone to whom they have a strong attachment. An infant might exhibit this type of anxiety when taken away from someone to whom... Yes, Nick.
What is separation anxiety?
That is correct.
Nice.
200 points for Nick. All right, Nick, you have control of the board.
Let's do Fuzzy Friends for 2, please.
All right, and that answer is, the two-toed one of these can live...
Hey!
Nick?
What is the sloth?
That is correct. All right, next category.
Fuzzy Friends 4-6, please.
All right, and our answer for that one is it's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long, so farmers don't find it as cute. All right, Nick?
What is a prairie dog?
That is incorrect. So farmers don't find it as cute as zoogoers might find it. It's the world's largest burrowing animal and can make a destructive tunnel complex 650 feet long. Ryan, any answer?
I'm sorry I made you wait for me not to answer.
Okay. The answer is, a wombat. They usually give the
wombat.
answers.
Yeah.
A wombat. All right.
Yeah, he does give the answer.
Nick, next category.
Finish out the category. Fuzzy Friends for 8.
All right, and that answer is...
You're so excited.
It's a birthday wish come true.
The arrival of foxes in Western Australia in the 1920s was bad news for the quokka, a type of this kangaroo relative. Ryan.
Ooh, what is a wallaby?
That is correct. 800 points. By the way, the points are doubled here. All right, Ryan, you have control of the board. Where are we going to go?
Doing 180 for 4, please.
All right, and that answer is... This position is the last line of defense in rugby. In the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry, oh my God, I can't pronounce his name, Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson.
Larry Csonka.
Csonka. Spell with a C?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what I did.
Guy's stupid.
This position is the last line of defense in rugby, but in the NFL, it's the offensive role of Larry Csonka and Moose Johnson. Ryan.
What is a tackle?
That is incorrect. Nick, do you want to take a shot at it?
No.
Okay.
Oh, it's a fullback.
The fullback.
How much was that, by the way?
400. All right, so no answer. Or wait. Yes, incorrect answer, right?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, where are we going to go?
Do I go or didn't Ryan go?
Hooters 93.3 WMR. Everything Rocks. A music video featuring Pierre Robert.
That's right.
And by the way, if you didn't know this, the tickets for the Pierre Robert Show of Life sold out in 5 minutes. Unbelievable. We had a feeling that they'd go quick, and they sure enough did. And once again, we are blown away by the power of Pierre Robert.
There was no way to anticipate that level.
No, we knew. I had a feeling, but you never know until you flip the switch.
Well, we knew it would do, obviously, and listen, we're hearing you if you feel like you couldn't get in on this, and we were anticipating this, and there are things in motion. So just hold tight, and we will get information to you.
Yeah. So we'll see, and clearly, listen, I don't work in the management department. Clearly, this has to be step one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's got to be other things.
I agree 1,000%.
The people are calling for it, so I don't know. That's just my take on it. Real quick, before we get to the lesson question and all of that stuff, I meant to point this out earlier, but we were so jam-packed with everybody on the air today. Yesterday, Chuck received a letter.
Yeah.
And it was, I guess it was for us as well. It's addressed to us in the letter, but I don't know who it was addressed to on the envelope, but Chuck got it and opened it up. It was from a law firm. And it says, Dear Preston and Steve Show, on behalf of my client who wishes to remain anonymous, enclosed is a contribution to Phil Abundance in the amount of $15,000 in memory of Pierre Robert. That's one person has come out with $15,000.
Move to that.
I did see some other checks while we were at Camp Out that were, from a single individual, $5,000 and Roy Perry donated $10,000. That was incredible. Here's one for $15,000 anonymously. There was also an anonymous $50,000 donation.
This is amazing.
We know who it is, but they want to remain anonymous. But anyhow, the author or the attorney says, my client wishes to thank you all for your time and effort in the mission to drive hunger from our community, wishing you continued success sincerely. And then I won't even read the name if they want to stay.
Though you'd love to.
Quiet.
Yeah.
Actually, no, this is an accountant that sent this, not a legal firm. So, wow. Thank you, anonymous donor. We don't know who you are. We love you.
The amount of good you've done, you can't even imagine.
Yeah. And I got an email from a guy as well who said that, the loss of Pierre has left a hole in his heart. This is from a guy named Mike Kopecki. And he says, but I now live part-time in Key West, Florida, and I have other good friends here. One is Larry O'Donnell, originally from the fine village of Ambler, now living in Key West, and he's a fan of WMMR, growing up listening to Pierre, and a major deadhead. We toast Pierre whenever we meet up, and I hope you enjoy the photo. And he sent me a picture, and the guy looks a lot like Pierre.
It's crazy.
Isn't it?
It looks like it's his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, wow.
And he says, Mike says, as always, he will live on with each song you play. Cheers. So you guys got it in your inboxes too. You should take a look when you get a chance because it's pretty awesome. I need a shout out real quick.
Yes.
Before we wrap up. I know we have another break to go, but it says, hey, Nick and Preston, sorry to reach out. I usually wouldn't bother you, but having surgery on Thursday, this was yesterday, so I missed it. It says, first major one for me, and this is from Chris Schrenk. And he says, any chance of a good vibe shard out tomorrow morning early? Appreciate the time, Chris. So here's a shard out. And Chris, I'm sorry we're late with that. So I hope the procedure went well. And I hope you're doing okay, my friend. And
absolutely.
Have a quick recovery. And then there was a butt plug. I wanted to mention this. This is from Kevin. And he says, longtime WMMR listener. And he sends me some stuff about how long he's been listening, which is wonderful. But he said, I'm reaching out today because I'm a volunteer firefighter with a Relief Engine Company in Morristown, New Jersey, and I've been serving for the past 29 years. Our department is hosting our 11th annual Relief Beer Fest. It's tomorrow. And we're trying to get ticket sales a little last-minute boost. The event is fully catered, features 20 local breweries, and we have the band Next performing live. All proceeds benefit our volunteer firefighters and help keep the station and our community going strong. If there's any chance you consider giving the event a small shout-out on the air, it would mean the world to us. The entire Preston and Steve crew is invited as our guests. So, again, it's in Morristown, New Jersey, tomorrow, 5:30 to 9:30. And tickets are available at reliefbeerfest.com, and that is from Kevin Middleton. So wanted to pass that along for you, friend.
President, I got an email from Kevin. Tickets are going fast. So if you're interested in going this, buy them now because they are probably going to sell out. So there's fewer than 100 left. And like you said, all the information's up on the community page at PrestonandSteve.com. But there's fewer than 100 left at this point.
Okay. And then last one, this is a shout out for today, too. It says, hey, guys, hope you had fun at the Camp Out for Hunger. They say, good morning at Steve Presbo and gang, which Pierre gave me that.
Presbo.
That name. I was wondering if you guys could do a shout out for me on November 21st. I'm taking on the Praxis team. It's an exam for prospective teachers to demonstrate they have knowledge in different content areas. And I'm studying to be an inclusive elementary school teacher. I would be able to teach a general education classroom and have special education students in my class as well. If I could get a juicy academic shout out, that would be amazing. I'll be listening to the podcast that day, but if you can do it at some point this week, that would be amazing. Thank you guys so much. I'm incredibly thankful to you guys and all the dumb stuff you guys do for us. My thoughts and prayers are with you, and have a raging Thanksgiving. That is from Lily Mossjörg. So here you go. And that is a shout out for you guys. Good luck to you. All right, we can now ask a lesson question. We are going to, by the way, give away as a prize a pair of tickets to the Big Five Classic, which is coming up December 6th, the Saturday. And let me see here. What kind of food do you eat off of the supporter shield? I think you said that, right, Case?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of in the background. I hope you heard. 610-660-9333. That was around 7:02 this morning. What kind of food do you eat off of the supporter shield? We actually had it in here. It's this amazing trophy that the Union won. And if you heard and you know, call us now. We'll do the trash while you're calling in.
Trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Monster Mania 65 this weekend in Oaks with Gillian Anderson, Michael Rooker, Vincent D'Onofrio, and Linda Blair, and Steve Morrison. Yeah! Tickets at monstermania.net or at the door while they last. What's going on, Steve?
Well, it's pretty bad. Walt Disney World experiencing a fifth fatality in less than a month with the death at their Saratoga Springs resort. The horrific situation has prompted Disney World to open a new morgue facility called Death Cot Center.
Oh, my God.
Simone Biles has recently confirmed that she had her breast implants. Now she's sharing that the process was, quote, painful as hell. Biles explained she had an experimental new procedure that uses a nail gun.
Oh, my God.
It is bad. And finally, an Atlanta judge has thrown out a sexual assault lawsuit filed against Vin Diesel by a former assistant on the movie Fast 5. The judge also cautioned Diesel that he would give him the death penalty if he said word one about family. And that's your Hollywood Trip.
We're going to the phones. Maybe somebody knows what kind of food you eat off of the Supporter Shield, and we will see if Blake has any idea. Hi, Blake, you're on the air, bud.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Doing good, my friend. All right, so what kind of food do you eat off of the Supporter Shield?
That would be spaghetti.
Spaghetti! Correct, sir. Hang on just a second. You got yourself a pair of tickets to the Big 5 Classic Saturday, December 6th. That is at Xfinity Mobile Arena. And you can see Temple, Villanova, LaSalle, St. Joe's, Penn, and Drexel battle it out in one epic city basketball showcase. Visit XfinityMobileArena.com/Big 5 Classic for tickets.
So do you want to hear how stupid I am?
Sure.
The Supporter Shield.
Yeah.
Okay. It's these guys are bringing it in, and they're supporters of the team.
Yeah.
It is the team. It is the supporters of the team. That's how it got its name.
Yeah,
That's how stupid I am.
There it is. The Supporter Shield.
Holy hell.
Hey, welcome to the Stupid Club.
Yeah.
Right here on the radio.
Jesus. Yeah.
All right, music news. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Did I get you?
You got me.
I got you.
Did he drop trow?
He did. But he wrote a note on his ass.
What does it say?
It says no sponsor.
Aw, love Diane.
And Diane.
Actually, love Ryan Shuttleworth. Thank you, Ryan.
Did you write that on his ass? Oh, you poor son of a
I go, hey,
bitch.
listen, I'm going to ask you something. It's inappropriate, and you don't have to say yes.
Is Diane a tattoo?
That's a tattoo.
Okay.
That's a tattoo.
I never knew that.
You have a, let me, can I say?
Yeah. Yeah, take it. Of course.
That's wonderful. That's nice.
And then
yeah.
And Marissa filmed that. Casey very rarely breaks me. As we
I will
do
break you.
As we do our silent hand signals and whatnot, or if somebody's doing a live read, we will occasionally try to crack each other up.
You were trying to break me during my Duncan live read earlier today.
Yeah, I was. I was
What were you
dancing.
doing? Yeah.
I was because I wanted to try to talk like this, and so I was trying to make some faces to get him to do that, and we were having some fun with that. And
We're all
then
professionals
Marissa was talking about rubbing stuff on her face earlier this morning,
rubbing it all over her face.
Oh, it's what we do to entertain. We're trying to entertain you and also entertain ourselves. So that's part of that. Casey,
Yeah.
love you, man.
Love you too, buddy.
All right, so bad news for Audioslave fans. Tom Morello says that the surviving members are no closer to releasing their unheard material. Of course, Soundgarden's Chris Cornell, Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello, Tim Comerford, and Brad Wilk were Audioslave. Huge supergroup in the early 2000s. I loved that band. Though they only managed 3 studio albums together before disbanding in 2007. The band left a huge mark in the world of rock. In 2019, 2 years after Cornell's death, Morello had revealed that Audioslave had a, quote, what he said, a record's worth of unheard material that would be released at some point. However, in the 6 years since then, some point has never come, and it sounds like we're going to be waiting a long time before it does. The guitarist explained, saying when bands are deciding what songs go on their records and what don't, it's not always sensible. It's not like they're, here's the 10 best jams. Sometimes it's like someone likes this one, someone's not feeling that one.
Has any tidbit of this stuff been released?
No, he said, so we had heard from, we had from each of the 3 Audioslave records, we had songs left over, some of which are really great. Despite the quality of the work, Morello says that there are still no plans for any of the tracks to be released. He said it's not for lack of anything other than that we don't have it together. He said there's no plan to not put it out. I would love for it to get out into the world, and hopefully it will one day. While Audioslave's unheard songs remain hidden for the world, things look much more promising with Cornell's other band. Soundgarden guitarist Kim Thale and drummer Matt Cameron recently confirmed that they are working on the group's final album.
Is the Space People album?
With the surviving members and Cornell's estate finally on the same page. So we'll eventually hear that, which is pretty cool. So, Liam Gallagher has walked back his hints about Oasis touring in 2026, saying the band needs to sit down and discuss future plans. Singer had told fans at Wembley Stadium in September to see them next year, and it also said something. He said something similar at shows in Sydney. When asked if there would be a 2026 tour, he flatly said no and insisted that he was serious. In a longer response, he explained that fans will see him next year, but he's not sure if it will be with Oasis. He said that the band needs to be discussing these things, and if it were up to him, they would tour until they die, but unfortunately, it's not his decision alone.
I can only speak of this in let's say, this local area here, but Oasis has had a major resurgence in today's youth. High school kids, college kids are all... I want to say all.
The youths are digging them?
Are very, very much into, like, I'm telling you, whenever I get into the car with my daughter, my 16-year-old daughter, she's playing, like, I got in yesterday, and Cigarettes and Alcohol, the song was playing on, and she has her Oasis playlist. My son was the same way. All of his friends are the same way.
Wow.
Nick, I don't know if your son and his friends have gotten into the Oasis bandwagon at all?
Not yet. No,
Okay.
it's still Travis Scott.
No.
Which is actually, you know what? Yeah, I should ask him because he's in Ireland, and I'm curious because I know Oasis is just huge in the UK and in Ireland, and like I'm curious as to whether or not bands like that, like who were we talking about not that long ago? Oh, Radiohead, right?
Yeah.
Like there's a ton of demand for that too. So yeah, I'll find out.
I haven't seen anything on Caleb's end about loving Oasis or anything like
Ask
that.
them, because Avery, and so, they do this thing called Weenie Roast every, Halloween or whatever, and they do these skits, and her and her friend dressed up as Noel and Liam and did this skit.
Oasis wraps up their reunion tour this weekend in Brazil. One last story. After Vince Neil's health issues, an extended hiatus from performing, his return to the stage in some fans' eyes was a little rough. The internet was filled with videos of Vince sounding less than optimal. With newly announced tour plans set for Motley Crue next year, those same fans are wondering how and if even Vince will be able to hold up under the stress of a full-blown tour.
You have a clip from one of the solo shows, Preston?
One actually said as much on... Okay, stop it. On social under the tour announcement and got a response from Nikki Sixx. Under the comment, Vince needs to get in shape and fix his voice first.
Fix it.
Sixx said, did you hear him in Vegas? He sounded solid and badass. Vegas was the band's September-October Las Vegas residency, which was Neil's first run of shows since suffering a series of strokes late last year.
Is it possible he said horrid with a fat ass?
Possibly.
I don't know. I'd have to look closer at that quote. As for how Neil feels heading into 2026, he said during the residency that he was feeling 95%. So with the Carnival Ascends tour not starting until July, it's hopeful that he will be in some, shape.
Stuff takes its toll on a singer's voice.
Oh, absolutely.
I have a Ben Oasis update for you.
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
I know Wonderwall. That's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
But he got back to me right away.
Sounds like he's consumed.
And if you had missed the news, the Pierre Robert Show of Life, it sold out in 5 minutes. That's how quickly those tickets went. So congratulations if you got tickets, and apologies if you did not. I think that more should be done. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But a portion of the proceeds benefit Manna. So if you would like to, you can continue to support Manna by visiting their website, and you can make a donation under Pierre's name and help, continue to celebrate his legacy.
Yeah, just stay where you are. Let's see what we can find out and develop.
You can go to WMMR.com for all the information, and Manna's website is mannapa.org.
I also just heard from Jan Antes in our sales department. If you are a national or local sponsor, Ask sponsorships are available now. They're a little bit more than regular sponsorships. So if you want to sponsor the Preston and Steve Show on my ass, it is available.
Oh, Casey's
nice.
Ask sponsorships are now available?
Yeah.
And it's a little more than...
It's a little bit more. It's a premium. So I think it's
we
worth
could
it.
actually...
Yeah.
We could turn that into money.
We did my bald head for a while, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. But his ass?
Yeah.
Come on,
head.
man.
Come on.
Yeah, and your head? That's a perfect match.
We're going to the top.
That's two great tastes that taste great together.
Steve's head, Casey's ass and Steve's head.
Men for each other.
God, that reminds me of I told you guys I would mess this up all the time. You got a match? Yeah. My face and your ass.
No. Wait a minute.
No.
Your ass in my face.
My face looks like your ass.
Screw it.
Ha.
Hey, speaking of matches, are we going to do the thing with your nose?
Oh, yeah. We should. Well, we got to find the matches first.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah, we have to find out.
big nose.
We have to find out exactly what kind of matches are required for the.
It looked like wooden matchsticks.
But we have to, if you want it to be a legit record, we'll look into it. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. When we return, we wrap up Letter of the Day, Word of the Week. That's on the way. Stay with us.
No, I got it wrong.
Well, no, you got the last one right, but you also got the last one wrong.
Yes.
He had control of the board last?
Yes.
Okay, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Doing 180 for 6.
All right, and that answer is...
So ashamed I got that wrong.
Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. Ryan.
A goal kick?
Yes.
Like a field goal? Or just a point after time?
I'll read it for you again. Like a score in U.S. football, a goal kick, a reminder of rugby's soccer origins, is worth this many points. So it's in rugby.
3? What is
that?
3?
Is correct. Yes. Yep. What is 3? Yes.
Even when he sheepishly gives the answer, he's right.
A funky word one. Kathy, what's the score so far?
Ryan is leading with 3,000 points. Nick has only 1,400.
What? What happens in Double Jeopardy? All right, Ryan.
Where the points can really change.
Hold on, Casey has different scores.
I thought Nick had 1,600.
It's like my math
Because
my math is bad, but not that bad.
He lost 600 points when he had 2,200.
No, he only had 2,100.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's go, Ryan.
You can feel confident. That's 15, not 14.
Yeah.
That's 15, not 14.
Let's just meet in the middle. We'll give him.
I believe you scored 3.
Listen, I think I'm correct. If we want,
I think you scored 3 touchdowns and I had 7 home runs. Is that the math we're working with here?
That's it. Absolutely. Well, you can be confident in the results of this match.
All right, we're sticking with Kathy's numbers.
Yes, we are.
All right, Ryan, what's next?
Do a 180 for 8.
All right, and that answer is... The Timbers represent this city in Major League Soccer.
Hey!
Nick.
What is Portland?
That is correct for 800 points. If you're just tuning in, we have Nick on his birthday facing off in Jeopardy against 16-time champion Ryan Long. All right, Nick.
Let's do Cinespeak for 8.
All right, Cinespeak for 8. 2008. I know who I am. I'm a dude playing a dude. Ryan?
What is Tropic Thunder?
Yes, well done. 800 points.
Great
All right,
scene.
Ryan, where would you like to go
I
next?
was saving the movie category for the end, dude. Let's finish off. Do a 180 for 2, please.
All right, doing a 180 for 2. And the answer is, this 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
Hey!
Nick.
What is a serve?
That is incorrect. This 5-letter word means an extended exchange of strokes before a point in tennis.
No.
No answer?
No.
It is, Nick, Steve, you want to answer that?
A rally?
A rally is correct. Well done. Yes. So 200 points for Steve.
Thank you, Captain.
By the way, Steve has like 600 points by now.
If I lose to Steve in this game.
Do you know what the problem is? It's like I'm watching Jeopardy and I want to.
I know you want to say it out loud, right?
That would be awesome if like 2 people are playing and you somehow come in 3rd place.
You know what? I want to ask you guys who do the same thing when you're watching Jeopardy on TV and you're saying the answers out loud. If you confidently know it, you just say the answer. But if I have to take a split second, I add the what is a, you know what I mean?
Oh, you drag it out.
Or you go like this. Argentina. Argentina.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Who's up? Who has control of the board here?
I guess that would be me.
All right, Ryan, where do we want to go?
Hey, you know what? This will be my birthday gift to you. Go ahead. You choose one.
All
right, Nick.
Well, thanks, Ryan. Let's do Cinespeak for 6, please.
All right, Cinespeak for 6. And that answer is 1993. If the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the pirate. Ryan?
What is Jurassic Park?
That is correct.
Yes.
The pirates don't eat the tourists.
Yes.
Is the finish of that line. All right, where to next, Ryan?
I have one. I'm going to deny myself. All in our heads and textbooks for 4.
All right. All in our heads and textbooks. The answer is submissive and pugnacious are synonyms for the 2 words in this type of behavior. Fine, whatever. Ryan.
What is passive aggressive?
That is correct. Yes, 400
okay.
points. All right, where next, Ryan?
Textbooks for 6, please.
All right, and that answer is the DSM-5 psychiatry text defines it as, quote, persistent difficulty discarding or parting with possessions. Ryan, the answer?
What is hoarding?
Yes, 600 points for Ryan.
You got to see Kathy's adding skills over here. They're amazing.
Yeah, really good.
All right, next,
I
Ryan.
think I saw an abacus.
Why the sundial, though?
What is an abacus?
What is?
What you don't know?
It is
what is?
Yeah,
an abacus.
It is like gingivitis.
We'll go with that.
All right, Ryan, where would you like to go?
Textbooks for 8, please.
All right, closing out the category with the answer. In the operant kind of this learning process, desired behavior is rewarded. Ryan.
What is conditioning?
Yes, that is correct for 800 points.
Killing it in double.
We have 2 clues left. Where are we going to go? Cinespeak, what would you like?
Cinespeak for 2, please.
For 2. All right. And the answer is 1986. I feel the need. All right, Ryan.
What is Top Gun?
That is correct. The Need for Speed. And the final category, 400 points in Cinespeak, is 2013. Look at me. Look at me. I'm Nick.
What is Captain Phillips?
Yes, Nick got one. 400 points. Kathy, and we have no. Wait, do we have Final Jeopardy?
Oh, come on.
Yes, we do have Final Jeopardy. All right, what's the total so far?
All right, Ryan is leading 6,400 points, Nick with 2,400.
Hey. All right. If you would, please, we have our own Vanna White, Bill Weston, bringing over the Final Jeopardy category. And normally,
stop talking.
We give you the category,
right?
And then they have a moment to make the wagers.
Right. So the category, then right, exactly.
Oh, Nick will like this. Final Jeopardy category is National Historic Landmarks.
National Historic Landmarks, and you both have to make your wager.
Okay, so you make your wager now. Now, it's at this point, me and Casey and Nick have this little game that we do sometimes when the category will pop up. If we happen to be watching Jeopardy at the same time, we will text each other. And before we even hear the clue, we'll try to guess what the answer is. Just wildly, just on the base category
So
knowledge.
write down an answer.
Yeah.
You guys do it now.
Yep, we would write it down now. And on occasion, we've actually gotten them right.
Because and again, sometimes and the obviously the pros know this.
Well, the clue will give you an answer sometimes.
Yeah.
But just the category alone,
I wrote my answer
it's a
down.
wild guess. All right, Casey wrote down one just for fun. So
Wait, real quick. How many points do I have, Kath?
You have 2,400.
Okay.
And Ryan has how many?
Ryan has 6,400.
6,400.
Right, got it?
Yeah, it depends on how greedy Ryan is feeling, you know? I mean, we'll
Remember
see.
Cliff Clavin on Cheers that one time? Who are
93.3 WMMR. It's a beautiful song, a brand new one from Shinedown called Searchlight at 11:01. And of course, we're going to have members of the band at the Pierre Robert Show for Life. It's going to be Brent and Zach, and hopefully we'll hear that song. Brand new one from them. And Lizzie and Joe of Hailstorm, and Ed Roll and the Collective Soul, the Hooters. David Wisickins in the Pocket. And show sold out in 5 minutes, man. Tickets are gone. And hopefully there'll be another event down the road. But if you got tickets, we will be happy to see you there. And maybe we'll find ways that we can share that. I don't know. We're just thinking out loud around here because of that overwhelming response. So we'll let you know if anything's going on. Exactly.
Absolutely.
And you can make a donation to Manna in Pierre's name if you would like to, contribute and just carry on his legacy. That would be great. Details are at WMMR.com. We've had a fun day today. I would like to thank our guests on the program. Number one, we had from Fine Wine and Good Spirits, we had Russ Johnson on. During the Connoisseur segment. He was great. We've had him on before, and I want to have him back again because he is very knowledgeable and he's very articulate and explains things in a very in a way that even a connoisseur like myself,
seems to be of sufficient intelligence.
He's of intelligence level.
Intelligence level?
I think so, yes. Are you of intelligence level? Yes, he is. So thank you, Russ. Then we had the CEO of Manna, Sue Daugherty.
Yeah.
And you can buy a pie in memory of Pierre, and we highly recommend that you do. You should anyway. Manna is an incredible organization. people who are dealing with serious illnesses need certain nutritional requirements. Thank you, Steve. And so they do it for free, and it's because of donations that you make and events like the pies that they have for Thanksgiving, and you can donate in Pierre's name. Now, from what I understand, the names are in alphabetical order, but this one, the listing for Pierre is in loving memory of Pierre. So it comes under the I's.
Which is a little weird, but we get it.
Yeah, because there are a variety of pie sellers. So
Yeah.
if you look around a little bit, you will find Pierre, and you can buy that in his name. Thank you to Sebastien Le Toux.
Hey!
Fell coming by this morning. The Philadelphia Union have their playoff. It's the semifinals. Subaru Park on Sunday, 7:45. Tickets available at PhiladelphiaUnion.com. And thank you to the members of the supporters that were here today. The Sons of Ben, and then the... I forgot the name of them. Damn it. Yep.
Oh, the Sons of Ben?
And
then the Grandsons of Ben.
No. The new group, they just started. We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
It was, anyhow. So thanks, guys. And then we had...
the Indelinquents.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Dupin Delinquents. All right, we also had Jiaoying in here this morning. Jiaoying Summers, who is performing at Punchline Philly tonight. That story is incredible, her life.
Never heard anything like that.
Yep, tonight and tomorrow, punchlinephilly.com. And then we had a chance to talk to John DeBella today. So
Yeah.
it's good to hear from John. And he will be in town for the concert, he was telling us, and he's coming to Pierre's service and all that. So we'll be seeing John in the next few weeks. And then Ryan Shuttleworth came in.
How are we doing, guys?
We're good, man. How are you?
How are you doing after riding on Casey's ass?
That was the thing. I felt such a roller coaster of emotions. I mean, with all the love and the outpour of support for Pierre, and then just to combine that with Casey's ass. I mean, it was Casey. I look you in the eye and say, you have a beautiful ass.
Thank you.
Wow. It was a lot better than I thought it was going
Now
to be.
can you look in his ass and comment on his eyes?
You have a beautiful eye.
What color are they again? Never
I love
mind.
your brown eye.
Wow.
What a hell of a day.
Very special today. We'll never forget this day, to be honest. All right, Ryan, let's get the letter.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the President and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
T as in taint.
All right, and we'll take call number 88610-660-9333. Let's see if you know the word of the week prize, and we'll tell you what you win if you do. So obviously, you're taking the helm today.
Yes, sir.
All right, what's going on?
So a Friday edition. So we'll definitely getting back to the Presidents and Dave Edmonds. Before that, for the Sweat Set, I think we should get to some more tunes from the bands playing A Show of Life for Pierre.
Yeah.
We'll get to that, and then Left Turns Aplenty on this Friday.
All right, love it. All right, let's go over to the phones. Caller number 8 is who we're looking for, and I'm still waiting for that to be put up there. So give me just a second. We have to work through. I know we did a very quick crossover. So here we go. I've got Peggy, who is joining us. Hi there, Peggy.
Good morning.
All right, Peggy, you sound ready to win. So give us that word, and we'll see if you do.
Meat.
It is meat. Yes. Meat.
Awesome.
Yes, and because you're going to get a lot of it, Peggy, that's why we're going to give you a $500 Nebraska gift card. And man, have you ever been to Nebraska?
No, I have not.
Don't eat for 3 days.
Oh, my God. You're going to love it.
All right, Peggy, congratulations to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Yep, hang on just a second. We'll get your information. Don't forget, skip the stress this Thanksgiving. Nebraska Brazilian Steakhouse has your full holiday feast covered. Roasted turkey and all your favorites ready to go. Pre-order now, and you can make it a Thanksgiving to remember at Nebraska in Horsham in Center City, Philadelphia. Online at Nebraska.com. We will take this moment to thank our sponsors. President and Steve Show has been brought to you today by Dunkin', and the President and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by United Tire and Service. Buy 2 or more tires and get $50 off of any other service. United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Next week on our program, Jane Lynch will be joining us. Love us some Jane Lynch.
She's terrific.
Alicia Vitarelli from 6ABC
Love her too.
will be here. And we're going to have 2 members of the cast of Back to the Future, the live show, which is showing at
the Academy of Music, and it's tonight, and it goes all through next week and beyond.
Beautiful theater. And so we'll have David Josephberg, who plays Doc Brown, and Lucas Halliver, who plays Marty McFly.
So I've been wanting to see. I want to see how they pull this off, but I hear great things about it.
Yep. So we'll have that and more next week on our program. That is it. We are done. Rage on and have a great day in the morning. And no sad, bro, baby. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.